termudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang gitu ya.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam santai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
익세.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 나와. 게이다.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang gitu ya.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
Buat upgrade skin baru.
jika seringan nggak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game.
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak ini.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat
sudah berada di minggu ke-7 hari yang kedua. Tentunya hari ini kita akan melihat match-match yang sangat seru. Ada 3 match dan di match pembukaan tentunya kita akan melihat bagaimana Sang Naga Aura akan bertemu dengan Sang Raja Langit Onic. Wah, ini bakalan menarik sekali karena akan mempertemukan antara 2 roamer kelas dunia. Di Aura kita tahu ada Yawi, mereka adalah champion. Yawi ini adalah champion dari M4 World Championship. Kemudian di Onic ada Keyboy yang menjadi MVP Finals di MSC 2023. MPL Arena, kira-kira yang mana yang bakalan menang hari ini di Land of Dawn? Kurang kenceng sekali lagi dong, mana suaranya Aura Fams? Sonic, mana suaranya? Luar biasa sekali, semakin panas. Kayaknya biasanya nih ya, kita kan ngobrol dengan player dulu nih. Mereka udah siap-siap untuk ketemu di Land of Dawn. Tapi kali ini berbeda karena Monica bakalan ngobrol-ngobrol sama caster-caster kita yang keren banget. Tepuk tangannya dong teman-teman untuk Pak Bulung dan juga Mirko. Halo Pak Bulung, Mirko. Wah, gimana nih? Biasanya kan Monica nanyain ya para player udah siap nggak nih buat ketemu di Land of Dawn. Kalau caster-caster berarti nanyanya udah siap nggak nih jadi caster-caster nge-cast nih match kali ini?
Yang jelas kita udah latihan pernapasan karena hari ini kan ada 3 match yang kayaknya bakal urak-urakan ya. Kemungkinan 3 game juga bisa terjadi, ya udahlah.
Ya udah pasti siap lah sebenarnya, apalagi kalau match-matchnya udah kayak gini ya.
Betul.
Apalagi season 13 yang udah intens banget. Semua match bisa bolak-balikin standing.
Yes, dan ini kan di match pertama bakalan mempertemukan ini 2 roamer kelas dunia. Ini mereka terkenal dengan yang sangat mengerikan tuh pakai hero-hero inisiatornya. Nah, kira-kira nih menurut kalian bakalan gimana nih performance dari kedua roamer ini?
Bisa jadi keluar, bisa jadi enggak. Kenapa? Karena mungkin mereka juga enggak mau bertaruh ya. Karena udah tahu mungkin satu sama lain bagaimana skill terhadap hero-hero pick-off-nya, bisa aja itu hero-heronya malah di ban dan jadi target ban. Tapi sekalinya keluar, dan gue berharap keluar ya, atau kalau perlu gantian tuh, game 1 yang pakai ini, game kedua yang pakai ini. Jadi ntar mungkin ada komen tutor-tutor ada di YouTube, ini kan bisa jadi keluar ya, kan gak tahu gitu loh.
Nah tapi ya, Pak Bulung, Mirko,
ya,
boleh dong kita bakalan ngeliat ini ada signature hero dari kedua roamer, ada Chow nih, kira-kira yang mana yang lebih jago nih, Keyboy atau Yawi pakai Chow-nya?
Pakai Chow ya?
Ya.
Kalau pakai Chow kayaknya kalau dari gua Yawi.
Yawi, kalau Pak Bulung?
Kalau untuk Chow, oke deh Yawi.
Kenapa?
Karena memang udah terbukti ya, kemarin juga sempat udah mendapatkan gelar juara dunianya, sampai the way of Yawi-nya sangat terlihat jelas lah di situ gitu.
Mirko?
Kalau dari gua karena Yawi ganteng.
Hah? Karena Yawi ganteng?
Kayak Gugun, ganteng.
Yawi. Wah. Ini kayaknya virus-virus Eterna sih ya. Ini Yawi ganteng. Oke, bukan cuma Chow, tapi next kita lihat nih. Signature hero mereka berdua. Kita lihat. Jeng.
Siapa lagi?
Ada Grok. Mikir banget nih kayaknya nih.
Grok siapa ya?
Kalau gua Grok masih Yawi sih.
Masih Yawi, Pak Bulung? Kayaknya mikir banget Pak Bulung.
Aku Keyboy deh.
Mikir banget nih Pak Bulung.
Keyboy.
Kenapa?
Keyboy.
Kenapa?
Biar satu sama.
Oh biar satu sama. Biar satu sama. Tapi bukannya Pak Bulung katanya Pak Bulung anti Onic gitu. Kok milih Keyboy?
Ya kan timnya.
Oh timnya.
Iya.
Playernya enggak ya? Playernya enggak?
Orangnya enggak.
Orangnya enggak ya?
Iya, timnya aja.
Berarti iya dong. Waduh. Ini next. Kembali ke laptop. Selanjutnya, hero selanjutnya. Kita lihat.
Buset.
Arlot.
Keyboy sih aingnya.
Nah kalau ini Keyboy.
Season 13 kan ini lagi aktif-aktifnya keluar ya hero ini untuk menjadi roamer gitu loh. Dan di tangan Keyboy, Arlot terbukti sangat-sangat luar biasa gitu loh, Arlot.
Oke, kita bakal lihat nanti pakai Keyboy pakai Arlot nggak? Tapi ada hero lain lagi next. Coba kita lihat. Ada Ruby. Gimana nih?
Keyboy.
Pak Bulung, lagi-lagi
boleh
memikirkan?
Boleh.
Oke.
Iya karena gimana ya, untuk yang Yawi mungkin aku ngelihatnya jauh lebih ke yang pick off ya. Yang emang tarik selesai udah gitu aja. Yang ini kan bisa jadi pick off juga, cuman kan lebih ke area yang jauh lebih besar aja gitu loh. gitu.
Jadi sama-sama Kiboy.
Ya.
Mirko?
Ya untuk Kiboy gue juga setuju sih untuk sama Papulung. Kalau misalnya untuk Yawi kayak hero-hero pick off, hero-hero inisiasi yang flashy itu lebih ke
Yang
Yawi
lebih
tapi
cepet pace-nya gitu ya.
Tapi untuk overall yang hero-hero lain yang harus reaktif, style-stylenya beda, gue masih Kiboy.
Oke, dan ada satu lagi hero yang terakhir. Ini kalau mainin support nih, ada Angela.
Iya.
Menurut kalian?
Kalau aku Rek. Weh,
Setuju,
nggak masuk ya?
setuju.
Nggak masuk ya?
Nggak
masuk ya? Nggak masuk ya, mohon maaf.
Tolong.
Mohon maaf, perbandingan 2 orang ya.
Siapa nih?
Apa ya? Kalau ini kayaknya masih Kiboy sih.
Aku masih Kiboy aku.
Kiboy, kenapa?
Balik lagi yang tadi
sama
itu.
ya
Iya.
alasannya.
Tiap orang kan punya kayak klasifikasi yang masing-masing lebih pro-nya itu yang terlihatnya kemana gitu loh. Dan kalau untuk ini Kiboy.
Nah, mereka berdua ini sang roamer dan kedua timnya akan bertanding hari ini di Land of Dawn. Kita nggak tahu ya hero yang mana yang bakalan dipakai. Tapi dari kacamata para caster ini, Pak Pulun dan juga Mirko ngelihat kira-kira siapa nih yang bakalan menang dalam match kali ini. Boleh dong persentasenya kira-kira berapa persen sih menang nih?
Kalau Pak Pulung kan udah pasti anti Onic ya.
Aku hari ini udah jelas Aura. Aku udah jelas
Kok
Aura.
jelas banget?
Aku prediknya Aura gitu loh. Aura dengan deretan-deretan player baru mereka, apalagi ada ini kan saya pas muda itu si Gugun kan. Gua pas muda banget gitu ya. Kenapa nggak seneng semua gitu kalian? Hah? Kenapa nggak seneng?
Setuju
gitu?
gak sih Aura Fem? Katanya mirip Gugun. Enggak ya, Pak Pulung lebih ganteng loh.
Jadi ya udah
Pak
Aura.
Pulung lebih ganteng kan?
Harus belah dua dulu rambut lu.
Belah tengah lagi.
Iya.
Kayak Mirko tuh sekarang.
Boleh, tuker rambut.
Enggak apa-apa,
Oke, kalau kita udah denger ya Pak Pulung,
Iya.
pasti Aura. Alasannya karena itu ya pemain-pemain baru. Kalau Mirko?
Kalau gue kayaknya Onic deh.
Iya.
Masih Onic.
Karena Lutfi kan.
Karena apa?
Lutfi kan.
Karena Lutfi.
Iya.
Sebenarnya karena interview mereka sih. Jadi kalau gue denger interview Onic ya, gue dengernya mereka selalu hoki. Jadi memang membawa hoki mungkin nanti di
Oke. Persentase dong kira-kira?
Aku 5545 aja.
5.
Tapi Aura.
Tipis ya.
Tipis
ya.
aja.
Tipis. Mirko?
Kalau gue kayaknya 70% deh.
70% untuk Onic ya?
Iya.
Oke, kita berikan tepuk tangan yang paling meriah dong buat Pak Pulung dan juga Mirko.
Ya.
Semangat, ini tepuk tangannya buat biar kedua caster kita semangat juga.
Oke.
Silakan Mirko, Pak Pulung untuk kembali ke meja-meja caster.
Yaudah,
Caster-caster
kalau gitu.
juga udah nungguin nih kehadiran kalian ke sana. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih Monica, terima kasih.
Thank you. Caster-caster ganteng kita. Pak Pulung juga nggak kalah sama Gugun gantengnya. Mirko juga ganteng banget dengan rambutnya itu ya. Dan itu kita sudah lihat ya prediksi dari para caster. Tapi tentunya itu hanya sekadar prediksi saja. Karena kita bakalan lihat langsung nih bagaimana pertarungan dari kedua roamer ini. Dan juga tentunya tim dari Aura dan juga Onic.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
It isn't Coldplay season, nor is it Avenged Sevenfold, but there is a ticket war going on, and that is the ticket war towards playoffs. Welcome back to MPL ID Season 13, Week 7, Day number 2. Still with me, Realize, and my amazing partners, of course, Mirko and Gani. And we are close by towards that playoffs spot. And it is going to be very intense. But before that, I want to say thank you to our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, the official e-wallet, GoPay, our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Also, our partner in esports, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Raimo, and Telkomsel. Also, our suppliers, Indomaret, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, and Saturdays. Also, thank you to our government partner, PBSE. Thank you so much for making this a smooth sailing show. Now, back to the topic of the playoff spot. It is going to be very, very intense as we take a look at the standings right now.
It's been very, very close this season, but Bigetron Alpha have just secured the first playoff spot in MPL Indonesia Season 13. So despite everything else being so close, it seems one team has been able to keep it consistent, staying on top. But today is the day of possible changes, and we are going to start things off with Onic versus Aura, where, again, this is going to be a very, very big matchup. If Aura get it done against Onic 2-0, they might be able to actually take that top 2 spot away from Onic and put Onic in even deeper waters.
It is going to be very, very intense because, you know, the fight is there, and Aura, they're back from what we would say kind of a losing trend in the last 2 games, but they're looking to climb back to the top. Starting from here, they could possibly get that second place if they do win this match today.
I mean, remember, right, if we're talking about Onic, if we're talking about Aura, you can't forget about the roamers. Yawi versus Keyboy, we are going to witness them again. And let's not forget about the rookies as well. Gugun, on the other side, we have Ludwig.
There's the Battle of the Legends, of course, Yawi, a world champion, and Keyboy, a virtuoso in his own realm. They are well known with their own pick-off styles, but I want to highlight also the new gen, the next gen of MPL ID. It is Gugun and Ludwig both coming from MDL, or our development league. You know, Gugun coming from Bosque, and Ludwig, he's been dabbling in that Onic Prodigy lineup, and he has now been given the trust to play in the senior team here at MPL ID.
Both solid pillars as rookies, coming into the lineup and playing really well right from the start, actually, and then developing, progressing to becoming even scarier monsters. Though we don't highlight Ludwig as much, Gugun has had the highlight on him for a while now. Yes. He's been able to perform on the carries. He got the Rookie of the Season, I think, 2 times in a row, and then a total of 3 times in this season so far. And it's really been facilitated by Yawi. Meanwhile, for Keyboy, I would say, see, when Yawi enables Gugun to get these retries, Keyboy doesn't enable Ludwig the same way, because it's the other way around. Ludwig is the guy enabling the team. He is the filler. He is what Boots was before for Onic, where it doesn't matter if he dies 7 times, if he's the sandbag, if it looks like he's inting sometimes, as long as he's able to get space for the team, mainly that mid lane and the jungle, Kyrie and Sans. It looks to be still a very smooth road for Onic, but there you go, still the same lineup for Aura.
Aura still fielding the same 5 men. We have Aran, Gugun, Yezkiel, Yawi, Kabuki. I feel like for most of the players, of course, they did start MPL ID Season 13 kind of a losing way, but then they were able to get back to their form. Now, you know, haunted by 2 losses in a row. Meanwhile, for Onic, they're back to winning ways. They have been very, very solid and consistent in the past, 3 games or 4 games that they have been playing. So this is going to be a challenge for Aura.
They lost the first leg against the Red Dragons, and they are hungry for revenge. Let's see what Keyboy will bring to the table this time against the former champion. Ladies and gentlemen, dripping in the black and yellow, this is Team Onic.
It's a battle up in the skies as the Sky Kings once again descend to take on the Red Flaming Dragons.
And this time with a new flair, you would say. Not just the black and yellow, but also the Assassins are back for Onic in style as well.
Wow.
Keyboy with the new hairstyle.
Look at the hairstyle.
A little bit of that anime hairstyle. I don't know if that's going to be the new trend. He started the mullet trend here in Indo, at least for MPL. we might see a top-notch trend now.
Looking to steal the second position. They have done it this season against the Yellow Porcupines. Will they be able to do it again with Gugun still in the hounds? And of course, Yowie. What will he do this time? Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Red Dragons. It's Aura.
The Red Dragons, with their wings a little bit clipped lately, not being able to fly as high as they would expect. But now they look to ascend even higher.
They need to. After suffering 2 back-to-back losses against opponents you did not expect Aura to lose up against, now it's time to prove to the world that they are still world-class. Kabuki in the gold lane, one of the biggest points of criticism for a lot of people, and so far has been the player that has been exploited, especially now up against a maestro in the drafts. Coach Yeb, they're gonna have to be very, very careful.
St. Lucas, of course, is or has been top-notch for Aura Esports, but for both Coach Yeb and Coach Adi, they have also been trying to fix their mistakes. Back to the lab they went, trying to experiment on new things, especially the reinstatement of Lutpi into the lineup.
Yeah, I think what Onic is doing, right? They see this potential in this rookie, but on the other side, Aura, we're talking about Gugun, I think he is the future jungler of MLBB Indo.
Gugun has been very, very good. And here's a video on Gugun's journey.
Masuk ke bawah ditahan, hidup God Lane. Dari seorang Gugun berhasil memberikan 7 total eliminasi dan mendapatkan lagi menjadi 8 eliminasi.
Nah menurut gue tuh yang paling bisa di-handle tuh Gugun. Gue bakal bikin dia sampai senyaman mungkin. Biar gue bisa lihat sifat aslinya dan
kalau struggle dulu ada sih. Kayak orang tua tuh pasti nggak langsung izinin, nggak kayak ngasih bebas lah. Kalau dilarang banget sih enggak ya. Mereka ngingetin lah batasannya. Dia tuh dulu kayak bilang, ya udah nggak apa-apa turnamen, terus kan juara kan. Nextnya coba lagi, sering juara. Nah mungkin dari situ kayak, oh ada potensi nih, kayak gitu mungkin. Dari awalnya memang kita tuh udah berlima yang dulu di tim Tiger Wong. Emang niatnya tuh mau MDL. Cuman pertama mau MDL, aku tuh belum bisa karena umur masih 15. Jadi mereka nyari jungle lain buat yang isi jungle lah. Bisa masuknya itu pas next seasonnya, pas season 8. Baru masuk ke Tiger Wong atau Boss Q.
The king has fallen again. Please welcome our new champion, Team Boss Q.
Perjuangan makinkan orang tua ya. Awalnya tuh emang mau coba play-in doang. Memang nggak ada niat full 1 season. Jadi plan-nya tuh kita coba open qualifier. Kalau lolos, itu tuh dilihat dulu antara aku yang lanjut full 1 season atau balik lanjut sekolah. Terus kebetulan aku lihat kayak tim ini tuh ada potensi juara gitu, kayak kita kuat banget di scrim, kita kuat banget. Disitulah aku harus milih kayak MDL atau sekolah. Nah di situ aku milih MDL. Kalau tanggapan orang tua, pasti orang tua nggak langsung ngasih izin. Apalagi kayak MDL tuh kan liganya tuh kayak berbulan-bulan gitu lah. Orang tua tuh pasti bilang sekolah tuh penting. Terus aku kayak jelasin masih bisa kok sekolah online, belajar online gitu. Nah setelah aku jelasin terus, akhirnya dia bolehin. Setelah scrim, setelah rank itu kayak mereka tuh video call, kayak telepon, kayak gimana, nanya apa kabar. Apalagi tuh kayak tahun pertama aku jauh dari orang tua gitu loh. Mungkin karena pertama kali ya tuh kangen banget, kayak rasa pengen pulang tuh ada terus. Sebelum match tuh kayak dia tuh selalu ngasih support, kadang ngechat, kadang video call, ngasih semangat. Jangan peduli lawannya siapa, hajar aja, jangan lihat dia siapa. Makanya tercetus dari aku yang kata-kata sama-sama makan nasi sih.
Gugun tuh menurut gua salah satu player yang bisa dibilang gua didik tuh yang nggak paling aneh-aneh. Dalam artian bukan berarti yang lain aneh-aneh juga sih. Nah menurut gua tuh yang paling bisa di-handle tuh Gugun. Karena dengan umur dia yang masih muda juga, kayak dia bisa ngontrol diri gitu loh. Sama personality dia tuh bagus. Dan gua juga kalau buat kasih masukan ke dia tuh gampang banget. Karena memang anaknya masih pengen belajar dan haus.
Ini coba takut lu ngeliat yang kecil. Enggak.
Kecil tuh bisa yang di biru ya?
Iya coba. Gugun mau ngasih dua-duanya. Dua-duanya disekaratin bang.
Dia gak mau skill
Di scrim juga ada pernah sekali kan lu ke retro yang kecilnya.
Iya cok, itu yang scrim pertama banget gue itu.
Gue bakal bikin dia sampai senyaman mungkin. Biar gue bisa lihat sifat aslinya dan terbukti memang ini anak agak aneh-aneh. Jadi dengan banyak hal yang dia lakuin yang benar-benar positif, itu membantu gue juga buat terbuka sama dia.
Mereka semua walaupun hanya berempat masih bersiap untuk berkumpul, tapi damage dihasilkan oleh Gugun. Sakit banget tadi lakukan konsen.
Harapan ke depan buat aku mungkin semoga lebih konsisten, selalu belajar improve lah. Tapi aku berambisi buat juara MPL karena kan udah kayak mimpi dari dulu masuk MPL gitu. Terus masuk MSC, apalagi di season ini MSC tuh prize poolnya gede banget, jadi berambisi.
Gogun's journey, I would describe it as kind of like a retribution. You either make it or you either break it. So it's almost like a 50-50. He made the gamble whether or not he want to continue school or back to playing MDL, and he did make the gamble and it paid off successfully for Gogun. And now he's one of the best junglers we have here at MPL ID.
One of the craziest stories I think we have here. One of the craziest success stories, because when you have so much on the line, the pressure tends to eat you up. But for Gogun, it seems the pressure has only given him more motivation, given him more hunger. In his first season in MDL, making it from the play-in stage, from the open qualifiers, win streaking, the highest win streak ever recorded in MDL regular season history, to then winning MDL in his first season. Now, in MPL with the world champion, they're on their way to great things, but they need to fix a lot of issues as well.
The issues starting now. They can fix it up here at the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Of course, a Fanny ban right off the bat with a Barat's ban. This is one of the comfort picks for Gogun. You know, the Barats, the Baxia, the Fredrin. He is well known and renowned for the utility type of junglers, but he is also capable of playing the carry junglers, and they also have another ban, which is the Ling. And Kyrie's Ling has been very, very annoying to deal with.
You have 3 junglers, right, practically here banned out. Aura, they respect the assassin. We saw this week 6. Do you want to ban out Kyrie's Ling? And I guess Aura's answer is yes, you do want to ban out the assassins. Now though, Onic, they respect also a certain lane in Aura. You got the Grok ban. Yaoi, very prominent, and also Aura, wow. Target banning Kyrie, 3 bans towards the jungler position.
Going down for the options, Kyrie, I mean, he is very influential and has been influential for Onyx, winning ways lately, but they also have to watch out for other lanes. I mean, we haven't talked about Sans, who is basically one of the god of mids here at MPL ID, so this could possibly shift the focus from Kyrie to then Sans.
But they have to be careful. If they put all their focus on the jungle and on the roam, Onic, they might leave a very prio pick open. The Harith is up for grabs right now. Let's see if they actually do let it go, because I think out of all the gold laners, that has been the one that has found most success here in this week, and the Harith has been left open. First pick instantly by Aura. Oh man.
Will they have to resort to fighter counters again? Because we have seen yesterday the Mincetar being brought out, and also the Lunox from CW, which did not go well. Nope. It did not go in a good way.
I mean, technically 3 counters, right? Esmeralda, Mincetar, and as well as Lunox.
All failed.
Succeed against this Harith, this Harith patch. And now, Onic, they insta-pick the Luo. Let's see here.
I love this comment.
Though by Keyboy.
Comment by Keyboy. In Onic, there's no such thing as losing. Only winning or learning. It's such a PMA approach, a positive mental attitude approach from Keyboy.
It's usually the vibes. Yeah, took an L.
Took an L.
Not losing.
Exactly.
Learning.
It's learning.
Learning. I mean, that's something, you know, that you usually hear from my streams as cope whenever Bigetron loses. But hey, whatever gets you going, right? And I feel like for Onic especially, they have been learning from a lot of their losses, and they have come back even stronger with these assassins. And now, look at what they picked up. An Akai early on, knowing that, you know, all these utility junglers have been banned out. There's only one that is up for grabs now, the Akai and the Baksha technically too. But Aura secured a Terizla, taking it away from Lutpi, his comfort pick, and giving Gogun carry in the jungle, the Nolan.
Aura going full offense with the Harith and the Nolan. Also, Lutpi now kind of chipped away from one of his favorite heroes, which is the Terizla. And what do he pick here? What does he pick here? Especially for him. But we have seen him last week playing the split push. You know, the Paquito has been picked up. We have seen as well a few other heroes that he's also capable of playing aside from Terizla. But for Onic, they will pick up the Brody. And I think this matchup just wants the Brody to kind of survive in lane and maybe later on scale as the game continues.
Yeah, I expected actually something like a Matilda to come up here because for the Brody, all right, you do quite well against the Harith. This is actually one of the lanes that we have seen up against Harith win. And it was Onic up against Ultra Ego. Ultra Ego played the Harith in game 1 against Onic, and the Brody by CW was what was able to keep this Harith from snowballing, something that a lot of other gold laners fail to do. But the Matilda, something of that value has been left ignored completely in the first phase of the bans, and I feel like right now Aura will ban it out. You do not want that pick on Keyboy, especially with an Akai already for Onic. And there you go, that's the Matilda ban with also the Respect Cho ban.
They did not opt for the Matilda. I mean, Keyboy with Matilda is one of his strongest picks as well. There might be a particular reason as to why Onic do not want this Matilda, or rather, Aura is just trying to contest this Matilda. Either they want to pick it out or they ban it in the second phase.
I mean, looking at Onyx bans, right? 4 bans are towards Yaoi. We got Angela, Cho, Kibo, Kaja, and as well as Grok. Now let's see here, as Aura, what will they ban last? Perhaps they can ban towards another roam position, or if they want to shake things up, they might see this Akai flex into the roam position.
Keyboy with Akai. I mean, it could also be the right initiation tool, but it will be the Genevieve taken out from the hands of Onic. Now they are coned down with not much options to play with. Might we see a surprising pick from Onic here?
We might, honestly.
Masha?
The Masha could be an option, but I honestly feel like with the Harith and Nolan, it's already 2 very good picks up against that Masha. Should be able to escape the shielding from the Harith, the mobility from the Nolan. I think Kyrie was able to outmaneuver Drion's Masha as well. So, not too sure about that Masha. The Arlet, though, still up for grabs, will be the pickup for Onic. But now that the Brody is already in the hands of Onic, that leaves the gold lane to be very vulnerable to CC. That's why they had to ban the Cho. But still right now, technically a hero that we have seen Yaoi play a lot is the Tigreal. Could come through. Maybe the answer to the Tig has already been revealed by Onic very early, the Akai, to disengage from any possible implosion initiations.
Counter initiation is the name of the game when it comes to that. But yeah, Aura still not without a mid laner and a roamer, so they might choose to pick it up right now. It will be the chip taken by Aura. They want to play the macro game as well as kind of turn around the tides. But it will be the Faramis to give them that extra sustainability when it comes to the team fight later on.
The Faramis into the Akai though, something that we have seen many times before in the Akai with a heavy spin. Usually is able to disengage or split them up completely from that Netherrealm additional HP. Last pick, Hayabusa for Onic.
That's the flex.
So it's a flex. Akai roam.
Akai roam, and we have
Arlet EXP.
Finally seen a Kyrie special. Last week it was the Ling, and now it is the Hayabusa.
Wow, what a great assassin pick to end the drafts.
You can ban out the Fanny, you can ban out the Ling, but there will still be the Hayabusa.
It's a risky choice though up against a Nolan who clears very, very fast. If they continue that pressure that they have, especially with the chip, enabling everybody to get online very early, the snowball threat from Aura is scary. But Onic, seems like with their draft, they have what it takes to handle it. Crazy mid-pressure with the Loyi and the Akai, the XP as well with the Arlet. And the lane that can go head-to-head, 50-50 skill matchup in the gold lane, Brody versus Harith.
Another battle in the sky, as it will be the Sky Kings versus the Red Dragons for round 2. Onic Esports against Aura. Back to the Lanodon we go.
Let's see who will take game 1 between these 2 teams. will it be the Red Dragons?
Welcome
or will it be the
to
Yellow
Mobile Legends.
Porcupines? Ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy the show.
Wow, full stack crowd here. They will start their respective buffs. Of course, Nolan needs that purple buff going so that he has that energy kind of sustaining for him. Meanwhile, for Yawi, he will try to disrupt the purple buff of Onyx.
He's trying to delay as much as he can, but with that mid pressure, with Sans and Keyboy already dealing with the wave, and Keyboy actually leashing very, very well with that Akai, doesn't seem like Aura will be able to get a lot of that value from the early advantage that they would have. Gugun though, first onto the lethal.
Actually, look at this. Yawi forced to use the flicker. Kyrie has the quad shadow and will deal first the blood for Onic. And meanwhile, Gugun, no trades on the board for Aura.
Gugun did not have his ultimate yet, so the Nolan would not be as kind of lethal in the early games without that ultimate, but Sans is just poking the hell out of Yeskiel in the mid lane.
Looking at the emblems now. The Rupture for Kyrie, nothing too crazy, honestly. Oh, again, even without the level advantage, Kyrie still wants to go in. Gugun is actually quite low. Lethal Ignition on the Hayabusa. I'm really curious to see how the Hayabusa plays in this game, because even in ranked, I don't see this pick a lot.
Indeed. Usually it'll be kind of a more aggressive style from Kyrie, which we would feast our eyes upon. But for Aran and Lutpi up top, it is going to be a much more slow flow type of game for them. Look at the pick, looking at the picks from Aura. Gugun with the Nolan has been finding that one win. So he is also able to utilize this Nolan in an aggressive type of way, in much more of a carry approach compared to when he is going to play the utility type of junglers. But a fight, Lutpi is in.
Ooh, final slots does not connect. Luckily for Yeskiel now, spell check before the turtle. Only Yawi here who has not have his flicker, his spell. So let's see here. Huge advantage for Onic. Will they be able to capitalize it though? Seems like they will take their time in that first new objective take.
Yeah, and we take a look again at the win rates here for Onic. All these picks have been very, very positive for them, especially that Luo Yi. Sans has been an absolute monster, getting so much pressure in the early game. Let's see if Aura can neutralize it.
Now stunned here, Gugun, and he spins!
Kyrie!
Will help Kyrie take the neutral objective. Yawi stuck, another round triggered as well, as Yawi though will be isolated by 4 members of Onic, and he will be taken down.
The heavy spin is very, very brutal. It is very crucial to lock down the players of Onic in their tracks. But for CW, down bottom against Kabuki, he is going to kind of shove the lane forward. And for Onic, they are off to a flying start.
Wow, oh wow. This is very concerning.
We'll see right now with the talent prediction already. If they can continue this onslaught, they're gonna go in.
Oh, let's see here. Oh, Aura. Seems like they do not want to engage in business, but Sans will be there to try to deal some damage. But again, 2,000 gold already for Onic.
Onic, they are fighting their way towards the mid game later on, because so far they have been spiking up the offense. And I think Yawi is next on the menu. They're trying to disrupt this penalty zone.
Yep, flicker penalty zone. Kyrie, oh my god. Take a look at Garando. Soaking, taking some damage. Another round triggered as well. Onic, they will not commit anymore.
Wow. Another skirmish down in the river. And it is not going to eat up any victim. The Onic is just looking to stabilize their lead so far. 1.4k up. And Aura is the ones being lured in towards Onyx type of traps.
And Onic just have such a massive advantage at this point in the game, right? I mean, their composition is built to snowball. They have the Akai as well to technically neutralize that early game clear advantage that Gugun has. With that, Kyrie's been able to get such an easy road into the Retributions, and usually what we saw... Oh, wait!
Oh, diversion play on towards Yawi. Yawi will disengage though, but Kabuki will now be the target. Shaman Forks popped. Take a look at the backside here. Aran and Lutpi trying to somehow gain more space. But Onic, they will focus now on towards the turtle. Iran looking for a play. The final slash. Keyboy soaking damage. Kyrie securing the nuke. Heavy spin onto its Gogun. Netherrealm popped as well. Onic still wants to fight. Another member falls, and that's 2 kills added for Onic.
Oh, the heavy spin has been proven to be so pivotal. Kabuki 1v1.
Oh, 2v1. Kabuki! Not being able to sustain the torn apart memory.
An overzealous effort though from Kabuki. A final slash!
Good final slash. Iran now taking the shadow kill by Kyrie. Still able to sustain it though. But Onic, it's a 6-0 kill. 3,500 gold lead already.
So much action in the early parts of the game, and there's nothing Aura can really do about it. Onic are everywhere all at once, and they always have the proactivity. They're always on the proactive movements here with the diversion, and they're not stopping now. They want to get some more of that position, map pressure. This is how you counter the chip. If you can teleport faster, if you can get to places and shred him down, just assassinate him before he can even put the portal down. There's not much Aura can do with this map pressure, and even with the sieging control that Onic have with the Brody, it's too much.
Oh, flicker heavy spin. Kabuki now stunned up. The damage though is be there as the cover is there. Keyboy will be the first one to fall alongside Kyrie perhaps.
Oh!
Lupi is there along as Sans, and CW and Sans will do the cleanup as Sans claims the hat trick.
The final slash connecting back for more.
Oh, that's a wiped out.
Wow!
That's ridiculous!
Insanity from Onic. They don't want to stop the throttle. They kept on going, pushing towards the base. A chain of events that was so unstoppable from Onic. They kept on the pressure going.
Wow. Crazy stuff from Onic. 11-1 in this game with a 7.7k gold lead. And at this point, what is Aura even supposed to do? They want to look for these team fights with the Faramis, but Keyboy sends them all out. When they clump up and get that HP, they're all gone anyways. They get shredded down by Sans with the AoE damage, by Lutpi especially. Lutpi's been playing the Phil role for so long, you forget about what he can do in MDL. You forget about his performances, and against CW, almost catching Gugun. Well, luckily for Gugun, he has those dashes. 7.8k gold lead with a team like this. It's a Loyi that's snowballing. It's a Brody that's snowballing. It's an Arlet that's snowballing. And last but definitely not least, it's Kyrie on the Hayabusa. It's his signature snowballing.
The Kyrie special, of course, and Onic has been so offensive. They did not let Onic breathe even a sliver. And Kyrie, look at the confidence he has. Yaoi on the conceal though, he's back for the hunt. It's gonna be Lippy up in the charge.
Oh no, Yaoi, you have no flicker. And 5 members of Onic is on you. He will fall for the 4th time this game.
And back to Mirko's point, I mean, this Loyi is so good against the chip because the teleport ain't really telegraphed compared to the chip where you really need to wait for the members to come in, for the diversion to happen. Just step in the circle and you have 4 members, 5 members with you, backs against the wall, and now it's Kabuki!
Oh my god, Onic, they were bottom side of the map, like, what, 8 seconds ago. With the diversion, they were able to find surprise towards the top side, and yeah, no jungle play whatsoever here for Aura.
9.3k gold lead, the slow build-up, the Onic that we knew from Season 10, 11, and 12, that always tries not to just beat the enemy team, but to beat the clock at this point. 9.7, about to be 10k. Yaoi finally with the play.
Oh, with the shortcut as well!
Oh!
He finds CW. The Keyboy with the heavy spin was not able to find the cover-up, but Aura finally, good play there, finding CW.
2-12. 2 kills from Aura is towards the gold and the roam. Of course, Keyboy and CW had to eat up the death. But a game fact, with the new application GoPay, Hayabusa becomes the 4th most picked hero for Kyrie throughout his career since MPL PH Season 6 with 25 picks with a win rate of 72%. That's a high win rate.
Super high on the Hayabusa in the pro stage. Very, very impressive snap. But now let's take a look at the items from Kyrie because he just finished up the War Axe. Hunter Strike first item, into a Blade of Despair, now a War Axe. So he's actually expecting these fights to go a bit longer. expecting Aura to have a little bit more sustain in them to withstand some damage for him to get all the stacks possible to deal even more damage throughout. And I think that's mainly because he's anticipating the shielding from the Heron. Oh, Keyboy with the flicker onto the wall.
Seems like Kyrie.
No, wait.
Oh, it's a 2v1 Gugun low.
Oh,
Aran whiffs the
Aran?
penalty zone. Meanwhile, top side it is a gank towards Yawi. Oh, again, Kyrie looking for a kill. He smells blood. Does not find the mark just yet.
He's an escape artist. You can look at how Kyrie just exerts so much pressure with the Hayabusa, and he has been able to make that leeway for Onic to take this Lord. It is a free one for them. And Aura, they don't have the contest to really fight for this.
Gee, I mean, again, another diversion, and it's a run!
Happy birthday, Ron. That's a surprise for you as Kyrie picks up the Mega as well as the Lord. 9,000 gold already established.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I mean, even Aran can't take the damage properly, right? Like, he's been whipping his skills. What's going on? Onic are making it so chaotic to a point where Aura don't even have time to think. They panic in these situations where Onic are just styling on them. Kyrie basically won a 1v3, baited all their resources, and got more value across the map, and then picked off Aran with a diversion. Every single member, even Keyboy, on the Akai, is 1,400 gold ahead of Yawi.
This is the pressure we're talking about from Kyrie. He could be in the side lanes, he could be pulling 3 members towards him, trying to make Onic play, and here comes Aura.
Aran, be careful, penalty zone as a defensive play. The realm triggered early. Now the Lord finally taken care of. Oh, Kyrie jumps in. CW finds a kill on towards Yawi. 4v5 now as all 3 base turrets still though standing for Aura.
Yo, Yawi, the sole victim, but Onic, they don't want to tune down the offensive move. They want to probably end this right now. They're looking for the base turrets, but it is still a huge wave down bottom.
Flicker all up for Onic. Full power. Kyrie jumps in with the God Shadow, does not connect with the Shadow. Oh, finally isolates Aran, but he flickers out of the way. Now Onic, they play discipline. They see the base turret top side, and that's going to be their main focus here as Aura will be able to defend it this time.
The advantage of the Assassin when you are Snowball is Kyrie can be the one to zone every single member in the back, and he does it right now. Just goes in.
Aran will not be able to get out as CW finds the killing spree. On it, they are going for the main base now. We'll wait for the top and mid wave though. They will take their time munching on the EHPs. Kyrie jumps in back, but they will not commit more.
Oh my god. While Onic, with their initiation tools, has been very on point. The final slash with the heavy spins, and they're looking for more!
Another good final slash. Gugun falls as well as Yawi. That's 5v3 now. Will they have firepower for a defense as CW claims the triple kill? Main base exposed, Aran left standing. They want to kill Aran first. They want to kill Aran first as Onic will surely secure game 1.
Wow! 21-2! And the Sky Kings once again showing their dominance. Aura did not breathe. Aura did not get that freedom, as that freedom is all for Onic.
We don't lose games, we learn. Is what we heard from Keyboy. And man, they've learned a lot. Even though they haven't taken a lot of losses in Season 13, just with a few of those losses, they have turned into a completely different team. And Aura, on the other hand, the team with the momentum, once they lost it, they can't seem to find the grasp back for that momentum. Onic 21-2.
Wow.
A declaration of war to the rest of the MPL ID teams. The Sky Kings have returned, and man, do they look scary.
This is a statement. This is, like what Mirko said, a declaration of war. 21-2. Aura wasn't able to play what they wanted to do. They weren't able to showcase and execute their game plan. They got beaten, they got bruised, they got battered. And once again, their wings clipped.
And they are on the right track on getting that revenge, right? Leg 1, it was Aura clinching the dub, but with that game, what will Aura do in their drawing board? It seems like it's very tough. Onic, it seems like they have activated in this game, and props to Lutpi. This is the first time which I feel like they have the right synchronization within the team.
I'm just really, I didn't get time to talk at all that game, you know, and I honestly just blame Onic for it, and I blame this man and Sans for it too. They're always just everywhere in the map. That was a 21-2 kill stat game, bro, and so we had a total of 23 kills in 13 minutes. That's 1 kill per minute. That's so much action. That game didn't need an analyst. I have my time now. This time is the analyst time, okay? So I'll take 3-0 in 14. We've always, I mean, earlier on as well, during the player highlight, we were talking about how Gugun's been the main rookie that's been getting the highlights because he has been on a role that has been enabled by Yawi. Meanwhile, this guy, Lutpi, he's been the guy enabling. He's been the guy taking the fill roles. He's been taking the roles that no one wants on Onic and then providing the resources towards the rest of the team. He was phenomenal in this game as well, getting constant 3-man, 5-man, 4-man, okay, never 5-man, but 4-man, you know, final slashes, and it worked together with the diversion of Sans, and I'm glad to see Lutpi finally getting some time to shine. He's no longer on an enabler pick, he's no longer in the Zerizla. Aura actually forced him out of the enabler pick, and Onic were like, all right, if you want to see that side of Lutpi, there's a reason we haven't shown it yet. We're keeping it secret. Now that you forced us, have a load of our vengeance, brother man. This is Lutpi from the MDL. This is how he actually plays in MDL usually. When he's given so much free space, resources, he makes crazy plays on the map, and even with this utility build, he was cracked.
He was. And this was his game. Like, the spotlight was all on him. The final slashes were so on point. But I also want to talk about the initiation tools from the other players of Onic. I mean, the heavy spin from Keyboy was on point. The diversion as well from Sans was so good. Everything was just in synchronization for Onic. And Lutpi was like the cherry on top. He was the real, kind of like the real deal, the initiator that was starting every fight and turning it around as well. The final slashes was just so good to see.
Yeah.
What a sight to behold, and for Lutpi, this is going to be very monumental for him. I mean, he was most of the times the punching bag for most of the teams playing against Onic, and now he has said, you know, I'm taking charge. I am going to beat you guys down. Wow, he had enough, yeah.
And you can see again the creativity from the draft, right?
Yeah.
You picked up the Kai.
Flex.
You might think 80% is going to go to the jungle. You pick up the Gnarly, you think it's going to go to the hands of Keyboy. Yeah, but no. Last pick, Hayabusa, Kyrie, and then the switcheroos, and Onic still performs with such creativity.
Wow, and we are going to have an interview upstage with Moko. So Moko, take it away.
Ataukah Onic akan langsung mengamankan match kali ini? Kita akan lihat nanti di game yang kedua. Tapi sebelum kita masuk ke game yang kedua, Monica mau memberikan informasi yang menarik sekali untuk teman-teman semuanya. Karena ada Moonton Cares bersama dengan Hope Cup yang menggandeng Garudaku untuk mensejahterakan skena e-sport siswa di sekolah-sekolah pedesaan. Ada di Jawa Timur, kemudian ada Jawa Barat melalui mobilelegendsbangbang. Serta juga tentunya memajukan, mengembangkan industri e-sports di Indonesia. Nah, seperti yang kita ketahui ya, kalau peminat e-sports di Indonesia itu saat ini udah sangat berkembang banget. Dan hal ini bisa dibuktikan dengan banyaknya siswa-siswi di sekolah yang udah mulai nih memperlihatkan minat mereka untuk berkarir di bidang atau industri e-sports Indonesia. Dan Mobile Legends Bang Bang sudah berhasil menarik perhatian banyak sekali pemain di dunia, khususnya juga di Indonesia. Karena itu Moonton Cares memberikan kesempatan kepada siswa-siswi Indonesia dengan menghadirkan program ekstrakurikuler e-sports. Wah, ini keren banget nih. Dan juga tentunya ada konektivitas internet selama 1 tahun ke 14 sekolah pedesaan dan juga ada 420 siswa di Jawa Timur dan juga Jawa Barat. Hal ini untuk memperkuat atau memperkenalkan siswa-siswi ini dengan nilai-nilai keterampilan yang bisa dipelajari melalui esports Mobile Legends Bangbang dan juga memberikan kesempatan bagi para siswa dan siswi ini untuk menyiapkan masa depan mereka kalau ingin berkarir nih di bidang esports di Indonesia, khususnya juga untuk Mobile Legends Bangbang. Dan perkembangan ini tidak lepas dari ini banyak sekali dukungan-dukungan dari berbagai pihak. Salah satunya juga dari pihak pemerintah. Dan kali ini sudah hadir di MPL Arena Bapak Ferry Kono, perwakilan Kementerian Pemuda dan Olahraga Republik Indonesia. So, tanpa berlama-lama lagi, kayaknya kita boleh nih dengerin pesan-pesan dari perwakilan Kemenpora sekaligus juga perwakilan dari pemerintah. So, kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk Bapak Ferry Kono.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Salam olahraga. Pertama-tama saya ucapkan terima kasih atas undangan langsung dari Mas Robertus Aditya. Saya kebetulan kemarin masih berada di Doha untuk mendampingi tim nasional kita yang bertanding. Dan diminta langsung hadir sehingga kami kembali tadi malam. Dan kita baru saja disuguhkan banyak sekali pertandingan olahraga di tanah air sebagai bagian dari prestasi olahraga. Alhamdulillah tim sepak bola kita 4 besar Asia. Dan tadi sebelum kesini tim Uber kita lolos final dan mudah-mudahan juga final. Mudah-mudahan nanti bisa nobar final Thomas Cup di sini nih kalau boleh nih. Keren tempatnya. Dan sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih dan apresiasi sebesar-besarnya kepada Muntun Indonesia, Muntun Games yang berkolaborasi dengan Garudaku Academy karena punya terobosan, salah satunya program Muntun Cares-nya yang bisa memberikan donasi khususnya untuk pengembangan talenta muda di Indonesia di bidang e-sport. Kita tahu e-sports itu rentan dengan teknologi dan masih banyak daerah-daerah di Indonesia yang belum tercover internet dengan baik. Dan ini juga mungkin menjadi masukan bagi pemerintah agar Menkominfo juga turut memikirkan daerah-daerah rural yang kemungkinan punya talenta atlet-atlet e-sport berbakat, paling tidak sudah tercover internetnya. Kita harapkan kegiatan-kegiatan ini sebagai salah satu contoh kepedulian olahraga e-sport khususnya PBSI karena Garuda berada di naungan PBSI. Di sini ada Mbak Deborah dari PBSI. Tolong disampaikan kepada para petinggi PBSI agar kegiatan-kegiatan khususnya pembinaan untuk talenta-talenta muda kita diberikan dorongan endorsement sebanyak-banyaknya. Muntun Cares sudah membantu dengan Garuda Academy sudah membantu 7 sekolah di Cimahi dan 7 sekolah di Malang Raya dan mudah-mudahan di tahun-tahun ke depan program-program seperti ini akan terus bertambah dan banyak stakeholders dari e-sport juga turut berkontribusi. Sekali lagi atas nama pemerintah kami mengapresiasi sebesar-besarnya langkah-langkah dari Muntun Indonesia dengan Garuda Academy dan juga PBSI dan semoga ini kali pertama kali saya nonton live. Jadi saya banyak tanya ke Mas Robert, ini tim apa gitu ya. Dan ternyata keren sekali sport ini. Coba suara sporternya Onic seperti apa tadi? Oh keren. Kalau tim Aura seperti apa? Nggak kalah dengan supporter sepak bola yang kemarin main di Doha. Sama kerennya. Demikian, sukses terus e-sport Indonesia. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Ferry Kono. Wah ini luar biasa sekali dukungan dari pemerintah melalui Kemenpora. Sekali lagi dong teman-teman, tepuk tangannya dong untuk Kemenpora. Wah keren banget Pak Ferry, baru tiba tadi malam ke Indonesia langsung nih dukung esports Indonesia, MPL Indonesia. Dan tentunya hari ini juga bukan hanya perwakilan dari Kemenpora tapi tentunya MPL Indonesia bisa berhasil, bisa terselenggara dengan baik tentunya dengan dukungan dari PBSI. Ada yang sudah cantik sekali hari ini yang akan memberikan kata-kata, pesan-pesan untuk kita semua. Kita sambut sama-sama Ibu Deborah Immanuela, Ketua Bidang Hubungan Masyarakat dan Komunikasi PB Esports Indonesia atau PBSI.
Oke, halo semuanya, semangat banget ya. Emang kalau misalnya nonton MPL itu suasananya luar biasa semangat. Jadi tadi Pak Ferry ya beserta Ibu juga sampai shock ya. Ternyata e-sports bisa sekeren ini gitu, karena memang keren gitu dan setuju banget harus terus didukung. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, selamat sore dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Sebelumnya izinkan saya untuk menyampaikan salam e-sports. Nah tadi kalau misalnya salam olahraga itu jayanya 1 kali, kalau salam e-sports jayanya 3 kali, rada maruk ya. Cuma boleh kalau aku bilang salam e-sports semuanya jaya jaya jaya, oke? Oke, thank you. Salam esports, jaya, jaya, jaya. Oke, thank you semuanya. Yang terhormat Bapak Ferry Kono dari Kemenpora, Bapak Robertus Aditya, Head of Garudaku Academy, Bapak Daniel, CEO Aura, selaku Hope Cup Organizer, serta seluruh jajaran Muntun, para hadirin dan rekan-rekan media yang tentunya berbahagia. Pertama-tama izinkan saya untuk menyampaikan salam dari Ketua Umum PBSI Bapak Budi Gunawan serta Wakil Ketua Umum PBSI Bapak Bambang Sunarwibowo yang hari ini berhalangan hadir. Atas nama pengurus besar eSports Indonesia, izinkan pula saya untuk menyampaikan selamat atas kolaborasi di antara Garudaku dan juga Muntun. Tentunya saya sangat senang bisa menjadi bagian dari kolaborasi luar biasa ini yang bertujuan untuk mendukung pendidikan melalui platform yang inovatif yaitu Hope Cup yang ditujukan untuk 14 sekolah. Jadi memang saya selalu sharing juga ke teman-teman semua bahwa e-sports ini harusnya tidak lepas dari eratnya atau peran pendidikan. Kenapa? Karena kita sekarang berbicara e-sports sudah bukan berbicara cuma main game atau buang-buang waktu. Tapi kita berbicara e-sports, kita mau bahwa semua talenta-talenta generasi muda ini punya karir yang cemerlang dengan didukung oleh pendidikan. Dan kalau misalnya kita belajar dari atlet-atlet luar ya, itu atlet-atlet e-sports di luar rata-rata itu pendidikannya tinggi-tinggi gitu, S1. Dan juga mereka punya pendidikan didukung yang baik ya, pendidikan yang baik gitu. Nah, kedepannya diharapkan bahwa di Indonesia juga dapat pendidikan dan e-sports ini dapat berjalan side by side ya. Dan hari ini kita sudah menyaksikan komitmen yang luar biasa dari Muntun sebagai publisher game yang telah secara konsisten mendukung ekosistem e-sports melalui program Muntun Cares. Boleh tepuk tangannya untuk Muntun. Luar biasa ya, jadi nggak cuman entertainment aja, nggak cuma industri hiburan aja, tapi industri pendidikan juga disentuh oleh Muntun. Dengan peran aktif dalam mendorong kemajuan dan juga bakat-bakat baru di Indonesia. Dan ini merupakan langkah yang sangat nyata ya teman-teman semua dalam mendukung perkembangan ekosistem e-sports di tanah air kita. Dan kolaborasi seperti ini tentunya menjadi sebuah tonggak yang sangat penting dalam menjembatani antara hiburan dan pendidikan yang positif. Dengan inisiatif ini kita dapat menginspirasi dan juga membuka peluang bagi generasi muda untuk berkembang melalui pengalaman yang sangat membangun tentunya. Semoga acara ini menjadi langkah awal yang berarti dapat menuju masa depan yang lebih cerah bagi pendidikan di Indonesia. Saya juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua pihak yang telah terlibat dalam acara ini. Dan mari kita bersama-sama mendorong terciptanya perubahan yang positif melalui pendidikan dan juga ekosistem e-sports di Indonesia. Sekian dari saya, terima kasih dan salam e-sports. Jaya, jaya, jaya.
Wow, luar biasa, terima kasih Bu Deborah Immanuela, kita aminkan ya seluruh harapan-harapan baik dari PBSI melalui Ibu Deborah Emanuela pada hari ini. Dan teman-teman semuanya tentunya Moonton Cares ini berkolaborasi ya dengan Garudaku, kemudian juga Hope Cup Organizer. Jadi sama-sama kita lihat, kita akan ngobrol dikit-dikit nih dengan orang-orang di balik Moonton Cares ini dan kolaborasi ini. Sama-sama kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk Bapak Robertus Aditya, Head of Academy Esports Garudaku. Kemudian ada Bapak Daniel Santoso, Director Ora Esports dan juga Hope Cup Organizer. Kemudian ada Bapak Aswin Nugraha, Esports Marketing Communications Manager Moonton Indonesia. Selamat sore Bapak-Bapak.
Sore.
Wah, ini luar biasa sekali. Ini kalau kita lihat ini Moonton Cares luar biasa diapresiasi oleh Kemenpora, PBSI. Mungkin ini Monica mau nanyain dulu tentang Hope Cup dulunya nih. Ini boleh ke Ko Daniel dulu deh. Ko Daniel, ini Hope Cup ini apa sih sebenarnya?
Hope Cup itu sebenarnya kayak kita lihat di skenanya e-sports di Indonesia udah berkembangnya udah luar biasa. Semua udah lihat Indonesia sebagai salah satu e-sports terbesar untuk kayak Mobile Legends. Jadi kita bersama Moonton Cares mau coba bikin sebuah kompetisi di mana kita juga bisa mengadakan itu di off season. Jadi fans-fansnya juga masih bisa nonton dan ini juga berkontribusi kepada kayak anak-anak muda untuk kita mencari bibit-bibit talenta yang masih bisa berkompetisi juga. Situ yang kita memperkembang e-sports menjadi lebih besar lagi.
Wah, luar biasa sekali. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin kolaborasinya nih Ko Daniel, ini kan kolaborasi dengan Moonton Cares, kemudian dengan Garudaku. Ini dampak positifnya kira-kira apa sih?
Wah, ini sebagai satu step yang kita mengambil sama Moonton Cares. Mereka mau give back ke komunitas supaya kita bisa berkembang, mencari bibit-bibit tapi juga memperkembang komunitas-komunitas yang masih perlu ada support bahkan di internet atau di komunitas-komunitas turnamen. Dan bersama Moonton Cares, PBSI, Garudaku kita bisa lebih cepat memperkembang e-sports di tanah air.
Ih, keren banget ya, keren banget. Tapi kalau dari sudut pandangnya Ko Daniel ini sebagai salah satu juga owner dari tim ya, ngelihat ini tuh dampak ke ekosistem e-sportsnya seperti apa nih?
Wah, ini kita udah lihat dampaknya mlbb ke e-sports Indonesia. Jadi kalau kita lihat dampaknya kayak PBSI, Garudaku, pasti bakal ada dampak positif. Dan kita akan terus berkembang, gimana sih kita bisa konsisten dengan kasih offering apa services dan berkembang talenta yang di Indonesia supaya kita bisa tetap berkompetisi.
Wih, ini keren, luar biasa. Sekali lagi dong tepuk tangannya dong super fans. Ini luar biasa sekali karena dari data yang ada ya, ini ternyata selama week keempat sampai dengan 6 MPL Indonesia Season 13 ternyata sudah menghasilkan gold sebanyak 190.492.680 rupiah. 190 juta loh ini teman-teman, hanya dari week 4, 5, 6. Ini apakah udah hasil akhirnya Om Aswin?
Sebenarnya karena kita melihat antusias dan juga potensial talenta e-sports yang ada di 420 siswa ini dan di sekolah-sekolah yang kita memang sudah seleksi. Angka ini belum final dan kita pengen nambahin lagi, jadi totalnya itu bukan 190 juta, tapi kita pengen tambahin lagi menjadi 330 juta rupiah.
Wow, tepuk tangannya dong, 330 juta rupiah ditambahin sama Moonton Cares ya.
Betul.
Dari 190 juta jadi 330 juta. Wah, luar biasa. Dan ini akan disalurkan melalui Garudaku. Ko Robert, ini gimana nih ngelihat Moonton Cares bersama dengan Hope Cup?
Ini luar biasa sekali. Pertama-tama terima kasih Bro Daniel sama Bro Aswin ini udah support sekali terhadap skena e-sport di Indonesia. Khususnya terkait pembinaan talenta muda di daerah-daerah yang rural. Dengan adanya program ini sekiranya bisa menjadi fondasi dan sarana untuk pencarian bakat-bakat yang mungkin nanti bisa diambil sama Aura juga. Seperti itu.
Keren sekali, dan hari ini teman-teman super fans yang ada di sini yang juga nonton secara online, kita akan menjadi saksi, akan diserahkan 330 juta rupiah ini oleh pihak Moonton Cares bersama dengan Hope Cup kepada Garudaku. Dan langsung saja kita akan melihat ini penyerahan giant check dari Moonton Cares bersama juga dengan Hope Cup kepada Garudaku. Ini tentunya untuk mengembangkan industri e-sports di Indonesia, dimulai dari sekolah-sekolah. Kita melihat kita bisa mendapatkan bibit-bibit unggul dari siswa-siswi yang masih di bangku sekolah. Jadi udah dididik dari muda nih. Dan selanjutnya kami mengundang juga untuk bisa bergabung di stage Bapak Ferry Kono dan juga Ibu Deborah Emanuela. Untuk kita abadikan momen kali ini, momen yang sangat bermakna Moonton Cares untuk mengembangkan industri e-sports Indonesia. Tentunya ini kolaborasi yang luar biasa ya. Moonton Cares bersama dengan Hope Cup, dengan Garudaku, didukung juga tentunya oleh pemerintah. Ada Kemenpora dan juga PBSI. Jadi ini campur tangan dari seluruh pihak hingga bisa membuat kesuksesan perkembangan industri e-sports di Indonesia dan juga tentunya keberhasilan dari MPL Indonesia Season 13. Terima kasih Bapak-bapak dan Ibu-ibu, luar biasa. Terima kasih, silakan Bapak-bapak dan Ibu-ibu. Luar biasa. Silakan. Terima kasih, keren sekali. Tepuk tangannya dong sekali lagi. Kayaknya Monica tuh nggak capek-capek buat minta tepuk tangan teman-teman. Karena segitu kerennya nih. Moonton Cares bersama juga dengan dukungan dari pemerintah. Dan kali ini silakan untuk bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu untuk menuju ke ruang media. Bersama dengan teman-teman media yang masih berada di arena. Bisa langsung menuju ke media room untuk ada preskon nih tentang Moonton Cares, kolaborasi dengan Hope Cup dan juga tentunya Garudaku bersama dengan Kemenpora dan juga PBSI. Dan kali ini gak berlama-lama lagi karena ini Aura Fam sama Sonic udah menggebu-gebu nih. Drumnya mana suaranya nih? Wah, udah panas banget karena udah gak sabar untuk melihat bagaimana pertandingan di game yang kedua kali ini. So langsung saja kita lihat ini game kedua antara Aura dan juga Onic. Silakan casters.
Esports Indonesia, Jaya, Jaya, Jaya. Wow, insane support. 330 million rupiah donated by Moonton Cares to
Hope Cup.
And Hope Cup to the Academy of Esports by Garudaku. That is such a generous motive, and also, of course, the assistance to try to aid the development of esports in Indonesia.
I mean, FYI, guys, week 4 till week 6.
Exactly.
130 mil, but Moonton being, you know what? Let's give 330.
Let's bump it up.
Let's bump it up.
Bump those
and there you
numbers
go.
up.
Thank you so much, Moonton Cares. And with that, let's check out this cool device, awesome device.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Win the game with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 series. This series boosts epic gaming performance. What is more, it features Galaxy AI that can now translate 15 foreign languages into Indonesia. 15 languages. You can go chatting, calling, or gaming with your friends from other countries.
You want to hear it? This is Indo to Korean. Hey, I love mlbb. Oh my god, wait. the crowd is messing with me. The crowd is too loud.
They're so wild. The crowd is so wild. We can't really.
I love watching MPL.
Wow. See?
The crowd's still messing with it. It's not. But okay, in a normal setting, when it's not this loud, you should get an accurate one, okay?
Yeah.
Let's do it one more. I love watching MPL. Okay, we got it.
It is, of course, quite hard to engage, especially with the crowd that is so loud back there. But, of course, it will help you when you're kind of like lost in translation. Maybe you're going vacation to Korea or maybe to Japan or Italy. you know, you can always use the interpreter to try to talk to locals there, trying to bargain for a price, and you could get this phone with a cashback up to 3 million rupiah with installments from 583,000 per month.
Whoa, I mean, so much value there. 40% discount on Samsung Care Plus as well. All you need to do is check samsung.com/ID and you guys can get the epic Samsung Galaxy S24 series just like that.
Very epic, very awesome, just like what we are about to witness in Game 2. Onic, what a fast and convincing win. Will they be able to take that momentum though?
It was
for Game 2?
So powerful, but there's kind of like an advice from the fans. They were like, please respect ban the power heroes of your enemies. So they're trying to talk to, probably Saint Lucas, trying to talk to the coach of Aura, and they're like, you know, we should ban the respect hero of Onic.
They banned Fanny, Ling, and Fredrin, right? I mean, I don't think they have 5 bans at the start. I think they would love to have 5 bans at the start against Onic, but unfortunately, I think they already did. Respect the heroes. I mean, what else do you want? You want a Hayabusa man first phase, letting go of the Fredrin? Which one do you let go, right, at that point?
The only counter to Onic this season is the opponent needs to have 80 bans.
80 bans, that's a lot of bans. Wow.
This season, actually, that's quite inaccurate, you know? If you put Kyrie on Roger, that's been the way to go. That's how you win games so far. So 0% win rate on the Roger, I believe. So that was up against Evos, I think, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can Aura force that out of Onic. It doesn't seem like Onic want to go back to the Roger, with Kyrie finally finding comfort again on the Assassins, and the Assassins finally back with them banning the Barats and all these utility junglers. So we'll see if Yaoi can possibly get a good hero as well. Maybe they'll pick up the Cho early, try to anticipate something like a Brody, but that's the thing with Onic. You try to anticipate a Brody, they pick up something like Claw. They pick up something with Purify. Oh, man. So much stuff to think of, and for Onic as well, they technically already had 2 counters to the last pick of Aura. Aura picked up the Faramis as a last pick, the Hayabusa last pick from Onic, and already the Akai was a good counter. The Hayabusa, shout out to Lapel, by the way, for telling me this during MSC 2023, while we were roommates. He actually told me, yo, Hayabusa is actually a counter to Faramis, and usually you would say, how, right? Because it's an assassin up against a hero that gives you additional HP. Well, you can bait that out very, very easily. Use that shadow, the quad shadow, go in front, bait out the Netherrealm by just your pure damage alone, and that's already worth it for your team if you trade Netherrealm for even a big ult like that.
Unexpected counter there, but back to the drafting phase we go. Presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series, and a Harith first pick again. Onic letting this Harith slip, but sure, Aura did get their hands on the Harith first phase as first pick last game, but it did not really deliver, and CW was able to really withstand the pressure from the Harith with the Brody. Could we see another Brody pick for CW?
Maybe a third, right? I mean, they did pick up the Brody third pick, so let's see here. The Luoyi will be locked in again for Onic. Let's see though, will they have some adjustments? Last time around, Onic picked up the Akai here. Will they go for it again? And it seems like they will not. Instead, they will go for the Fredrin, a hero that was banned out the first game.
Back to tanks. Kyrie will go because the Fredrin will be in the hands of Kyrie. I'm pretty sure that will happen. But an Angela pickup by Aura. I feel like this Angela can still be flexed. Either it goes roam or it goes mid to the hands of Yaskiel.
Yeah. At this point, they really don't care about the counters anymore. They try to counter Onic by denying some of their picks, like the Terizla as well. Now they're going for full comfort. Even Yuzong for Aran in the XP to make those big plays happen with the Angela to enable the Harith.
Wow, the Yuzong. I'd say quite a quick pickup for Yuzong. Usually you'd see it picked in the second phase, but now in the first phase, Aran will get his hands on the Yuzong. Now it's up to Onic. What do they want to play? I mean, Terizla is still up for Lupi if he wants to, but they will go for the Claude. Now talk to us about Claude and Harith. I mean, the Brody was able to withstand the Harith for that long for CW, but how does the Claude fare against this Harith?
The Claude doesn't do well in lane against the Harith. You're basically playing a role where you just don't want to lose the lane. You want to just farm, get to your item power spike, look for possible split pushes, and farm in other parts of the map. You know, the clear in the gold lane and then straight to mid, stuff like that. But you want to avoid fights as much as you can.
I mean, in addition, right? The Claude here, why? Why is it such a, it's a better pick than a Brody? It's more towards the Yuzong here. When you pick the Brody, the Yuzong, of course it counters the Brody, but with the Claude, it has mobility, it has battle mirror image, and perhaps it can pull off the Purify, whereas Brody, you don't necessarily bring the Purify.
See, on paper, I have to agree. That was my thought as well. And then I started watching these, the XP lane savants stream, White Chicken mainly and R7, and both of them have a very, well, the same point or the same opinion about the Brody against the Yuzong. It's actually Yuzong struggles up against Brody according to them because you get poked so much while you're in the air. By the time you get down, you're already executable.
Even economy or ahead economy?
If you're equal, it's still tough for the Yuzong to get close to the Brody.
Crazy.
So exactly, with that now behind our backs, I don't know if that's still true or not. We'll have to see in game, but yeah, the Claude is definitely still a safer pick. I'll have to agree with that, with the Purify or the Sprint or even the Flicker. We've seen so many variants of this Claude, even with the different emblems, QC or Brave Smite if you really need additional sustain.
Good points from both Gani and Mirko, but as well, it also has that synergy with the Luoyu. We have seen the diversion, wave clear you can use with the BMI from the Claude. That could always give you that global map pressure to clear up the lanes and the waves, get the split push going. But the final two bans was Hayabusa and Arlet with a Baxia and a Kai. Now it's for Onic to pick up what seems like left off is a Roamer and an XP laner for Ludpi. He will pick up the Ruby. This Ruby could still go both flexed for Onic.
Technically both Ruby and Fredrin could still be flex right now. You never know, maybe he'll pick up another assassin, a Lancelot. That's kind of tough to pull off here against the Yuzong Harith Angela. But hey, never say never when it's Onic, Yeb, Adi, and Kai.
For Aura, I feel like they have rounded themselves up with quite a solid draft. You have the cover for the Harith, you have the Art Guard, you have a lockdown, the dive as well from the Yuzong, BDF and Furious Dive. Now for Aura, they want to conclude their draft with something strong.
Roger?
Maybe a strong jungler, or Roger could also work in the jungle, but it's going to be Yaoi's Cho, the Yaoi special. And last but not least, they will pick up for themselves a Martis. This will disable all the CC that is going to be impounded towards Gugun.
Very different, right? Season 12, very popular and also an okay win rate here on this Martis, but the season very low. And there you go. Nolan Jungle, Fredrin EXP.
Oh man, I'm a solid hater of the Fredrin XP, but it seems for Onic they somehow are able to make it work. A lot of these situations, they're able to just find the real way to make these compositions work. But with the Nolan this time, it's already quite different, right? You're pretty vulnerable to the Cho as well. Even technically the dive from the Yuzong and the Harith, when you go for these all-ins, there's so much sustain on Aura. It's going to be kind of tough for Nolan to choose who to target in these team fights. Technically, who are you really going to be assassinating here, right? Maybe the Angela, but the Angela will definitely be a bit further back. And if we take a look at the Aura counter index and lineup rating, it does favor them. So we'll see in the Land of Dawn if the execution can play a bigger part than the lineup rating.
Can the Sky Kings strike twice and conclude this series, or will the red fiery dragons fight back and fly high? Back to the Land of Dawn we go for game number 2 of Aura Esports against Onic.
Land of Dawn, here we go.
Welcome
with
to Mobile
the Dragons'
Legends.
wings clipped. Will they be able to withstand the pressure from the Sky Kings? Let's see what will Gugun do on this Martis. Again, very, very rare this season to see a Martis in the jungle. Will he be able to pull it off?
I speculate this would be a quite tough early game for Kyrie to play with the Nolan, especially you have the tanks up in the Yuzong and the Martis as well, just kind of like out-damages you in the early game.
Yeah. In the clear department as well, though, the Nolan should still have an advantage. That's one of the strengths of this Nolan. Really, really fast clear. And let's take a look at the emblems here. So far, Still very, very classic, but Kabuki, ooh, interesting choice here. Inspire and the Festival of Blood. Trying to out-sustain Onic, something that we were talking about. That Nolan is going to have a tough time, especially with the sustained aura already have without the Festival of Blood on Kabuki. Now with the Festival of Blood, he's going to have a better time. And Gugun on the Smartest. You're right, Gani. We haven't seen this pick a lot, and I think for Gugun especially, this is the first time in Season 13 that we see him on it. And it's on an Impure Rage, which is another interesting choice to go for. So I believe it does look like Gugun wants to go for a full utility build, a full tank build maybe. Maybe the most he can do with some damage would be a Fury Hammer, and then he will just play purely to be the sandbag and maybe to execute when Onic get low.
For Onic though, Lutpi up top, under pressure for 3 members. Yawi could get caught, but he's fine. Fine and dandy, because the kill pressure early on from Onic with the Ruby and Nolan is quite strong, especially that Nolan able to get level 4. They're eyeing towards this top lane. Sans is there to back them up. Turtle spawn, this could be the next menu for both teams. They march their way towards the turtle pit.
Here's a future problem thought, right, for Aura. Do you think that this composition has enough wave clear here? I don't see, apart from Harris, but let's see here in mid-push, Yawi will be forced to use the flicker early. Now, Gugun will find the first neutral objective. Good Petrify will force Lupin to use the flicker, but Keyboy will be caught in the first blood. This time, Aura will find the first blood.
First blood for Gugun, and they get the turtle as well. So that's a net win for Aura to try to take charge and control of this early game.
Does seem like Aura are trying to fight fire with fire. A big problem in their comp would be, yes, that wave clear, but you won't need wave clear if you're winning in the early game and snowballing, if you're the ones being proactive on the map. That was what they were lacking in game number 1, and at this point, they're just trying to beat Onic at that game of the early game snowball. Onic, on the other hand, has taken a step back from the Brody, from that snowballing composition to now a bit of a safer comp with that late game insurance on the Claude. So for Onic, it's a bit more of, let's wait for that mid game, for that power spike to hit on our Claude, and then we will take the fights. In the early game, we won't commit as much, and that's why we saw an instant disengage from Onic. Only 1 member picked off, and the rest acted on it. Just gave Keyboy up for the sacrifice.
This composition does kind of like, looks to excel and snowball in the early to mid game later on. So yeah, the wave clear might not be as relevant because you have every potential lead. Oh, Keyboy is able to dodge Yawi. A little taunt there, but all is good. They're trying to contest this purple buff from the hands of Aura. And now how does Fredrin approach this? But a kick from Keyboy towards Keyboy.
It was deflected earlier, but Keyboy, with his dexterity, was able to find the flicker and out of that sticky situation.
It's a lot of confidence from Keyboy in the series, especially in the first game. Now to the second game, he's been able to just maneuver so freely around the map.
Very different approach here. CW actually with the first item, Corrosion Scythe. Knows that he won't be in the lane too much. He actually wants to participate in these team fights, knowing that the Corrosion Scythe build basically is for the additional utility in the early game. Let's see how CW takes this, because there's no lane swap for now. They want to go for it.
We have Dragon already committed. Oh, Gugun will secure the second neutral objective. Oh, good Petrify on towards Kyrie. The damage will come through. 1 HP run with the lifesteal secures it. And now our Aura, they are looking for more potentially here in the bottom side of the map. Shaman 4's invested, but it seems like Onic, they will not commit more here. They will just back away. Aura, still looking for potential angle with Gugun. Also in the vicinity, 3v2, 4v2, potentially with the diversion play. The Onic looking for backup with Sans now, joining the fray. But it seems like Aura, they just want the turret.
Wow. Yawi's able to look for the proactive plays and the pressure as well, just him shadowing his carries, trying to just let them shove in the wave and get the tower, or the turret rather. It's able to just bait out the players of Onic and their diversion, from Sans especially.
Yeah, another win for Aura because they got the turtle and a kill. They traded a turret as well, good conversion, but Onic still were able to find ways to nullify the early snowball from being a big one, right? It's still just a 1,000 gold lead. This can build up again for Aura if they continuously just look for these fights, and if Yawi is able to find those big picks again. But if Onic stay at this kind of stalemate with it only being a 1k gold lead, it's going to be super, super valuable for Onic. Again, their power spikes are going to hit a bit later. And Aura, that threat that Gani mentioned in the later stage where their wave clear isn't too good, will come back to bite them if they don't get this big lead fast.
I feel like Onic is so good in trying to just keep up and stabilize this lead. Aran in the bush. He's spotted out. They could engage on him.
Whoa! Smells Aran. He smells a dragon. Now he is flying with the Black Dragon from Blazing Duet invested. With the help of Yaoi. Wave Dragon as well. Now CW will be the first one to fall alongside Terry. Good recovery as Keyboy will fall as well. Good comeback here by Aura. They are not messing around in the second game.
Aran is the embodiment of the dragon. 2 dragons, 3 dragons even, letting Aran win that fight and prolong it for backup to come.
Goosebumps 1v4. Aran won it with the help of the Angela. Wow, man, don't give this guy the Terizla. Give him damage dealers, man. Give him playmaking heroes. Because my goodness, what was that?
Wow, he was able to just kind of survive that little gank, that little skirmish, that little pickoff that Onic was looking towards him. The diversion play was there. He was trapped in no man's land. And the hard guard though, we gotta give props to Yeskiel as well for saving Aran in that scenario. But the backup from Aura was also too good. CW can be stuck here.
Oh no, we have Dragon committed now with the cover of Keyboy. Lutpi and Sans with the teleportation. But it seems like another structure in the top side will fall. Onic has no anti-region. That's why Yudzong and Angela just wreaks havoc against composition, against Onic's composition as of now.
Yeah, I mean, only the Fredrin has it down in his ice now, and Lutpi hasn't been really active around the map. He's been now getting more game time around the map with the help of diversion, but he was actually the one trading on the other side previously, and now it does get very, very tough for Onic. Aura have been able to build up a 2.2k gold lead, and with the consistency of how Yaoi finds these picks, Onic are going to have to work some overtime shifts here to try to work out where Yaoi is, how to go in, because even CW with the Purify, Aura's got those timers down to a T. They timed it really, really well, catching CW up top earlier as well. And if it continues, again, just baiting out these Purifiers will be very, very valuable for Aura, because we were talking about how Claude was the safer pick compared to Brody. If that Purify is burnt out, he's actually a riskier pick than the Brody, because he doesn't have the early game that Brody does to withstand a lot of these initiations from Aura.
This Claude, of course, kind of like high risk, high reward. I mean, it is lower risk compared to the Brody, but then again, like what Mirko explained, the Claude does not really excel when it does not really, reach that power spike it is longing for. Now, Lord is kick-started by Aura. This could lure Onic inside. Keyboy with a conceal. They might go for this.
Now, Force committed. Lutpi. Now you see him, now you don't. No, Keyboy now will be the next target. Flickers is not going to save him much. Arando will secure the kill. Secures the Mega. 7-0 for Aura this game. Such a crazy series.
Deja vu. It's like the first game, but this time the tables have turned. It's Aura in the driver's seat and Aran taking charge. 7 kills, and he has 4 kills to his name.
4-0-3, and Keyboy can't really soak in any damage. He already has a Dreadnought armor, but that's definitely not enough. Not now, at least. CW is still quite far away. Actually, it's quite closer to Golden Staff, but again, it might be too late, because if you take a look at the Harith, Divine Glaive built up. So he chose to go for the Divine Glaive instead of the usual Holy Crystal as the third item. And now, if he gets that Holy Crystal, the Fredrin won't even be able to tank it up. He still has Dominance Ice. Okay, so the Ruby, Keyboy is actually gone for the Athena, so he wants to try to soak in some of that damage from Kabuki, but still, I don't think Kabuki will be targeting him. He'll be looking for the other members or even just the turrets as of right now. 4.4k gold lead, utilizing the gold lead really well. Aura on it with a good defense, but the more map pressure that Aura have, the less and less that threat of that wave clear will have on Aura, and Aura can just completely control the map with that Cho.
It has been very hard for Ludpi to just maneuver in the team fights. I mean, with the Fredrin XP, he's very limited to his options. He's trying to soak up the damage, but the damage from Aura has just been immense. Yawi looking for another pick.
Ooh, cancel. Yeah, this might be a mistake by Yawi. Onic responds very well. Now Gogun will run for the hills as Onic, they will reclaim the purple. And Onic finally gets the first kill on the board.
Oh,
run! Diversion play! Instantly adding one to the board again.
Aran evaporates. There is damage from Onic when they're ganged up S4, and Aran does not have the regen with the hard guard. So that is their window frame to just take down this big dragon.
And that's the best possible target that Onic could actually hope for. A shutdown. The only guy with a bounty. They get that shutdown. Was that on Suns? No, it was actually on Keyboy. So, you know, the shutdown was great. The target was great. But the fact that Keyboy got the gold, it makes it not as worth it. Still very valuable, though, for Onic because they are able to withstand this early to mid onslaught from Aura. But yeah, Aura needs to be a little bit more clinical when it comes to those initiations, when it comes to those pickoffs, because one small mistake could lead up to a lot of mistakes, knowing that the Lo Yi can put on crazy flanks around the map.
Yawi constantly looking for the pickoffs, but sometimes it just bites him from the back because Onic is just more than prepared. I mean, there were a lot of disengages from them, and then they would turn the tides around and just re-engage back towards Yawi. So Yawi needs to be careful on which pickoffs he wanna look for, because sure, sometimes he can fly from behind, he can look for the important pickoffs, maybe towards CW, but then CW might step too far. He's fine. All good, because he has the BMI. Now, of course, towards the Lord they go. This could be another brawl for the Lord.
Yeah, it seems like Onic, they will have the arsenal to contest this enhanced Lord. Top side still in favor of Aura, though. And Onic, they will take their time as well to find the right angle to set up.
And CW has already hit his power spike now. He already has the 3 items, the Golden Staff, the DHS, and the Corrosion. And he's just finished that Melfic Roar. Meanwhile, for Kabuki, another big power spike for him too as he finished up the Holy Crystal. 4th item in his arsenal with the Divine Glaive already built up. Onic will have to be very, very careful as to how they initiate. Because if Yawi catches them, Kabuki will delete him.
See, it seems like topside CW will be sent, but Ludpi, the first one to fall now. Keyboy looking for a position. Gugun secures the Lord. Let's take a look at CW now with the BMI back. Will not be able to find anyone. It's a 1-4. No, it's a 2-4-0 for Aura.
Onic sent CW up top with the diversion and the BMI to come back because he was trying to split push. He was trying to get the side lanes going, but the fight was just engaged by Aura, so there was no damage from Onic to try to withstand that front line from Aura. So Onic again conceding the Lord, conceding the kills towards Ludpi.
Again, well played by Yawi, finding the clinical initiation, knowing that Harith has hit his power spike, not just the Divine Glaive, also the Holy Crystal to delete anyone. So he can choose whoever he wants. Meanwhile, hold up. That's a Nolan sent to the back by the diversion. Oh, again, this is a tough spot to be in for the Nolan too, though, because if he chooses Kabuki, I don't think he can assassinate him. Can he assassinate Aran? I don't think so.
A lot commit on towards Aran, that's for sure. And Onic, this is why I feel like Onic, they will feel okay-ish during defense. They have a very good high ground. They have Claude, they have Lo Yi that can definitely just clear wave fast.
But at least they're using this diversion to its maximum. I mean, they're looking for flying angles. They're sending CW up top to split push. So at least they're trying to alleviate extra pressure by Aura. But again, Yawi is just so confident moving forward.
Oh, Yawi might be a mistake. Face checking into a 4 Onic members now. Diversion towards the middle.
Oh my god!
Kabuki with the flicker! Oh! The collapse by Onic! Now Hardguard pops as well, but Kyrie will not survive the fight.
Kabuki!
Looking to reposition. No immortality for Keyboy Ludpi. Taken down as well as Aran, the dragon, collects the double.
Saving Private Kabuki. He gets jumped on, he gets engaged upon, but the hard guard was so clutch, and Kabuki now leads the charge towards the crystal.
We might see a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Aura, they did it in leg 1. They might do it again in leg 2. Sans and CW looking to clear. Waiting for Kyrie and Keyboy. 12 seconds. Will it be enough? Aura looking to jump on towards Sans. Flickers away. CW with a blazing duet. Will not be able to defend as Aura. The Red Dragons force a game 3.
The Red Dragons take flight. They're able to burst their fire again. And the Sky Kings humbled. They have to get ready for game number 3.
What a performance by Aura in game 2. It was a statement by Onic in game 1, and the Dragons have recovered. Onic took the 4v5, and it's so poetic how in this game, every time Aura fight with a man disadvantage, they're the ones who come out on top. It happened with Aran in the bottom lane with the Angela ult 1v4, and it happened again 4v5 in the mid lane with Kabuki getting the Angela. But still, that main concern from Onic all the way from the early game, all the way from the pick of that Nolan was, who was the real target for the Nolan to assassinate? You cannot assassinate Kabuki on the Heron. He gets so much shielding, especially when he pops a Zaman Force. The Angela will play all the way in the back, so even if he gets the Angela, the Nolan will be so far away from the team. The Yu Zhong, another prime example of someone that you cannot really assassinate because you can just pop up the Black Dragon form, run away. On top of that, with the hard guard, he can actually re-engage for the team. And even Yaoi, you pick him off, you use resources on him, and it's actually still valuable. That's why Yaoi was just going in randomly. He knew that if I can beta in some of these resources, if Onic go and pull the trigger on the rest of my team, as long as they're grouped up, they're good.
Oh, and Onic did not really have any innate kind of like, you know, anti-heal, anti-regen. It was so hard to take down Aran because the constant healing he has with the use on the lifesteal and also the hard guard, which was, by the way, so on point. You know, that final collapse towards Kabuki, that could have kind of turned the game around for Onic, but the save from Yeskill was so clutch with the hard guard. Wow.
It was a 5v4, right? They caught one, and here is your MVP. The Red Dragons.
Aran.
It was on a Yu Zhong.
He's a Black Dragon in this game, but at least he was kind of embodying that dragon spirit in him.
For sure. I mean, in the early game, he was really keeping it together for the team, getting a lot of the pressure done as well, and that 1v4 got them the lead that they needed. They were really desperate looking for these picks, looking for that big lead at the start of the game, and we were talking about how if they don't get that lead, that big one, that big leap of a lead, it's going to be tough, because Onic will be able to scale off, clear these waves, but then you have the Dragon Man on a dragon, Hunter Strike into the Anti-Curse, into the Oracle as well, getting additional healing from his passive, and also the Angela. It keeps on healing him up. And the Black Dragon form is just such a good tool to zone anyone when you have already a very strong jungler. So these turtle contests was basically, again, free for Gugun for the most part. Every time Kyrie wants to jump in, Aran's there to punish, Aran's there to displace him. And even with the passive tick, he got Kyrie, the assassin got assassinated. This was the play though. 1v4. He decides to just go in. He knows that there was a hard guard. He knows that he has the Black Dragon form to play with. And the call from Aura to just march in together. Him getting that healing. And unfortunately, you mentioned this, guys, no anti-regen items around him. Only Lutpi at that time had the Dominance Ice because he was all the way in the mid lane. He was actually trying to clear out that mid lane alone. So no Dominance Ice equals to Black Dragon plus Hard Guard. Unkillable. Yep. And throughout the game, Yaoi, amazing kicks. When he got those kicks and the call was made, it was almost instant. And whenever it was cancelled, whenever Yaoi was killed, it was always traded for something else. This was, I think, a bit too over-aggressive from Onic because you have to take into the brilliance of when Yaoi goes in for these initiations. It's always in the timers where it's not really going to be a massive disadvantage for the team. It was 80 seconds from the Lord to spawn. So even if Yaoi got picked off there, and let's say Onic didn't do anything, Yaoi would have just respawned and the Lord would have been back up again. They would have been able to fight around the neutral objective again. But the thing is, Onic didn't decide to just stand by. They went in. 4v5 looked to be good because it's 4v5, but then you forget you can't really one-shot anyone, especially not the Herith with the help of the hard guard.
It was so hard for Onic to just cut down. I mean, they did a few of a desperation play, I'd say. You know, sending Kyrie to the flank angles with a diversion as well as CW to just split push and get the macro game going, the waves pushing in. But it just did not really translate to anything surmountable because Aura, they were able to spot out all the flanks, and second, the way they just protect their carries, protecting a run, especially in that 4v1 that became a 4v2 bottom lane, and the way they saved, you know, Kabuki. That final mid skirmish was just so good. And also props to Yeskiel for the, you know, clutch hard guards.
I mean, I gotta say though, if that diversion play, that last diversion play did not happen, it might be a different story. It was just, it was an oversight, right? Onic thought it was a clear 5v4. They might win. They forgot about the hard guard impact that was just a little bit too massive at that point, right? It covers up a whole lot of HP bars, shieldings for the side of Kabuki, and they were the ones who got collapsed. And again, Onic, I wasn't convinced with the Nolan last pick. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, me too, dude. I didn't like the Nolan for last pick because, especially the Frederick in the XP, right? It just felt really forced in this game because there's no particular target that you want to get. Well, there is. It's Kabuki, but the Nolan won't be able to get through him. And you can see that even with that Nolan threat, even with the diversion threat, Kabuki's still doing his thing. It doesn't really matter. But I want to talk a little bit about the itemization from the Herith. Great choice to go for Divine Glaive as a third item, because in these team fights in the early game, if you guys noticed, CW, Sans, and Kyrie were almost usually never present in the front line. So Kabuki was only dealing damage to Lutpi, to Keyboy. And those were the targets who actually had defenses. So with the Divine Glaive, first, he was able to deal with them so easily, and the Holy Crystal late to actually deal with the rest. But something I do want to point out that's been amazing, I think, shout out to the Filipino roamers that we've gotten, man, in MPL ID, because it just really feels like they know the window of when to utilize their mistakes. Because Yaoi, 80 seconds from the Lord, he decides, all right, I'm just going to open randomly because I will not lose any value with me dying here on the Cho. I was built for this. I go in. It's a mistake, yes, but it's a mistake at the right time, so it actually doesn't have any value for the opposing team, technically. Meanwhile, it actually created an opportunity. Because he went in, it made Onic think that they want to go for this 5v4, and ultimately, it was a win. Because the Cho, really, in these team fights, he doesn't do too much, right? He is a pick-off. He goes in, initiates at the start, gets a right pick, and then they get a man advantage. But in these team fights, Cho isn't that type of hero that can turn around a team fight, unless, obviously, he gets like the Nolan or the Claude. But in this specific game, he knew that he could make that mistake at the right time. And this is something that I have just been noticing from Brusco, Beloyski, and Yaoi. You know, they're very, very aggressive, and they know when to be aggressive, when to use that window where they can make mistakes.
Calculated moves.
Yeah, exactly. Those calculated mistakes that end up being the key to victory.
Kind of like a good risk assessment from the roamers as well, because that play, that kind of like overzealousness from Yaoi, kind of conspicuously just forced Onic to like, let's pull the trigger.
Yeah.
And they did that, but they jumped the gun too early, so Kabuki was saved, and it ultimately, you know, led to the end of the game for Onic. So it's 1-1, all still square, and I'm kind of sure that game number 3 will be much more climatic, it will be much more intense, because they are going to get that second spot, but we will throw it to the stage for Monica Cope to the interview.
Ada yang paling semangat nih kalau dilihat-lihat dari tadi, ini ada para wanita-wanita yang menjadi penyemangat dari Aura dan juga Onic. Wah, ini bukan cuma nyemangatin player-player, tapi jadi semangat nih buat Aura Fam sama Sonic juga nih. Tapi kalau boleh nggak, Monica mau ke teman-teman dari Aura dulu nih. Bentar ya, Bang Pior ya. Iya, kenceng banget, semangat banget nih. Tapi ini NG, kalau ngelihat ini performance-nya Aura, ini kayaknya beda banget sama season kemarin. Kalau diinget-inget ya, season kemarin itu Aura tuh nggak lolos playoff loh. Tapi sekarang di klasemen sementara nih ada di posisi 3 deh.
Karena udah dimasukin
apinya gitu, jadi berapi-api.
Oh berapi-api, namanya udah kembali berapi-api
betul,
gitu ya.
Betul, udah diisi Pertamina, boleh gak sih ngomong gitu? Udah diisi bensinnya.
Oh
jadi
gitu,
berapi-api.
oke udah diisi bensin jadi apinya semakin berkobar ya. Lira, Lora setuju nggak? Setuju nggak? Setuju nggak?
Setuju.
Oh setuju banget. Jadi optimis ya berarti kali ini Aura bisa lolos playoff.
Ya, apalagi ada ya ada Lora, ada boosternya.
Boosternya. Boosternya gimana? Coba boosternya mau ngomong apa nih?
Booster apa ya? Vaksin.
Vaksin, iya dong vaksin buat player-playernya Aura gitu kan. Tapi di samping Monica juga ada penyemangat-penyemangat Onic. Bang Pior gimana nih ngelihat performance dari Onic nih? Kalau dilihat-lihat kan ini kayaknya kalau season sebelumnya kan selalu ada di upper bracket, selalu ada di posisi atas lah. Tapi kayaknya season ini agak saling beradu-adu, agak harus butuh tenaga ekstra gitu.
Iya soalnya kan ada nyoba-nyoba pemain baru juga kan. Sama nyoba-nyoba hero juga. Tapi tetap aja sekarang juga Onic masih di atas, alhamdulillah.
Oke, Lydia Melati gimana nih? Kalian kan pasti setuju nih sama Bang Pior. Tapi kalau dilihat-lihat ini performance-nya gimana nih? Kalau kita lihat ya di leg 1 sempat ketemu Aura, Onic tuh harus menelan kekalahan. Kira-kira kalau kali ini gimana nih game penentuannya?
Kalau kali ini aku yakin Aura yang menelan kekalahan.
Balas dendam ya? Balas dendam itu ya?
Aku bercanda ya, tapi...
Loh, kok bercanda? Jadi berharap siapa nih yang menelan kekalahan nih?
Iya deh Aura.
Lydia gimana? Setuju nggak nih sama Melati?
Setuju.
Setuju? Kenapa tuh?
Soalnya kita yang Onic jago.
Onic jago. Nah ini kan Aura sama Onic tuh lagi kejar-kejaran untuk bisa ngamanin upper bracket. Kalau dari kalian tuh yang penting aja udahlah Onic masuk playoff gak apa-apa gak upper bracket. Apa harus upper bracket?
Harus dong, biasanya kan upper bracket.
Jadi tetap harus dipertahankan ya?
Iya, amin.
Amin kata Pior. Tapi kalau dari teman-teman Aura gimana nih? Aura cukup yang penting masuk playoff aja atau harus nih upper bracket dong, upper bracket?
Harus balik ke posisi 2 sih aku bilang.
Harus balik ke posisi 2 ya? Karena sekarang kan klasemen sementara tuh posisi 2 Onic, posisi 3 Aura. Jadi harus balik ke posisi 2
dulu.
Tapi kan ini masih ada beberapa minggu ya ke depannya. Ini baru week 7, masih ada week 8, week 9 juga. Jadi masih ada mungkin perubahan-perubahan nih. Menurut kalian yang penting lolos playoff aja lah? Atau
Gimana
harus upper bracket?
Oper-oper aja nih. Menurut aku kalau masuk playoff kayaknya udah pasti masuk playoff sih.
Kalau playoff udah pasti.
Harusnya, amin.
Kalau upper bracketnya?
Dalam nama Yesus.
Oke, diaminin juga ya, diaminin juga. Dan ini apa tuh, Fir?
Enggak, lanjut Kak,
Lanjut. Oke, ini sebelum kita lihat game yang ketiga, karena para bidadari dari Aura dan juga Onic nih kayaknya udah semangat banget. Boleh ya sebelum kita lempar ke caster, masing-masing bisa minta semangatnya dari Aura Fans dan juga Sonic. Mulai dari Aura dong, bisa dong? Minta semangatnya dari Aura Fans.
Aura Fans, teriak bareng-bareng ya.
Siap ya?
Siap ya. 1, yang kenceng ya. Udah makan semua kan ya? 1, 2, 3, Aura. Belum lagi lemes mereka.
Sekali lagi yang kenceng. Yang kenceng dong.
Laki juga, kencengan dikit. 1, 2, 3, Aura.
Aura fire. Bang Pior, jangan kalah Sonicnya, ayo.
Sonic, ada semua kan di sini? Ada kan? Nyanyi sama aku ya. Di atas langit ada Onic. Di atas langit ada Onic. Onic. Di atas langit ada Onic.
Wow, Aura Fans dan juga Sonic sudah sangat siap untuk melihat bagaimana pertandingan atau jalannya game yang ketiga. So langsung saja ini dia game ketiga antara Onic dan juga Aura. Silakan casters.
Wow, FITB.
FITB?
No. Fans
in the building.
I thought Fi is in the building.
Wow,
you know?
in the
fans in the
building.
building.
Okay.
You know, the fans are firing it up, you know, hyping it up. The gas is back, you know, poured into the teams and the players, and they're ready to battle it out to game number 3. But before that, of course, you know, I also battle other people through this new application called GoPay, where, you know, there is what we call an MPL gamification where you could
These are leaderboards.
Play in the leaderboards, you know, download the new GoPay app, and you could join the MPL Season 13 celebration, answering quizzes, and also competing with other players to win hundreds of millions in GoPay coins and smartphones.
So hurry up and join, of course, that Vote Your Champion in the GoPay app. Period of May 3 till 5 for week 7.
Yeah.
Again, just check it out. Scan the QR code if you want more information. And again, Fi's in the building.
GITB. GoPay in the building.
GoPay in the building.
I mean, technically, boys, here, right? We have CITB as well. Sheffin is actually in the building. I believe
Sheffin!
Not Cap. So
Where is
that
Sheffin,
interview
by the way?
earlier was brought to you by CITB. you know what it is, boys. You know what it is.
It's Sheffin time.
He's recording the arena earlier with his Samsung phone.
He was scanning.
Yeah, he was scanning. Who he is? Like Andrea Pirlo or something. But yeah, of course, for Vote Your Champion, you can vote, you know, the winners and also the MVPs and the champions of MPL ID Season 13. So you can always integrate this, you know, application and use it when you're watching MPL ID Season 13 only on GoPay app.
Go ahead and check it out all the way from the 3rd of May to the 5th for week 7, and then later on we'll have way more. But you guys can get smartphone, GoPay coins, vouchers worth up to 500,000. And if you saw here, I'll show you guys again the leaderboard, all right? Siap Couch is actually number 1.
Hey.
Then Haikal 1 is number 2, and then Henry MS is number 3. But they're all 95, 95, 90 points. So it's very, very close. If you guys think you're better than them, go ahead and try, because you might be better than them at predictions.
Yes, indeed. But for those of you who live or are currently in, you know, the area of Bandung, don't forget to come tomorrow, May 4th, to Kiara Artha Park, because there will be an MPL Season 13 watch party with GoPay from the first match until the end. In addition to the watch party, there will be giveaways worth millions of rupiah, and you can play in the spin wheel to get GoPay balance and free mlbb skins.
In addition to Bandung as well, we're going to have much more watch parties for you guys with GoPay. And it'll also be available in Surabaya for the 11th of May 2024 for next week. And then the week after that, the final week of MPL will be in Yogyakarta, 18th of May 2024 at JNM Block.
Check it out. Don't save the dates, and perhaps if you're around their area, again, just use that time to go to the watch party.
Watch parties galore. We also have the fans here in the Team Galaxy Zone Cam by Samsung Galaxy, flexing their
Is that
Samsung
Kyrie?
phones. That is Kyrie.
It's a Kyrie impersonator. It's Kylie. Onic Kylie.
It's Kyrie with a C.
It's Kylie with an L instead of an R. It's Onic Kylie.
Kylie. But of course, with the Samsung phone, you could always amp up the selfies and the pictures you take. Now, back to the game. Was it purely a draft diff for Onic in that game number 2?
It did feel like it was, right? Because they kind of forced their players on heroes that, even though they're comfortable on, it's still very, very tough to pull off. But we do have the dream team here for Mr. Onic Adi. This is the dream team with, or actually 4 rookies, okay, ladies and gentlemen? Only for rookies. The reason the roam isn't a rookie is because we actually do not have any rookie roamers this season. So the roam is the only thing that's different, but everyone else is a rookie. So Annabelle, Lutfi, D, and Kwaka. That's the choice, and then Bin, obviously.
Bin, of course, has been a veteran, but again, like how, you know, Mirko explained that the roamers, there has not really been any rookie roamer. I'm really excited to see, maybe next season we would have like a new rookie in the roamer, but I feel like that's kind of a hard task to do because, you know, rookies, I feel like roaming or roamer is kind of like a very high responsibility role where, you know, sometimes the rookie, they don't have as much, you know, game sense, decision making as the veterans, like Vin, for example. So I feel like that's the reason why we don't really have any roaming rookies, but for that part, this is the dream team for Onic.
Very, very reasonable. The only one that, wow, Annaval over Gugun.
Yeah, yesterday Kescute went for Hazel over Gugun. But that one makes more sense because Kescute worked with Hazel before in the Liga Nacional in the same team, so
has a
little bit of sentimental value there.
Emotional attachment, but crossing face for the last time in game number 3 here, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series, and then they would ban out the Yuzong. This is a respect ban from Onic towards Iran.
Switch sides as well, right? For the first game and the second game, Onic was on the red. Now the third and final game, Onic will sit on the blue. Okay, Aura still with the respect on that lane, but they switch things up here. They do not have first pick. They will ban the Harith out.
They don't want to gamble it because the Harith has been kind of very significant towards Aura's success in the last game. In the first game, they also first picked the Harith, but now they don't really want to gamble it. They don't really want to contest it either because Onic can just first pick this Harith if it is left open.
Onic are trying their best to leave that Mathilda technically up for grabs here to Nolan as well. I think for Aura, they're probably going to stick to... This is where it gets tough for Aura on the red side. Do they want to ban the Fania? Because that has been the ban for them, or the Mathilda, but hey, they changed up too. It was Fanny Ling Mathilda last game. Now it's Ling, Harith, and Arlet leaving the Mathilda up for grabs, but they can actually pick it up for themselves. Not necessarily the most yaoi pick of all time, but it still gets work done.
But it's more of a key boy pick, the Mathilda. But, you know, Aura can pick it up, but Luo Yi, again, for Onic has been very prio, and Aura is just not respecting this Luo Yi. They're letting it go.
3 games now, right, for Sans of the series. He will confirm, he will lock in the Luo Yi. Aura, though, what will they lock in now, sitting in red? I'm thinking a hero that is good.
What options? Mathilda.
Oh,
They'll
right.
pick it up.
Mathilda is still open.
And the Fredrin. This is going to most likely go to Gugun. I mean, last game we did say that the Fredrin is 100% going to the jungle, but it was given towards Ludby up in the XP. But this time I feel like Gugun will just utilize it far better as a utility jungler. And for this Mathilda, it is not the most yaoi hero, but this will get the job done for Aura.
Yeah. A Kai pick though, now for Onic, that could still be flexed for now for Onic, but if they don't pick up, we'll actually see, right? I mean, it's still really, really good. No Mathilda to help the Akai find those maneuvers. But in game 1, they were able to get so much of that prio around each objectives with the Akai. On top of that, if we take a look at game 1, they also went for the Brody for more pressure in the gold lane. Now with the Harith banned out, they could go for the same thing with the Brody, try to force Aura on the Claude slash the carry, but they go for the Natan, a safer option that can get them into a very, very comfortable spot in the late game.
A lot of scenarios for Onic to play. They can go for pickoffs with Luo Yi, with Akai, but they also have that kind of insurance with the Natan up into the late game later on. Now Aura, of course, they're looking for a response pick towards this Natan.
I think they can just secure a...
Okay, Roger.
This pick up the Roger.
I feel like it'll go to gold lane, of course, and it kind of fares pretty well against the Natan. We have seen this matchup quite a few times in MPL ID, and most of the times the Roger is able to hold his ground down in the gold lane.
Roger Gold, a great bully up against the Natan. But also, it's kind of the same thing as we saw in game 2. The Natan will basically just play the farm. He will just play not to lose in this lane, and because that Akai is such a good flex right now, the Hayabusa will be banned out. I think the Fanny will follow as well. Should follow as well. But technically, Aura can try to play around it. I don't think they'll risk it though. Yeah, it should still be banned out. For Onic, they're probably going to get rid of maybe the instant engages as well as their last ban, Grok, maybe. Has been a staple ban for 2 games in a row for Onic on the red side. The first phase, mind you, and the Valentina is actually going to be the first ban to come out in the second phase for Onic.
A lot of pivotal ultimates as well that could be stolen with the IMU, and Valentina in the hands of Yaskiel has been very good, but yeah, like how Mirko speculated, the Fanny will be taken out. So they're trying to cone down the options for Kyrie because he has excelled in these two assassins, the Hayabusa, game 1, and also the Fanny, he has been very solid.
I mean, does this mean Aura will pick up the Faramis here in that first pick for the second phase? Because now Valentina banned out, but before that, there's a comment
From Coach Adi. We decided to give Ludwig a chance because we see potential in him. So when will Boots play?
Told you.
Wait for it. Yeah, I mean, there is no wrong in trying to give the rookie a shot. Just give him experience, give him time to just build up his confidence. And
good guy Boots.
Boots.
GGB.
Is just back in the in the room, and he is probably mentoring Ludwig in that XP lane role.
Let's see here again. Back to the draft, right? I mean, Faramis on the board here, but no, they will secure a hero for Iran. I mean, he got MVP in the second game. Maybe with this Benedetta, he will try to claim it once more.
Yeah, this is a very bruiser composition technically, right? All of them want to dive in. None of them are actually like super tanky except for the Fredrin, but they have tankiness in them with the Roger. The Benedetta as well, with more of that mobility to actually help sustain in the team fights. But usually how Iran plays, it isn't really that sustained version. It's more of the full damage version, more of an assassin with a lethal ignition. And there you go, the lane counter against the Benedetta. That's the Paquito. The pack locked in for Ludwig. Probably go for the normal build though. I don't think he'll go for full damage, but who knows? Maybe Ludwig is feeling it here. Last pick, last call. No Haya, no Fanny, no Ling. They go for the Gwyn as Rome.
Guinevere, Rome for Keyboy. And for Aura, they're left with one last pick. That could most possibly be the mage. For Yaskiel. Maybe a Novaria. I mean, Yaskiel has been very solid with the Novaria. This gives him time frame to just poke down the members of Onic, and that could be a good pick. For Aura, they're trying to bank on something in this last pick.
I think Lilia would also be an okay choice to go for if they need someone to help dive together with them, right? Because in Novaria, yes, you can hit from afar, you can put down the Astral Echo, but that leaves you kind of vulnerable in the back because everyone wants to dive in. If they really want to help the dive even more, then the Faramis would be an option, but they go for that Novaria to add the Astral Echo impact, to maybe give some of these initiators, some of these divers an easier time. With those hitboxes enlarged, Benedetta will have much more of a good time when it comes to that final blow Petri combo.
A safer and much more comfortable pick for Yaskiel. We know how well he traverses with this Novaria, with the Astral Spheres as well. So, do or die time for both teams to look forward for that second place in the standings, but the counter index.
So far, the lineup rating has been very accurate, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1, it said Onic. That's when Onic won. Game 2, it said Aura. And now we're at 1-1. Game 3, it says Aura as well, but it'll come down to the execution of both Aura and Onic.
The final battle up in the skies. The Red Dragons, Aura, against the Sky Kings, who will solidify their place up in the second place in the standings. It is again Aura Esports against Onic.
Let's see Land of Dawn and who will take this series. Will it be a reverse sweep, or will it be Onic solidifying, like you said, solidifying themselves in that second position. Upper bracket slot still in contention.
For their upper bracket, of course, just gives them more leeway in the playoff stages later on. It is going to be a much more kind of slow game, I'd say, because this game, Aura is just looking to just snowball and dive into the backline of Onic.
Yeah, and wow, dude, for both the gold laners, they've actually gone for a very interesting build path in the emblems here. There's a chance now. Okay, they back off. Kabuki and CW both went for Weakness Finder. So for Natan's in MPL, I actually also use Weakness Finder, but for the most part, we see QC. Kabuki as well. He's actually gone for Weakness Finder, and for the most part, we've seen QC as well. That additional movement speed and the sustain that you get from the QC, just you have so much value on it. But CW as well, he went for the Bargain Hunter instead of the Tenacity that we are also kind of used to seeing here in MPL for that additional safety, especially up against a lane bully in that Roger. So I'm very curious to see how this works out. Both the Weakness Finders, the Master Assassin versus the Bargain Hunter too.
Oh, bottom side of the map. There's actually going to be Aran here getting poked.
It's going to be fine. The 1v1, it is indeed Ludwig with the pressure. I mean, the Paquito is a good counter towards the Benedetta. You have that much damage to work with. But Aura grouping as forward, trying to fight their way up to the top lane, or the bottom lane rather. They prepare themselves for this turtle take.
Both teams trying to poke before the turtle. Aran here actually almost 50% of his HP. Needs to be careful here because of course Onic will have an advantage if the EXP laner from Aura is actually chunked. Now Keyboy face checking, 3 members already spotted. And now Astral recall committed here by Yeheskel. Spot still. Sam's here. Oh, Retribution will go to the hand, but the first blood will go to the hands of Aura. It is actually Ludwig who is able to find the trade, a 1-for-1 plus the Newt. Onic now looking to stabilize.
It's also a roam for the jungle, so extreme value for Onic for now, and it's Ludwig with the faster initiation. CW too, taking a good chunk of that turret up top without the QC. So far, so good for him.
Purple buff fight again for Kyrie. He's trying to just push away the purple buff of Gugun, but he's getting engaged on.
Good capitalization. They're trying to close the gap. Good! Oh! Crowd control by Keyboard, but Kyrie still falls. Aran on the other side will be the trade. Kyrie a little too aggressive, but Ludwig, my goodness, almost packs a punch.
Ludwig so relentless, but that was such a clutch. Well, and Requiem from Keyboy, sadly though, can't really follow up. Kabuki, CW 1v1, they're battling it out up top. It is kind of a fair and square fight, but again, they're trying to be battered and bruised so much up there.
The fact that CW was actually like trading like that against the Roger is very, very impressive. Flickers out. Oh, that could have been really, really scary. And Kabuki actually shoves it back in. Onic,
you're right.
They can rotate back up top. Ludwig on the QC. Normal build on the Paquito versus Aran on the lethal ignition. Aran will have so much pressure to dive into the back line if he gets his items, but if Ludwig continues the way that he's been playing now, yeah, it will actually force Aran to either gamble and go full damage, risk losing the lane even harder, or go for the safe route, which is Dreadnought armor. Go for a little bit more defense now, and it will keep him from snowballing for now in the early phase of the game. Now with that Dreadnought armor, it will severely delay that first item power spike that you would usually expect from the Benedetta.
Windtalker also completed for Kabuki, so this could be him just pushing up the lane, shoving it. Oh, Aran, he's gonna be fine. And they prepare themselves for the turtle. We have seen Kyrie winning the retry fights. This could be another one.
Let's see, circling eagle on towards Keyboy. Gugun. Good angle take for that retry, as that heavy spin does not allow him to find the retribution. But now Aura, they have capitalized and equalized. Take a look at CW. My goodness. Good engage by Kabuki to secure that important kill.
CW got blown away from the waters. What happened there? The pounds was enough to kill him down, and that is a kill towards Kabuki. But again, Yaoi, so pesky, just trying to zone out the players of Onic. Keyboy gets circled around. He's just gonna be fine.
My God, by the way, that retry battle from Gugun and Kyrie. Kyrie was a level ahead, and he had heavy spin, though Gugun, what an angle. And what a retry to secure it away from Kyrie on this Akai. Usually a pick that you would expect to win out on all these neutral objectives. And then on top of that, yeah, Kabuki finding an angle to actually go in with the help of Yeheskel's poke damage onto CW. That's where the weakness finder is value for Kabuki, but also bad for CW because the QC might have actually enabled him to escape from that kind of spot with additional sustain and that movement speed. So that gamble yet to pay off for CW on that weakness finder. He's going to still have to wait a whole lot, and especially with that bargain hunter as well, that choice, right? He'll get his items faster if he farms properly. If he gets shut down because he doesn't have that tenacity, doesn't have the defenses in the early game, Aran, Kabuki, and technically even Yehezkiel can all threaten him so early in the game.
And they're already sending CW to rotate. He was in the mid lane trying to farm up, and now he's in the bottom lane because that tier 1 turret up top has been broken and taken down by Aura. So this is just good map pressure from the Red Dragons. But Onic, they're trying to stabilize the lead as Aran is still down at bottom, just trying to shove the wave towards CW. So everything is still good for Aura. They could look to stabilize and even grasp more as they prepare for the turtle.
It was a good attempt by Lutpi. Kabuki still holding on towards his Purify now. Let's see here, the last turtle fight. Kyrie and Gogun already hovering around the turtle vicinity alongside their roamers, Yawi and Keyboy. Aran, Yehezkiel looking for a dive on towards the backside. Kyrie will be the trade, will be the target rather. Now, immunity, eye for a nice look at the backside, and it's actually Kabuki finding the kill! The solo with Matilda. Wow! Gogun again with the retry. CW finds compensation bottom side of the map, but now it is still Aura looking for the collapse. Finds another kill. That's 3 members taken out technically, and they might push the gas a little bit more. Aura will not engage on towards the mid, but they have a free top side turret here to take.
An angry werewolf, and also Gogun with the on-point retry again and again. This is just going to be snowball for Aura at this point. Kabuki, 3 kills already to his name, and he is not going to stop anytime soon.
And another retry win, yeah, for Gogun. Wow, dude, another 70-30 kind of retry that you would expect from the Akai. Heavy spin already pinned down. Gogun used the small window that he got through the tenacity of his boots to get that retry. That was purely just retry, or it was a kind of a gamble at that point, and Gogun won it again. Meanwhile, Kabuki. Man, we were talking about how Keyboy learned from his mistakes. Oh!
Kyrie, tough spot. Keyboy, though, will be the first one to fall. Gogun looking for another. As Sans will not be able to escape. Another good win, another good dub here for Aura.
This is what we talked about in the pregame, where Aura does really want to approach this in a bruiser type of way. They want to fight front to back. They want to dive, just try to kill up the front lines, and then they go from there on towards the back line. And that is proving to work. I mean, Kabuki is steamrolling with his 5 kill.
My goodness.
5-0-1, and I mean, technically before the fight, we did see an endless battle being built up already super fast by him, and now he has a Malefic Roar. So he's already dealing true damage. He already has that Wind Talker, a Malefic Roar as well. Seems like he's building towards the Sea Halberd next. So trying to crack down at that healing even harder, even more penetration technically for Kabuki. Also Malefic Roar for Aran. Damage overload onto Onic. Everybody can deal so much damage, and again, the Natan Bargain Hunter Weakness Finder has yet to pay off. CW's still been trading, been farming, but has Onic bought enough time for CW to hit his power spike? He has a Starlium and a Feather of Heaven, but still doesn't have the Holy Crystal. Aran.
Chunks, almost 50%. Looking to stabilize their position as Aura, of course, looking for another attempt to take the neutral objective. Gogun, though, looking for a jump onto as Lutpi does not find the space. Seems like here Aura will not commit on towards the Lord just yet.
He's poking this away. No reset to Lord Keyboy. They jump in!
Good jump! And Kyrie this time will find the retry. Aura, though, will look for bodies as he wants Keyboy. Kabuki will find the monster. Will he find more as Lutpi looking to provide cover? And he will do it. Just Keyboy for the Lord.
The lifeline was on Kyrie. Was able to steal the Lord, but at what cost? Because they were still able to neutralize the members of Onic. I mean, Keyboy, that was a good engage, but he had to pay the price.
Onic needed a bit longer to buy time. Hold up! Oh!
The Eagle Circle! Oh! Onic with the recovery actually finds Yawi. And that was unnecessarily.
Diversion.
It was an unnecessary fight for Aura. Now with the 6-man in the field, this might be a comeback, economy-wise as well.
Wow. The damage. We were talking about if Onic had bought enough time for the Natan. Now they have. The Holy Crystal was built up, and with the help of Lutpi getting chased there, CW was able to dish out some damage, Lutpi finishing him off. And now if I take a look back on the way to Divine Glaive, CW, once he gets that, it's going to be really, really tough for Aura to even have their front line survive the damage coming in from CW, because in the later stage of the game, technically, the only person who can dive into the back will be Aran with the final blow. Even then, though, there's still so much peel potential from Onic's composition. They have a Guinevere that can distract the backline of Aura. They have a heavy spin, technically, that will be used to go CW. So, Onic, the way that they've been playing, contesting neutral objectives, letting CW into the side and going for these brawls, it will change. Because now he has the item Power Spike, CW. Onic will go with what RRQ usually does, protect Mr. President. And Mr. President this game is Calvin Winata.
Calvin Winata, the president in the Land of Dawn currently. And yeah, they do have enough peel. You know, you have the heavy spin, you have the Guinevere, always looking for an angle. So Aura, now this is where they can start pressing the panic buttons, because the Natan here, this is his wheelhouse. This is where he excels. The diversion play from Onic as they look to hunt someone, but nope, they will back off.
Now it's back to chill.
They will be able to find and spot that out. 30 seconds to the next neutral objective. Still 1,000 gold lead, but at this point, right? CW, I feel like he is still farming like crazy. Bloodwings already secured, so when you ask, are you ready to fight? Is the Natan ready to fight? The answer is definitely yes.
Yeah, I think with the Holy Crystal, he's already ready to fight. The only real concern is, can he shred through the front line? That's why I thought Divine Glaive was going to be the option, but he actually went for the safer one with a lot of damage that could come through from Aura. He decides to go for the Bloodwing for the additional shielding. Meanwhile, by the way, Kabuki went for GDS, not Sea Halberd. So that GDS is going to play a crucial role here. He's going to have a lot of movement speed, but oh my god, that damage. He basic attacked Yaoi and got a skill 1, and Yaoi's already down to half. But on the Lord, Aran's alone, and he's half HP as well. Aura, the lane is pushed up towards them. Aran already with the final blow.
Eagle circled. Now Lord, retreat battle! Go good again! We'll find it this time. Aura does not want business. They run for the hills as Onic does not find compensation. The only compensation is just the lane's top side. This slightly pushed favors them. But Aura, what a Lord take. That was a risky move.
That was clean and disciplined as well from Aura. They got the Lord, just backed away. Did not have to commit more to the fight, because Onic, this is where the time frame is available for them. This is where they could just, you know, involve CW into the fights, and he will excel. He will deal the damage towards the frontliners of Aura.
Look at this, they can corral over CW, and CW will be able to clear all these waves. Even the Enhanced Lord, if Aura cannot find a way to zone CW, this Enhanced Lord won't really have the value that you would expect from this Aura composition that can dive. CW can clear it out. He also, he doesn't even need to use the entropy, and he clears it out. Lutpi in the side as well. While Aura might only be able to get one turret, and that's a tier 1 in the mid lane. Even then, it's defended. The Enhanced Lord with 0 value so far.
The possibility of this Natan
crazy
to just clear the wave, cut through that Lord, it does not have that much significance as how Aura would want it to be. But at least they have the top lane pushing towards Onic's base. But then again, how long will Aura hold? How long will they be able to sustain this mid-game spike? It is going to the late game as well, where CW really excels. So they have to really devise something, a plan, to just jump into CW and lock him down, and then take him, and then they could start from there to just climb up and kill the remaining members.
It'll be on Yehezkiel really to try to provide that vision and poke. Technically, at this point, he might be the one that Aura have to delegate the executioner role to. Because Aura with their build as well, Kabuki, he's already built up the DHS. That's his final item in his inventory. So he'll be able to actually make these frontliners low. But the guy who can target the back, it'll be Aran and Yehezkiel. So Kabuki is going to have to be more of a normal front to back until the frontliners get low. Yehezkiel and Aran. Well, yeah, Aran needs to dive deep to try to zone CW, and Yehezkiel needs to find an angle to really shoot CW from the back. I don't know. It's so tough to find this angle because there's so many beefy members on Onic. They can take a punch, and technically even CW can take a punch because of Blood Wings. Sans as well has that Blood Wings, and that's why he's been able to take these Astral Spears so easily. Sans is actually on a utility build. Enchanted Talisman, NOD, and Blood Wings. So damage-wise, he's not that bursty. They're protecting Mr. President!
I guess it'll be a game of pokes now for Aura because, again, the Novaria in the hands of Yehezkiel does excel in that poking style. A jump in from D-Boy will not result in anything. Yawi!
Oh my goodness, Purify committed. Gugu now has the immortality, will take some damage. Why not? That will signal Onic that, Yawi. Oh my lord, out of nowhere. Sans, utility build, I still can kill, says Sans. Aura, 1,000 gold here, about to decrease here. As Onic, they are grabbing. They are taking more space here on that Lord vicinity. Continue play. Sneaky boy. Does not find the angle here, does not find the opening, but now the Lord will go to the hands of Onic.
And this is not just the case of CW getting his power spike, this is also the other laners, Lutfi and Sans, also reaching that power spike that can enable them to deal even more damage. I mean, that kill towards Yawi came out of nowhere.
It really did, and we pointed out that he's on a utility build. He has Winter Truncheon. So, okay, just for the build of Sans, Enchanted Talisman, NOD into the Blood Wings, and now a Winter Truncheon. It's utility, technically. He's just trying to survive, man, but he's still doing so much damage. Goes to show you how much base damage the Lo Yi has in her kit with so many buffs, or actually just a recent buff onto her. And Aura now, their frontline can't even frontline up against CW with the Divine Glaive. Gugun has to respect this, and even Kabuki sold his boots for Athena.
Oh my lord, let's see here. First base turret of the game will fall here. And it is going to be Aura's base turret. Oh, circling Eagle. Aran looks for an opening. CW flickers out.
CW!
Kabuki finds the godlike, finding a kill. Now Kabuki will be the main target, but take a look as Onic. Winter. Actually, Sans finds the winner, but does not find the escape. The collapse by Aura as they smell blood in Lutfi. Lutfi isolated! And will not find the trade. Kabuki with the passive was able to generate shield, and that is a bang, bang, bang. Onic taking down 3 members out.
Aura, hold on. And that jump towards CW was the key. The Lycan pounds and the kill for Kabuki. He is legendary now. So Onic, their winning condition towards this crystal has to be withheld.
Everything happened to perfection for Aura. The layer of damage. Yehezkiel got rid of the Blood Wings. Then the Circling Eagle with the guiding wind from Yawi onto CW to bring Kabuki and the Lycan pounce that followed the entropy. Everything was perfect for Aura there to find that initiation. But now it still is a tough spot because Onic, they didn't lose a single base turret, even though they lost 3 members. It's Onic who got a base turret instead. They're going to have the far lane advantage for the next Lord. And Aura will have to look for another perfect layering of skills to take CW down.
It comes down to the meticulous details, and again, Aura has to bet that their timing, that window frame that they have to kill CW, jump to the backline, is going to present itself again in the near future. So Aura Esports, they have to again time that layering and also that fight towards catching CW, but Lutfi is playing a game hide and seek. He's gonna be fine.
He's fine. He's all good with his items too, and he's very, very tanky. He has the Malefic Roar and the Hunter Strike, which provides him a lot of damage. Sans now with a Divine Glaive as well towards the end, but Natan, CW has sold that boots of his to get some armor. The Brute Force Breastplate now in his arsenal to gain him a little bit more movement speed and tankiness in case Kabuki goes for that kind of run down again. That's very, very scary. Also an elixir. 20th minute of the game. No item swaps for Onic. Not at least for CW for now. They're gonna go for it again.
Sans and CW, the most juicy targets of Aura. Sans there, barely surviving. Top lane though, it will be Lippy trying to add pressure. We're now touched, poked by Gugun and friends.
We have been talking about how Onic has the power spike and the damage with CW and Sans, but Aura do have the same as well. Keyboy looking for something, but it's going to be Kyrie locked down by Gugun. Again, a Lord Dance that will most probably be prolonged before a good initiation or a crucial one starts. But Kabuki is hitting with Lutpi.
He wants Lippy. The werewolf here is still unkillable. 8-0-2. Very, very tough here for Onic. Oh, he finds a catch. He jumps on towards Yaoi. Keyboy, quite low. Still has immortality though. And Aura here, they will not overcommit. They will just stabilize their position.
Super impressive by Aura. Because the advantage is on Onic's side right now with the far lane pushed up. They've been able to manage the side lane, manage the Lord reset, and deny Onic of the Lord hold as well to play with this advantage in the far lane. They're actually forcing Keyboy to look for these desperate initiations, and if they do initiate on Yaoi, that gives a massive opening to the rest of them to zone CW and isolate Keyboy. That's almost what happened earlier. 4-man Astral Echo from Yehezkiel. A brilliant one now. And up top, Lutpi versus Aran. Gugun's still holding on to the Lord. These waves are going to be the real factor as to who wins. The decisiveness of the teams, and Lutpi's all alone. No!
Oh, Aran now with the final blow looking for this game. Good deflection by Yaoi. But Onic now, they need to scatter around. Kyrie jumps and joins. Sans quite low. Aran smells blood. Will be able to find the target. Will he not? Heavy spin. But take a look at Sans now. Targeted Yaoi, the first one to fall alongside Sans. Aran now loses immortality. Take a look at Keyboy. Kyrie as well. Lutpi quite low. Gugun secures the kill. And the double as well. Kyrie now is isolated. A lot of damage is put on towards him, and he will fall the Panda. What? Panda! Kyrie, the jukes again! But this time, Gugun alongside of Yehezkiel secures it. 3 members from Onic down and out.
Oh, Kabuki.
Alright, just 2. Kabuki is still untouchable this game, ladies and gentlemen.
Beautiful fight from Aura Esports. The way Aran was just baiting and trying to just split that fight into 2 for Onic to just then chase him down, and then the backup came, and the way they layered that fight towards killing CW was just so good from Aura Esports.
What a crazy game, man. Aura went straight for CW, but Onic, like we expected, Mr. Protect the President was the whole kind of plan here.
Agenda.
The agenda. Protect CW. Now it's only Keyboy though, but it's also only Kabuki and Yehezkiel. CW, Entropy.
They're really going to contest this one. Let's see. Kabuki receiving a lot of heat. Gugun though still does his role, does his job, and securing the Lord. Now Onic needs to focus on defense yet again.
Wow. Good Lord take by Aura. That's going to help them a lot. And I feel like Aura, I think they purchased 2 immortalities now, so they really want to re-engage when the fight happens and when it concludes. So they could have that, longevity when the fight really just comes down to its nails. So still, this is still a 50-50 game.
What a shout out Aran for the full swap of items here. He's actually gone for more tankiness now with the Radiant Armor, the Athena Shield, and plus the Queen's Wings. So he's already going to have so much magic defense. On top of that, the damage reduction that the Queen's Wings gets him is going to be really, really good. I expected... Wait, is that 2 holy crystals for the time? Is that real?
It is.
That is a lot of magic power. Will they be able to defend the Lutpi top side? Still 4v... 4-3 technically. Yaoi secures the turret. 4v4 now. Let's take a look at top side. Lutpi versus Aran. The XP laners battle it out.
Oh, Lutpi.
They're hunting them now.
Smells danger.
Oh, diversion as well. They're going to take it.
And committed. On towards Gugun, who has the immortality though. They will still jump on towards him. Gugun will not be able to save his immortality. Yaoi looking for a jump as Astral Echo secures and finds 5.
Minions?
And now Aura, they will not be able to close the gap though. As Onic, what a defense.
That was protect Mr. Lutpi. He's able to open up that top lane, trying to exert more pressure. And when he wanted to go back, Aura was on the hunt for him, but the diversion was there to save him. And Gugun, he was blown away with the immortality. So Onic, they withstand.
Saving Private Lutpi. That was the plan. Even Gugun wasn't expecting the 5-man into the bush. He was flabbergasted from that one, and you will have to lose the immortality. What a great game, though, right now. The fact that both teams are trying to utilize their leads, and Aura now, finally, they've cracked a base turret open, actually two. But Onic still have a bit of an advantage because it's the top lane that they have taken down with the bottom lane as well as two far lanes. Oh my god, diversion.
Good
dodge. Great dodge.
Sidestep. Good sidestep. Astralica reveals 5. Not enough to close the gap though, but that was an attempt of an assassination on towards Gugun.
Thankfully he dodged that. He had no immortality up, so that could be his death. And with the timer of the Lord spawning in 20 seconds, that could spell trouble for Aura Esports. Thankfully, they don't really have to deal with that. And Aran purchases the immortality to just enable him to again maneuver on the fights and then gives him a second life to most probably survive. But again, the far lanes from Onic is just going on. It's not stopped.
No, not yet. Keyboy actually... Wait, okay, another diversion play, but I do want to highlight the fact that, you know, CW bought an elixir at some point in like the 20th minute of the game. That's why I thought, okay, he's just banking on this damage. He's not really going to have any more gold to item swap. But then he item swapped from that item to the immortality into the winter truncheon as well. So man's sitting on like a lot of gold. I would love to know how much gold he's sitting on right now because man has 2 holy crystals. Bro, that item just got like inflated, bro. Inflation actually hits Lanadon, and that item's really expensive now. It's rich man CW. So far though, with how rich he is, he's only gotten 3 assists. That's a diversion up top. No one's taken it though. And it's back to just manipulating these waves, which is again still advantageous for Onic towards the top side of the map because it's super minions. Far lane can be kept by Onic, and the mid lane could be cleared still also by Onic. That's where Aura have the advantage. Usually most segue plays happen through the mid lane, so technically Aura have that possibility. But it's going to be real tough for both these teams. Diversion. Aran.
The proactiveness now, eye for an eye, committed eye.
Aran!
Oh my god, final blow. As a defensive maneuver, Circling Eagle will bounce back on towards 2 members of Onic. It seems like the damage will not reach Sans. Yowie. 1 HP. Has the immortality though. And again, MLBB. Are United entertained? That fight, 5v5. No casualties. Still here, 29 minutes of the game.
Gonna break the record of the longest game in MPL ID Season 13. But again, Aran so sly with the movements. And CW with the gold he has now. He's CW, consistently wealthy. A lot of gold in his pocket, but Kyrie receiving heat. He will be fine. And Lord is next on the menu.
It's been next on the menu for a while now. I realize they just haven't been taking a bite on the Lord because there's so much setup going on around the map. Aura, and those item swaps from Sans as well to get out was phenomenal. The Winter Truncheon into the immortality, and now he still has that immortality. We'll be waiting on that Winter Truncheon cooldown. Keyboy.
Gugun has the immortality now though. Oh my goodness! They will find the kill on towards the jungler of Aura. Onic finds the collapse as Aran is going to be the next on the menu. Take a look at the backside. Lutpi distracting all of the damage dealers of Aura.
The jungler has been wiped out, so did Aran. In that process, this is Onyx Lord to take, and most probably their game to win. Diversion play, it will just taunt Yeskiel in the base.
Aura's been the one winning these trades for the most part in this game. But at the 30th minute, with 50 seconds on the death timers, with the Evolved Lord taken now by Onic, a team who's been able to clear out these waves, who's been able to weather the storm of Aura. Will Aura be able to do the same? They have a Roger and a Novaria. Not as much clear as Onic have, but still a chance. Still a possibility, Keyboy!
Oh no! Good engage. You snooze, you lose, baby. And Sans picks up the kill. Yowie loses immortality. Kabuki finds a desperate play, but the base will be taken out, and Onic they will secure game numero 3.
The Sky Kings once again ascend, providing us with such a stellar game. But Aura, the Red Dragons, their wings once again clipped. And above the skies, there is Onic.
Di atas langit ada Onic. Successfully halts Aura's snowball, weathering the storm. That was not just any storm, it was a natural disaster. It was an earthquake. It was an implosion, it was everything. But yet the Sky Kings held their ground. They protected Mr. President, but they protected everything as well. Constantly playing with their advantages. Better wave clear, turtling in their base, losing some members and sacrificing when needed. The calm, composed team. Onic this time will be able to get revenge over Aura, who burned them to the ground in leg 1. The win streak, of which CW stated in an interview, shall continue. No more losses for Onic.
No more losses, only learnings. Hey. Nice one, Boots. I mean, for Onic, this lineup and their maturity to just approach that late of game was just so good. And they were able to get the win. Aura just clipped. But of course, we want to hear from the winners. And that is Onic up on stage with Moko.
Wow, Sonic sekali lagi suaranya untuk Onic. Luar biasa. Wah, 3 game di babak habis di game yang ketiga ini. Wah, ini tegang banget. Bikin jantungan, setuju nggak Sonic? Itu gimana Keyboy? Gimana tuh game ketiga? Tarik ulur. Apa yang terjadi di game yang ketiga?
Seru sih. Keras.
Seru keras ya?
Iya.
Tapi gimana nih, kamu kan udah ketemu Yawi di leg pertama, kemudian ketemu lagi nih di leg kedua. Di leg pertama harus kalah, di leg kedua kali ini balas dendam kah?
Iya udah dua tim lagi.
2 tim lagi. Tapi untuk khususnya untuk Yawi nih, kalau kita lihat kamu tadi sempat ngelepasin Chow ya buat Yawi. Itu sengaja buat pembuktian apa gimana tuh?
Nah, itu dari coach sih.
Oh itu dari coach. Jadi kata coach Yip, coba aja gitu. Tapi akhirnya gimana nih kamu ngelawan Chow-nya Yawi?
Jago banget lah.
Jago banget.
Nomor 1 di dunia deh.
Nomor 1 di dunia. Kalau Keyboy gimana dong?
Paling dari Lutfi sih, dia ada kata-kata buat Aran Lutfi.
Langsung dilempar ke Lutfi. Lutfi gimana? Kamu ketemu Aran, nggak dikantongin Aran nih kali ini nih kamu. Tarik nafas. Gimana We? Oh cewek lagi ngajarin nih. Tarik nafas.
Apa tadi pertanyaannya?
Gimana ketemu Aran? Kata Keyboy kan, Lutfi nih yang hari ini kayaknya, wah ketemu Aran. Dan kamu berhasil loh, nggak dikantongin sama Aran.
Ya.
Oh kata Sonic cek kantong, kamu siapin apa nih? Oh nggak ada. Jadi gimana nih ketemu Aran?
Cukup seru sih, selain sama dia.
Kenapa tuh serunya?
Baku hantam.
Hah?
Baku hantam.
Tapi ada yang menarik juga, selain ketemu Aran, kamu juga Lutfi ketemu sama Gugun. Kalau kita lihat Gugun nih Rookie of the Week beberapa kali. Kamu juga ini rookie nih di Onic yang lagi merangkak naik nih. Menurut kamu gimana nih ketemu Gugun?
Cukup seru sih, dia kan dari MPL juga kan. Terus dia juga yang juara tuh dia bisa ngalahin di sini, seneng sih.
Mau jadi Rookie of the Week gak sih Lutfi?
Gak mau.
Mau? Kita akan lihat nanti gimana ya. Tapi dan selanjutnya nih ya, di nextnya besok Onic bakalan ketemu sama RRQ. Wah, ini gimana Sans? Besok bakalan ketemu sama RRQ. Kalau leg 1 kan kalian ketemu RRQ tuh ketemunya sama Okta. Kali ini Okta nggak ada. Yang ganti ini ada Lemon atau Clay. Kamu ekspektasinya besok mau ketemu siapa?
Dua-duanya.
Dua-duanya?
Semuanya.
Loh, dua-duanya?
Siapa aja besok yang main?
Sama aja? Sama aja?
Sama aja.
Kenapa sama aja?
Ya karena udah lawan dua-duanya juga.
Jadi udah ya sama aja?
Sama aja.
Sama aja. Pasti
Sama aja.
menang?
Apa, sorry?
Pasti menang?
Insya Allah.
Insya Allah. Tapi besok juga Kai, besok ketemu RRQ. Sebelumnya tuh Irat pernah, Kairi pernah ngomong ya kalau misalnya yang bisa pakai jungler assassin selain Kairi itu Irat. Nah besok tuh ekspektasi atau mungkin nantang Irat, Rat besok pakai jungler assassin ya?
Ya pas, semoga besok adu assassin.
Jadi pengen adu jungler
pengen
assassin
banget.
sama Irat ya? Boleh dong langsung disampaikan ke Iratnya.
Apa?
Message ke Iratnya.
Besok jangan tahu assassin ya.
Besok main, ditunggu ya Irat. Anyway kenapa sih kalian makin hari makin mundur, kalian menang. Yuk 1 langkah ke depan, weh. Iya kan Sonic ya, udah menang harus di depan. Tapi yang terakhir nih, tadi tuh Bude juga sempat bilang nih ya, katanya sebelumnya tuh waktu menang, cewek bilangnya katanya janji ke Bude, kalau menang lagi kan kemarin pantun tuh, kalau menang lagi katanya mau main tebak-tebakan. Weh, kata Bude disuruh tagih tuh janjinya ke cewek.
Sebenarnya nggak ada sih.
Gimana? Loh?
Nggak ada, soalnya kan match kali ini panas banget, jadinya fokus main, bukan fokus pantun gitu.
Oke, jadi nggak pantun, nggak tebak-tebakan. Tapi kata Sons tadi udah siap ya ceweknya?
Lagi nggak ada bahan sih, Kak.
Lagi nggak ada bahan, jadi nanti kita bakal ngeliat lagi mungkin bakalan disiapin untuk nanti nextnya di kemenangan Onic selanjutnya ya. Tapi yang terakhir lagi deh Sans, ini kalian, ini di week ke-7 masih ada week 8 dan week 9. Kalian expect untuk lolos playoff di upper bracket nggak? Atau yang penting lolos playoff aja udah?
Pede sih, kalau dari aku pede banget. Soalnya beberapa menang lagi kayaknya kita udah bisa upper, jadi saya yakin bisa.
Yakin bisa. Wow, ini tepuk tangannya Sonic juga mendukung dan aminkan apa yang disampaikan Sanso. Sekali lagi Sonic, kita berikan tepuk tangan yang paling meriah untuk Onic. Dan langsung saja para caster sudah ready di sana untuk mengupas lebih tuntas lagi gimana sih kemenangan dari Onic hari ini melawan Aura. So langsung saja, silakan para casters.
The Sky Kings get their revenge on Onic Esports, or on Aura Esports, excuse me, in such a thrilling game that was so crazy. I mean,
a thrilling series.
A thrilling series at that. And I was talking about how, you know, this game 3 is going to be so climatic. It is going to be intense. It is going to be tight. And it was. It was such a long game that, you know, it kept us up on our chair, up on our feet.
For sure. I mean, we weren't sitting at all. I think after the 18 minute of the game, but my God, a 30-minute banger here for our first match. That was just our first match. We still have Alter Ego Evos after this, and then Bigetron versus RRQ to end the day. And we started things off with a 2-1 banger that went all the way, and even in the late game, 30 minutes, Kabuki was playing such a phenomenal game, man. But unfortunately, that late game scaling that we were talking about all in the early game, and Sans!
The Joker face.
Was that the Joker face?
That was
what
the
do you
Joker
call
face.
that? Ghani, you're the Onic fan here. What's
That's
that face that Sans makes all the
Sans
time?
face.
That's just Sans face.
Wow.
Okay, 3, 4, and 4. Dude, this guy, the full utility build at the start, by the way. Enchanted Talisman, NOD, Blood Wings. That was the core item for this Lo Yi. And the KDA doesn't say much, but everyone's KDA doesn't say much on Onic. It was a very low kill game for Onic, actually. I think by the end of it, they had still less than Aura in terms of kills. It was Aura who were dominating in kills and team fights throughout the game, but the quality matters over the quantity. And for Sans, always getting people to places, the flanks, the trades as well that he enabled from the team. And a lot of these times, the rescue operations went so well because of the diversions that Sans placed down. early on, neutral objective secured by Onic, but I just really want to talk about what happened in the mid to late, right? Because in the early game, it was all Aura. Aura were having such a good time. Gugun was out retreating Kairi, and Kabuki, obviously. I was a believer on Aura getting the victory here. I thought it was going to be 2-1 to Aura after Kabuki was 6-0. But then they were able to find a lot of these team fights, but again, he just got trades across the board. This was a team fight that looked very, very scary for Onic, I believe. It was when Aura corralled over towards them, and CW was kind of in a tough spot here. Kabuki was dealing damage onto them. The Astral Echo hit, and Aura were able to get a very, very good win in trade. But when CW is still alive, it can't really end. It was 3-2 in the end with Kairi dying here. He delayed a long time, by the way, despite him getting taken down. But this final play from T-Boy, getting Gugun, was all it took to really take the game over to Onic. Onic just needed one shot, one window, one frame to go for it all in on someone, and CW will melt him down. T-Boy enabled that, and CW just went to wreak havoc on everyone in the late game. We expected this to happen in the previous fights, but somehow, someway, Aura were able to out-execute them in these team fights. Still very, very impressive. Their one mistake, though, and Sans with CW, with the whole team, those diversions, capitalizing and saving the game and weathering that storm. Weathering not just a storm, weathering a natural disaster, a catastrophe.
Force majeure.
Force majeure. It was so tiring for Aura to just rinse and repeat. You know, they were trying to repeat the same chain of events. If they want to get to the backline, if they want to kill CW, they had to go from ABC to D. Meanwhile, for Onic, they just waited for the ABC and D to come to them, and they just reacted with the damage that they had. Sans and CW just trying to exert that much of a damage, a huge one. And now it comes to the question of whether or not this Luo Yi, does it finally kind of like haunt Aura, because they did not ban this Luo Yi at all the 3 games that we had in the series.
Yeah, they cannot. They can't, right? I mean, they banned Ling, Harith, and Arl. All those 3 picks as well were really, really good on the side of Onic. So at that point, it was just a battle of execution, and they were almost there. They were almost one. Dude, Kabuki was 9-0-3. I thought he died at least once in the final team fight, but no, 9-0-3 in this game. Even Yehezkiel, shout outs to this guy, dude. He was doing so much for the team, just putting those Astral Echoes down, shooting CW, and Sans getting rid of the Blood Wings every single time before these team fights. But the gamble that CW made with the Bargain Hunter and the Weakness Finder, it kind of paid off, right? And towards the end, that utility that he provided to the team, also with that damage, was kind of ridiculous. And 836 GPM in 30 minutes. The farm, that's what enabled him to swap items despite already buying Elixir, despite having 2 Holy Crystals.
Yep.
Holy man.
2 Holy Crystals, and that was the kind of the
nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it was the nail in the coffin and the absolute catastrophe for Aura, the way they had to deal with the damage of Onic, the magic damage. It was just so much for Aura Esports to deal with. But we will see the golden moment shortly, presented by the official gold partner, UBS Gold.
Apa? Ponsel gua 30.
Coba clear bawah dulu ya, hati-hati lebih ya.
Oke,
Dua
percaya
kali
gue guys.
Coba bisa lihat gua nggak sini kalau dia bisa. Kalau lewat ya. Dia udah bisa ganti-ganti item apa ya? Tim mau coba guys.
Coba ya,
mau di start nih. Dia nggak tahu. Coba tadi sudah. Udah dia jauh banget rogernya guys. Kedua guys. Benar sisi guys.
Ini guys, spare render ya.
Udah kedua guys, benar guys, aman. Bennett mati juga Bennett guys. Lihat Bennett guys.
Sabar. Sabar set dulu, kabar guys.
Santai. Santai. Lihat cowok itu mati bisa mandur.
Banyak dulu aja boy, aman boy.
Ada puri dia kayaknya.
Oke. Gua bisa tambah sih guys.
Lupa guys. Ayo, open up immortal tuh.
Ini guys, guys.
Nice, orang. Bantai.
Bye. Nice.
Oh my god, cepek.
That was the seal the deal moment for Onic. And that was so beautiful, the way like Keyboy informed that the Roger was so far, and Lutpi was there standing by to just hold him, so he couldn't really enter the Lord Pit and continue that fight. So well played by Onic. The team fight was so good and in sync.
The positioning in the end as well, that advantage from the far lane. Even though Aura were dealing with it really, really well, throughout the game, it was bound to hit them, right? That advantage that kept on growing, the frustration as well from Aura that kept on growing, where they had to go back and forth to clear the far lane that had super minions pushing in because the base turret was taken. And that's why really, especially in the later stage of the game, the side lane base turrets definitely more prio than mid lane base turrets.
What is more prio is the discounts in Click Indomaret. Of course, watching this show together or playing games together is even more exciting if there are snacks and drinks. No need to be complicated because now you can shop online like in a store by Click Indomaret. That is the Indomaret shopping app. You want to try it? There is a 15,000 rupiah discount. Of course, with the code here, discount click the MPL, and you could get discounts to buy your favorite snacks and drinks.
Become a new member and get the discount, ladies and gentlemen. Check that app out, especially if you're in Indo. Convenient.
It's everywhere.
It is everywhere. That's why it's called Indomaret. And while you're at Indomaret, you can get snacks, you can get drinks. But if you feel like you want a little bit more energy, you can get Point Cool Coffee because Point Cool Coffee, man, Point Coffee is freshly made by, get this, Scotty, 100% authentic Indonesian coffee beans by, not just any, baristas. Trained,
Amateur?
professional
Trained.
baristas.
Wow. They
That's a
are
deal
trained
breaker.
baristas that
That's a deal
make
breaker.
you fresh and authentic coffee. You can enjoy coffee, frappes, and other fresh drinks with
This is for you.
legendary flavors. Of course, these are very, very delicious and refreshing coffees. You can find Point Coffee at the nearest Indomaret store. And this just, you know, it really, really just kind of
I'm gonna save it for later.
keeps me going. It just races my blood, and the way it, you know, kicks.
Yeah.
Kickstart my energy is just so good.
And if you don't want coffee, there's other options as well, like tea. I personally got the chocolate today. So many different options, variants for you guys to choose from, depending on how you feel, bro.
But after this, of course, we will come after the break because we will see Alter Ego against Evos. After this break, stay tuned in MPL ID Season 13.
6 versus 7. 7 versus 8, right?
We'll make it to play.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main. Iya! Akhirnya aku naik. 바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
termudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Games match andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma games max makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because I'm party.
익세.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 나와. 게이다.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win-streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Sampai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be.
지긋지긋한가요?
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Awap, kita.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
맥시가 지가운다요. Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 나와. 게이다.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character Select.
Bener.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss.
Wow, kembali lagi MPL Indonesia Season 13 hadir dan kali ini kita sudah berada di match kedua di minggu ke-7 hari yang kedua. Wah, ini menarik sekali ya. Kalau tadi di match pembukaan kita udah lihat nih dua tim beradu yang sementara ini berada di posisi papan atas klasemen. Kali ini di match kedua akan berbeda karena ini akan mempertemukan dua tim yang pada saat ini sayang sekali berada di zona merah. Selain sekarang berada di zona merah, mereka juga kedua tim ini memiliki raport yang kurang baik nih kalau kita lihat di season 12 karena sama-sama tidak bisa mendapatkan tiket ke playoff di season sebelumnya. Tapi kira-kira season ini apakah mereka akan bisa berhasil merangkak naik ke posisi atas di klasemen dan berhasil menuju playoff? Kita akan lihat karena nantinya ini akan mempertemukan antara Evos dan juga Alter Ego. Kalau dilihat-lihat performance mereka di season 13 ini sudah pernah lose streak 4 kali. Kalau Evos lose streaknya pada saat awal-awal week, Alter Ego saat ini tuh sedang lose streak 4 kali. Ini gimana ya? Kayaknya kedua tim udah punya solusi nih untuk bisa keluar dari zona merah. Jadi langsung aja kita bakalan ngobrol solusi mereka kira-kira apa nih. Bersama dengan dua jungler, ada Tas dan juga Annabelle. Tepuk tangannya dong untuk Tas dan Annabelle. Halo, Tas, Annabelle, sini dong di tengah biar kelihatan semuanya. Tas, Annabelle, gimana kabarnya? Udah siap belum nih ketemu di Land of Dawn?
Siap banget.
Tas siap banget. Annabelle, gimana?
Ya siap juga lah kayak Tas.
Siap juga ya, saling ketemu. Tapi kita lihat nih, ada sesuatu yang menarik di layar nih. Coba kita lihat ini tentang jungler-jungler di Evos. Wah ini kalau kita lihat timelinenya ini ada dari One versi, kemudian ada Tas Sutsujin, kemudian sekarang ada Annabelle. Monica mau nanyain Tas dulu. Tas, sebagai ex Evos nih hari ini, kalau dilihat nih Tas kan berada pada saat di season 2 kali tuh Evos nggak bisa lolos playoff. Menurut Tas tuh gimana sekarang?
Ya sekarang semua tim udah pada jago kan, lagian regenerasinya juga pada bagus-bagus juga.
Jadi kalau kamu lihat Annabelle kali ini kira-kira bisa bawa mereka Evos ini lolos playoff nggak?
Pasti bisa.
Pasti bisa?
Pasti.
Kalau Alter Ego gimana nih?
Amin.
Amin juga. Tapi Tas, ini kan sekarang AE tuh lagi di posisi kurang aman, terus lagi lose streak. Ini gimana nih kamu sama tim bisa bangkit kali ini?
Kalem aja, gak usah panik.
Hah?
Kalem aja gak usah panik.
Oke, gak usah panik ya.
Ya.
Annabelle, gimana tuh? Ini nih, dari Tas sekarang era kamu. Ini kamu lihat gimana sih pada saat sekarang Evos di era ini? Evos di era saat ini, di mana kamu jadi jungler itu gimana tuh? Kan kemarin tuh sempat gak lolos playoff. Sekarang ketika kamu bersama Evos, apakah positif nih bisa masuk playoff?
Kalau soal positif masuk playoff pasti bisa. Soalnya semua berjuang kok kita, satu tim.
Semua berjuang satu tim. Annabelle, tapi kali ini di Land of Dawn kamu bakalan ketemu sama Tas nih. Takut gak sih? Was-was gak nih? Waspada gitu?
Ya takut banget sih.
Takut banget? Kenapa takut banget Annabelle?
Dulu di scrim bikin coklat soalnya.
Di apa?
Bikin coklat.
Oh, Tas gimana? Katanya Annabelle takut sama kamu. Kalau Tas gimana?
Bohong dia mah. Bohong.
Bohong? Kenapa kamu tahu Annabelle bohong?
Lihat aja mukanya.
Lihat aja mukanya. Emang ada apa dengan muka Anavel? Anavel, coba nih. Kenapa tuh? Kata tas kamu bohong.
Tapi kayaknya tas yang bohong deh.
Loh ini kok jadi saling bohong-bohong. Tapi kalau tadi kan udah nanyain tas nih. Gimana Evos bisa lolos playoff nggak? Kata tas boleh, bisa nih, pasti lolos. Kalau dari Anavel, AE bisa lolos playoff nggak nih?
Pasti bisa.
Pasti bisa. Kenapa?
AE tim kuat soalnya.
Tim kuat, ada tas juga ya?
Ya.
Ada. Oke kalau gitu gak berlama-lama lagi kalian bakalan ketemu di Land of Dawn. Tapi sebelum kalian ketemu di Land of Dawn, boleh dong kasih pesan-pesan dari Anavel buat tas buat Anavel. Anavel dulu deh.
Good luck, have fun dah tas.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to MPL ID Season 13. We are en route to the second match of the day that will not be as, as less as the first match was. It is going to be Evos Glory against Alter Ego. Wow, it is going to be one hell of a nail-biter. But before that, of course, we will prepare a few things to cover before the match rolls on, because this is going to be an important match. It is the red zone match.
It is.
Wow.
It is.
I mean, it's just going to be really, really tough for all these teams, because even Aura, with that loss earlier, it's actually not as safe as you would think for a team that's in top 3, usually in MPL ID. When you're top 3, you're kind of safe from not making it to playoffs. You kind of already secured playoffs. But to this day, only one team has secured playoffs. You heard it right. Yes, even Onic haven't secured playoffs just yet.
Wow.
Only Bigetron have secured playoffs thus far.
Yeah, but before that, of course, we want to say thank you to our sponsors, because MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet, GoPay. Also, our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Our partner in esports, we have Dunia Games, GamesMax, Rimo, Telkomsel. Also our suppliers, Indomaret, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Supersmart TV Plus, and Saturdays. And also our government partner, PBSE. Thank you for the constant support towards MPL ID Season 13. Now back to our point. It is so, how do you say it, uncharacteristic to see Alter Ego down in the red zone. Number 7, Alter Ego, they're kind of struggling. They had a flying start in the first few weeks, but now they're down in the dumps.
Earlier on, Season 13, Alter Ego was a force to be reckoned with, but after what, week 4, week 5, they suddenly just lose their jam, and it just did not stop for them. They've been switching roles, Rek coming in,
Sally Boy
back in the mid, but it seems like their jam has not been restored.
Yeah, no, they gotta buy some jam in Indomart for sure if they want that jam to come back, right? But for Alter Ego, it's just been really weird. it depends on how young or old you are as a fan. If you're an old fan, yes, it's just weird to see Alter Ego in the red zone. But if you're a recent fan, they also didn't make it to playoffs last season. They barely made it to playoffs in Season 11 as well. So technically, they've always been on edge in the last few seasons. But this season, it looked different, especially at the start, like you guys mentioned. Unfortunately, for me at least, their mistakes from week 1 to this day have been the same. It's like you give them the same criticism from week 1 to week 2 all the way to week 7.
It's such a yikes situation because the poster states that, you know, it's back to factory settings, 2 teams on success, now struggling. I mean, if you talk about Evos Glory, they were struggling in the first few weeks, and then they found their stride, they found their groove, back to their winning ways, and now back struggling again. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, it was such a flying start, a smooth one at that, and now they are very, very much trying to recuperate, to try to come back to what is now such a struggling momentum for them.
The one thing that distinct this two, right? I think Evos with their holy lineup with Annabelle in the jungle, with Dreams also stabilizing in that roam position. If they do get their comforts here, they have a very favorable chance winning the series. But then again, that's the note. They need to get their comforts in their drafts.
Yeah, I mean, we also talked about how Alter Ego is, I'd say, a laboratory. Why? Because Nafari as the head coach and also the other coaching staffs, you know, they have also Aldo by their side. Some sort of an alchemist, I'd say, because they like to craft new things in the draft. You know, they brought out the Esmeralda gold lane. They also had the Ruby gold lane in the first few weeks. Is that consequentially what made Alter Ego finally lost that momentum?
I think it's just the fact that they were complacent, you know? In week 1 to week 3, they were number 1. They were on a win streak, and then losing to Onic, obviously, that was what basically destroyed their win streak. And yeah, and the problems remain the same in my opinion. When they have the control in the early game, when they have a say as to what they want to do, as to what they want to dictate the enemy team to do as well, in the mid to late stage as well, they do really well. They're really disciplined in that department. But when it comes to the other point, when it comes to the later stage of the game, it's really tough, isn't it, Gani? Right? I mean, like, looking at the way that they play, even in their drafts, I don't know where to start, is what I'm trying to say. Because we started in week 1 with the criticisms towards Alter Ego, and all the way to this week, it remains the same, but they've actually added more problems into the mix. It used to be just a template gameplay. They had amazing drafts with the Odette, with the Xavier. And now, even the drafts have issues, where the fundamentals lack when their creativity, when they go a bit too creative.
Of course, the lineup for both teams, Evos still with their winning lineup, now trying to get back to their road. Of course, still with the holy core. But now we see Task right erect and high, so no Nino and no Rassi.
And no Sully Boy.
No Sully Boy as well. Krat is back on the server.
I believe this is going to be the first time this season we are going to see the Krat and Erect duet in that mid and roam. Will it come to fruition? As please, ladies and gentlemen, the away team in the series, let's welcome, and of course, black and white. This is Alter Ego Esports.
Alter Ego looking to reroute their course back to trying to escape from that red zone.
Still trying to find their jam, like you guys mentioned. Now with another new lineup. It feels oddly familiar. A team to the end parts of a regular season, mixing, changing their lineups back and forth. We'll see if they have finally found the right lineup, because for Evos at least, they have found theirs.
On the other side, they were struggling earlier on this season, ladies and gentlemen. But suddenly, with the shakeups, with the change, it seems like it is what this team needs. Roaring in white and blue. This is the White Tigers, Evos Glory.
Off to a rocky start, found their groove, and now back being challenged. They have their issues, but I'm pretty sure they are going to fix it.
They fixed it before with a full roster change and then with the addition of brands. And since then, they've actually relied on the same lineup and it's been getting a lot of success. Wins over Onic, wins over Bigetron Alpha. It's on Alter Ego to decide what they want to do up against Evos. And the first thing they want to do is changing up the roles of the analysts here. Nafari with ours this time. No Aldo on stage.
No Aldo. So for Nafari, I feel like ours will most definitely bring a new insight towards his craftsmanship, because Nafari is notorious and well known for the niche drafts, unique ones, where that could be sometimes the key to success for Alter Ego, but most of the times it could also give that gap, that loophole for other teams to exploit.
And let's not forget as well, right? Let's give credit to Coach's strategy. He wasn't in the picture of Evos Glory this season, but when he steps in, it seems like he has more answers, more solutions.
And it seems for Evos as well, it's strategy and Caleb, no Theo. So both sides have actually made changes to their analysts. Caleb, obviously the dude who we've seen before last season actually take the helms over Age after a while.
Now, of course, the head-to-head for the players here. For Alter Ego, they have that higher KDA. I mean, most of the games that Alter Ego play, it's so chaotic, and they like to skirmish a lot. And that is also, you know, because kind of like a jungler type of gameplay that they have embedded in this team, where Taz is just the carry jungler, always on the look for kills and also fights that can succeed for Alter Ego with the KTV now.
Let's take a look at the keys to victory for Evos Glory first, presented by Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Annabelle is online. That is referring to his Alpha, obviously one of his signature picks, or his signature pick. Only lost once so far in MPL ID, and he can actually utilize this a lot after the patch. Prepare another comfort hero for the safe position, which is Fluffy. We're talking about Fluffy here mainly. He's been getting a whole lot of X-Borgs against Onic, against Bigetron Alpha, and that has given the team a lot of success, because when Fluffy is on the X-Borg, he gets so much of a say as to how he kites around these team fights to enable the team to look for more and to bait out resources as well with the Faraga armor. When he doesn't get the X-Borg, it just feels like he's not in his comfort zone, and that's weird because Fluffy, we've known him for being a dude with a big hero pool. So if you can find comfort on other picks, that'll be great for Evos Glory. Next, keys of victory presented by Samsung Galaxy S24 series for Alter Ego. Creativity still has fundamentals. Don't just experiment randomly, and that's what we have been seeing for the most part in the last few weeks for Alter Ego. Crazy picks with zero or little fundamentals. Very tough for the rest of the team to actually make that cheese composition happen or work. Balance hides his aggression to pressure. Brands' laning is another option as well. With Highs now coming into the lineup, he's known to be a very 50-50 kind of goal laner. By 50-50, I mean he either wins you games or he can sometimes lose you games. So if you can capitalize on that aggression, Highs will be a good weapon to have. But if you can't, a double-edged sword will hurt you instead. Comfortable enough. Can Evo secure a safe position? Dreams, Franco, 2 times picked, 2 times wins, 100% win rate. X-Borg for Fluffy, 9 picked, 6 wins.
For Alter Ego, sometimes it is them with the full of exploration but lacking precision, because they are the team with the widest pool of heroes, 50 unique heroes. That's 50, that's a lot of heroes that they've been playing under their wings. But now their standings, it is on the 7th, so they are currently in the emergency zone, that red zone that we've been talking about. The head coach, I mean, you know, we cannot disregard them. They have been crafting a lot of good drafts, but sometimes it just kind of like does not work, or, you know, it is just misexecuted a few times.
Exactly, right? This is also why I feel Alter Ego, they're really lacking in that jam, that chemistry. They always shake things up almost week in and week out. Only Taz here, of course, being that sole jungler, needs to coordinate, needs to adjust with his teammates. Sometimes it can be overwhelming.
But will this drafting phase be overwhelming for both teams? Presented with the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Of course, for Alter Ego, the Luoyi ban, next Borg ban, and Anatan ban, that X-Borg is due to respect out of Fluffy the Fireman from Evos. For Evos, they take out the Herod and the Angela, and Angela is a staple for Rekt.
It is, and give it to Evos to understand that, you know, a team that has been able to utilize the strengths of Rekt all the way from the glory days of the M1 World Championships to his roaming days with the Angela and the Mathilda. Both respected away here with the Herod as well. So for Alter Ego, early first pick, instant Roger. No hesitation. Seems Alter Ego with no Aldo now in the lineup wants to go for pure fundamentals. What works?
Fundamentals is the key. If you want to build a house, you need the foundation, a strong one at that. And this Roger could still be either going gold or jungle, but nevertheless, it is a solid pick for Alter Ego. We've seen Taz pick it up quite a few times. Now for Evos, what do they want to respond? Of course, X-Borg taken out, but Fluffy still able to play other selection of heroes up in the XP lane.
Fredrin is still on the board as well as Arlet, right? So perhaps we might take one. Okay, they will secure a jungler, not the Fredrin though. Instead, they will duet the Barats and the Faramis. Now Valentina is still on the board. Perhaps Alter Ego will be forced to use that Valentina here early, since that Nether Realm can be a very tricky ultimate.
Strong teamfight control, they have anti-CC, they have that extra life, the sustain we've been talking about, but now they will take the Vexana for Quiet and also Chip for Rekt.
I think the one time we have seen the chip for Alter Ego was Rossi who utilized it, and he actually went for Revitalize.
Yeah.
I don't believe we've seen Rekt on the chip. I might be wrong there. I think he actually has played one game of chip. And that was a loss, unfortunately, for him. So we'll see if he has improved on the chip. But Vexana, something that we didn't see any nerfs of Vexana, really. But she has fallen out of the meta.
Yeah.
And we'll see if Krite can utilize that right here. But we do have a signature pick for Mr. Brands. For the gold lane, that's the Claude, the act of thievery, the boy. And the monkey Dexter.
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 Second phase. Well, Evos Glory here tried to limit, I guess, the EXPs, perhaps potential junglers here. Baksha can be a potential ban alongside the Akai or Fred. So yeah, I'm eyeing Evos. They just clean house in that jungler role.
Try to take out Terizla as well. It's a staple of Pi. One of his favorite heroes as well to play, to zone out when the team fight does come. And they do ban out the Terizla, denying Pi of his comfort pick, a signature one at that, because he's so effective with the Terizla. Just gives them so many zoning potentials, and the CC will be taken out from the fray by Alter Ego.
Technically for Evos as well, this Barats is still a very good flex pick for them. We can see Fluffy actually utilize the Barats in the XP, and then they could go for something like a Fredrin to have a bit more of pressure around the trio mid area with the Faramis. If they continue to ban the XPs, that might actually hint at the Barats flexed into the XP. Terizla already taken out the X-Borg earlier. What else does Pi utilize? The Arlet has been one of the tools for Pi to actually get a very, very good lane to help out the jungle for the first neutral objective. But maybe a gold lane ban would be good as well. For Heis, his aggression, something like a Brody comes into mind and has been utilized to bully the Claude, but the Fanny will be the final ban from Evos. Trying to stop a possible flex of the Roger. Not going to the jungle, instead going to gold. Whoa! Carmilla makes her debut!
Debut pick for the Carmilla. I'm pretty sure I've seen this in the MPL Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken. They picked up the Carmilla for themselves, and now it is going to be picked up by Evos. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, what do they want to pick? Because this Carmilla, it was a short pick. You know, they did not talk about it. I mean, like, they did not really discuss. It was like, I think, picked under 2 seconds or 3 seconds. So I'm pretty sure they had a game plan. They have a game plan to utilize this Carmilla. But a Beatrix and an Arlet, which will cement the fact that this Roger will go to the jungle.
Yeah, with this Carmilla pick, right, it's genius. to a point, it's ingenious, right? With Chip, you will clump up, you will try to find an angle, and with Carmilla, it's just insta-lock you with the other marked players. And if you are able to crowd control that one player, you are able to stun all of them. So it is going to be scary for Alter Ego here upon engaging or committing for a fight on towards Evos Glory's composition.
Just now confused as to where the Carmilla is gonna go. Technically, it's still a good flex. Roam would be the... Yeah, okay, so it is Roam. They go for the Alpha, and the Barats will go to XP. So that's the flex of the Barats and the Alpha into the jungle. And now, dude, they have so much AoE. Their whole composition can just be defined with AoE. Faramis, Barats, Claude, Carmilla, and Alpha. You clump up, you're dead. Oh my goodness.
A strong AoE team fight draft for Evos. But Alter Ego, they also have a strong front line that could deal with the AoE. And of course now the draft index for both teams.
Favors Evos, 7.0. That's one of the highest ones that we've seen, actually.
Wow.
The differential on the counter index, 0.8. Man, I'm just really excited to see the Carmilla's debut here. Up against, like you said, something that wants to clump up. Chip with the shortcuts. We'll see if this is the counter to the Chip.
We will see the Land of Dawn for match number 2. It is the three-masked men Alter Ego against the White Tigers, Evos. Who will escape the red zone?
Ladies and gentlemen, 8th versus 7th right now.
Welcome to
Land of Dawn.
Legends.
Who will take game 1?
Talk to us about this Carmilla pick. What does it really want to achieve, especially when you implement it on the roam department?
Additional AoE and technically a point-click stun. You also have that concussive blast here that Dreams has gone for, so I'm just really curious to see how it's played around the mid lane as well. How much prio do you get with a Faramis and Carmilla combo together in the mid lane? Because early on, we already did see that Krite was shoved in as a Vexana. Looking at the emblems as well, he went for full tankiness, Dreams, by the way. Yeah. The Vitality plus the Tenacity and the Concussive Blast and the Tank emblem to add more. And Clockun with the Agility and the Wilderness Blessing. So completely the opposite for Clockun. No defense whatsoever. Wants to go for that maneuverability around the map.
Oh my god, it seems like Rect finds an engage with that crash course, and also taking a page out of Rasti's book. Brings in the Revitalize in this game as well.
The Terrify almost made it like Alter Ego wanted to commit to that kill towards Clockun, but he's all fine and dandy. And up in the top lane, in the gold lane rather, it's gonna be a 1v1 because this Carmilla will be constantly on the pressure. It's moving around the map, trying to help out the lanes, especially when you want to shove it upon Alter Ego. So not much action in the first few phases, but when we enter team fights, it will look scary for Alter Ego.
Level 4 is where it's going to be at for both these teams, right? Alter Ego get a massive advantage at level 4. Evos Glory have a similar advantage at level 4. All of them will be looking to skirmish once they get their ultimates, but Rect with the signature Revitalize on the Chip. Once you teleport, you get a little bit of that healing, and usually, when we do see the Chip go Revitalize, he actually also goes for Flask of the Oasis. So be on the lookout for that item as well. Evos first onto the turtle with better clear into XP.
Evos already poking around the turtle. Tied up, opening things up. Oh, the Daytona's welcome does not land, flickers out, but it will have enough time to take the turtle. Oh, good! Carmilla stunned there as Annabelle claims the triple out of nowhere with the Curse of Blood. We see a Carmilla debut in Land of Dawn.
Realize you asked me what the Carmilla can do? If you clump up, you're dead! That's what he can do! Oh my goodness!
Wow. The stun, the control, the CC, the AoE, the everything for Evos. And that was orchestrated by Dreams. It gives Annabelle a triple kill and also the neutral. So Evos, they are off to a flying start. This could snowball into something even greater. And now Alter Ego, their comp also wants to clump up because you have the shortcut. You're also gonna try to flank the players of, Evos. You wanna try to fight in this big skirmishes when you are together. But when it comes to that, Evos have the perfect counter.
It really is, right? The Curse of Blood. That was disgusting. The stun instantly onto, did he get 3? And then right into the Spear of
We
Alpha
need a replay.
too. I would love a replay because it happened so fast. And Dreams is going to be so tanky. I don't even think Alter Ego will be able to deal damage to him. With the Vitality and the Tenacity, you're tanky enough, but on the Carmilla, you're actually kind of like, it's off-putting how tanky you are on the Carmilla. Because you're technically a support. Right? That's what your role is. But she tanky, man. She really tanky. For now, I think they can control every single lane, and even Brands here with the Claude. I would actually say, maybe previously, we all know the Beatrix as a lane bully, but with all the nerfs through Beatrix, Claude actually does have a better time up against the Beatrix. And Taz, he can't even go for the counter jungle.
My God, Daytona as well.
Shortcut.
Shortcut though by Rex, trying to cover for his teammate now. Rex, no man's land, trying to just buy time for his team here. Perhaps looking to die under the turret. But take a look at the space. Oh my God, that he has created for his team towards the top side, and Clocken will secure that kill eventually.
You can see Evos just want to fight. I mean, Brands has completed the Corrosion's Kite, so he does want to fight and just help out with the utility that it has, the slow and also everything in between. And Evos, 1 kill and a neutral to their pockets.
Rek did buy some time, delayed a little bit of that snowball, but Alter Ego weren't really able to utilize that time at all to do anything. The turtle was still taken, and now they go on Taz.
Some important stun. Blazing Duet invested, and also the pull. Pi still able to get out with the flicker, but that means Evos now, they can move onwards. Take a look at the concealed plays here of Alpha, and as well as Clockroom will secure Pi and Taz down and out, and Evos Glory is rocking in this game 1.
Sweet, sweet sugar for Evos. They're getting the initiations. All the fight as well has been won by them. And you can see the CC that they have, the AoE as well. It just forces Alter Ego to give up to a certain degree. Sometimes it's either fight or flight for Alter Ego. 5 kills, 6 kills even for Evos now.
Alright, it's just really tough right now. It's a 3,000 gold lead for a composition like this. And technically, even in the late game, Evos Glory have a say. It's not one of those snowball comps that rely completely on the early game, because the Alpha will do true damage as well towards the later stage of the game. That's going to be really hard to itemize against for Alter Ego. Yes, and I'm not even mentioning the Claude, because the Claude is truly the late game threat that they have. But at this point, I don't even think Alter Ego can withstand the damage of just the front lines here. Just Clockhood, Dreams, and Annabelle, and Fluffy. That 4. Combined with the Blazing Duet towards the end. Oh, ouch. All the, sound effects that you would make when you get hurt will be a good definition of what Alter Ego will experience very, very soon. With this mid-game power spike hitting, Brands opted to go for Corrosion side early, so he's going to start participating in these team fights. Next on the item chain for him is DHS. So even the frontliners will be having a tough time dealing with this comp.
Imagine having so much frontline. You have the, tanky, Fluffy, you have the Barats, and then the Carmilla. But then at the same time, you have the crowd control to really just enable Brands to then hit and just spin around like a ball of fire. So this could possibly lead to an Alter Ego demise. So far for Evos, they have drafted this beautifully and they have executed it beautifully as well. They're looking for the fights, looking for the skirmishes, and also maximizing that, CC and AoE that they have. Just trying to trap Alter Ego in their places. They can't clamp up, they can't just, move in masses, because they will get punished by Evos Glory.
One thing that is still something that Alter Ego can play with is the fact that they have great wave clear, right? The Beatrix basically, even when behind, clears these waves super, super fast. And that's why they have been actually able to deny the mid-turret take for such a long time. With the help of the Vexana as well, a lot of good peel. So Evos Glory, even though they have an overwhelming lead now, they can't really risk diving the turret to get a mid lane tier 1. It's still not worth it to risk that. But again, with them having this much of a lead, they can just stay patient. They don't need to be forcing a lot of these initiations. They don't need to be forcing these dives to get turrets because openings will come. And it'll come in the form of this. One lane doesn't get dealt with by Alter Ego, and Evos Glory can capitalize. Through the side lane pressure that they are building up, the Lords will become easier and easier for them to take. And if Alter Ego want to make a big play by, fighting, again, you clump up, you die, kinda. Evos Glory with the game fact here by GoPay.
This marks the debut of Carmilla in MPL ID Season 13 after last being used 742 days ago by Vin in MPL ID Season 9 when facing Onic. That's like 4 seasons ago. It has been very long for this Carmilla to hibernate and finally again waking up in MPL ID Season 13. So far, Evos has been playing this execution spectacularly. They're trying to clear up the waves as well. And this is the next timer they have. The Lord next on their sights. And Golden Staff as well for Branson is ready to just dish out the damage needed to cut down through Alter Ego.
Yeah, and that's the 9th minute, by the way. Got the Golden Staff in the 9th minute. He's been farming like a boss this game. He's gets the Melfic Roar, already has the OD as well, so some damage there, but I don't think it's enough to deal with the front line of Evos Glory. Not right now. Fluffy has a whole lot of items already. Rushing the Dreadnought armor, has a leather jerkin, straight into the Sky Guardian helmet, and the Radiant armor too. And even for Annabelle, with a War Axe and a Hunter Strike, only with a Brute Force breastplate, it's still enough for now to deal with the threat that Alter Ego have. I think when Taz gets the Endless Battle, then we will see a little bit more of that threat from Alter Ego. But even then, I still find it really difficult for him to actually look for these executes. Because the Dominance Ice will stop that attack speed. There's so much from Evos Glory right now where they have an amazing front line, crazy damage, good punish. It's almost a complete outdraft. Alter Ego needs to kind of bank on a mistake from Evos Glory. Maybe when they dive a bit too deep, Pi and Krike can look for a re-engage.
Let's see. The First Lord marching towards the bottom side of the map. Alter Ego still have a kill yet on the board. Let's see, Will, perhaps his defense might have somewhat of a counter play. Evos playing it very slowly. Does not look for a fight. Instead here, just playing it casually because they know this is just the First Lord.
Franz is just so rich. He's also completed his Vina Nature, so this is just going to speed up his, power later on the stages of the game. And also talking about what Mirko said, yeah, Alter Ego, they have good wave clear, so at least when it comes to sieging the high ground and the turrets as well, they have that clear. They have the Vexana Lord, they have that Eternal Guard, they also have by highs as well with the Beatrix, with a lot of wave clear as well, so that's a lot of options for them to withstand the pressure. Wreck might get caught here. He's gonna be fine. Oh no, he's gonna be fine. So just trying to face check the bush, but Evos, they might look for something more.
No, they're just gonna zone Alter Ego away from their own jungle, freezing the waves as well, waiting for the next Lord that will come in 54 seconds and counting. Annabelle just going full damage now at this point, right? Already has the War Axe, Hunter Strike.
Sea Halberd.
Has a Brute Force breastplate earlier, but he decides to go for Sea Halberd. Usually, I think for Annabelle, he goes for a little bit more defense. I think usually it's Athena Shield or maybe even more physical defense. But in this game, yeah, probably the Sea Halberd will work. Technically, Alter Ego have that revitalized still, so something to keep note. And because Rekt is so behind, he's actually opted to not go for the Flask of the Oasis. He's gone for the Anticuris.
Silence Robe.
The robe, leather jerkin, so just pure tankiness. I'm waiting for the power spikes for highs, actually. He already has the BOD, Hunter Strike, and the Melfic. So, not that bad, considering he hasn't gotten any kills. He's been farming okay. Not to the level of Brands, obviously.
Man,
wow. It's quite hard. I mean, we also talked about how Alter Ego could bank on the mistakes of Evos, but how do you do that exactly when Evos is just playing this so clean?
Yeah.
I mean, the first two Lords has not been contested as well for Alter Ego. So now I'm questioning what is their timing? What should be their momentum, their window frame in where they could operate properly, because this is just them waiting for, a catastrophe to happen.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's the sad reality of this comp for now. If they make any proactive Fluffy's just Dynamite. Fluffy Dynamite with the Detonus welcome. Now, at this point, Evos Glory have so much control over the map that Alter Ego, even if they try to shortcut in, they try to portal people in, they're just gonna die. If they clump up, they're dead. We've been saying that so much now, but it's true. So the only way they can force technically a mistake from Evos is if they play inside of their own base. But even then, if Evos play the way that they have been, mistakes is very risky to bank on for Alter Ego.
Yeah, let's see here with the Lord marching. Oh my goodness. Daytona's welcome on towards High. And let's see if Brockun finds it. And he will. Highs will be the next on the chopping block. And that is Evos Glory looking to secure game one. Alter Ego, they were starving in this game and they will starve more. What a great start for Evos Glory.
Flawless, unstained, unscratched, and unshackled Evos Glory, the White Tigers. They bite, leaving no bloodstains. A 9-0 finish. In that first game, Alter Ego, we did not see them execute their draft and even their game plan because Evos was just so far ahead and their leads that they had was so insurmountable that Alter Ego did not have a chance to play.
Literally not a chance to play. They had 0 kills. That was 9-0. That was a stomp. If you ever seen a stomp, the debut of Carmilla from Dreams brought a bad dream, a nightmare for the ex-mid lane trio in game one. Rekt and Taz being an ex-Evos member. Definitely a little bit more salt to the wound there. But wow, what a stomp. Even Alter Ego fans in the building here with a sign that says, Bang, please win. It's looking really bleak, grim.
Bang Miracle, please win.
In this game, Evos Glory certainly looking for what's in their name. And not the Evos part, you know, it's the glory.
Wow. Gold and glory was all that is in game number one. I mean, this Carmilla was a surprise pick. It was a debut pick.
Yep.
But I felt like it also did not really kind of like, you know, it was a good pick, but it wasn't really like the nail in the coffin, you know? Because all of the players of Evos, they functioned very well the way they played their fights and the contest that they took towards the neutrals. And imagine if that was kind of like, you know, much more centered to the Carmilla. I feel like that could also bring much more disaster for Alter Ego. Alter Ego did not play. They had 0 kills in that game.
Yeah, I mean, nobody stood out per se in Evos Glory, but he still is just deserved. He deserves
well-deserved
MVP.
0-0-8, right? It's a 9-kill game, ladies and gentlemen. A total of 9. And it's all on Evos' side. This guy was all over the map and he was preventing any sort of dive. He was just basically matching whatever Rekt was doing. And that's technically what you want to do on the Carmilla. You're a counter to the chip. Yeah, it doesn't take much effort, technically. All you need to do is focus on your task. And Dreams, he is a man with a vision. He's a man with a plan. And he follows that plan all throughout. If it gets you wins, it's still a W, bro. A W is a W is the point here. And let's take a look at the highlight, because I think the only highlight worth noting is this one right here, where you got a 3-man stun. It was like, it almost looked like a mistake. Fluffy went in and then boom, 3-man immobility into the Spear of Alpha. And man, all the Alpha players in the world screamed in joy together with that 3-man Spear of Alpha. And then throughout the game, Dream just enabled this. Also just tanking the turret. Nothing flashy. Legit nothing flashy. He's just doing his thing, man. And sometimes doing your thing is good, bro. That's all you need to do. Falcon was doing great too, by the way, with these Nether Realms, but
the timing,
everything. It was just well played for Evos Glory throughout.
0 kills.
0 kills, 14-minute game, complete outdraft and complete out execution.
Is that the first time, like, no kills on the board for a team?
In Season 13, I believe so. I think that might be.
In a long time.
In a long time, yeah, maybe. We'll have to check with production if... When was the last time a team got 0 kills on the board?
Evos Glory was just everywhere. The way they operated under the premise of, you know, AoE, CC, and also crowd control. that was translated into the team fights that was so clean. I mean, the chain CC, the follow-up was so perfect. And the items, you know, that was just such a confident build as well from Annabelle, you know, just going for that Sea Halberd, knowing that, you know, we're gonna fight, let's just deal damage, we're snowballing, you know, why not?
I'm quite disappointed in Annabelle, you know, you were already so far ahead, there were 0 kills on the enemy team. Should have gone for like a BOD, man. What is that Oracle you have, bro? That's the wrong green item to take when you're 9-0. But obviously, still respecting the damage that can come through from Krite, and also enhancing a bit of the healing that they get. From his own kit personally as well. There's really nothing to point out here in the itemization as well. It's kind of desperate for Alter Ego.
Yeah.
And it was a stomp for Evos. Full items on brands. Almost a Holy Crystal for the Paramis here with a Lightning Truncheon Divine Glaive Rush.
Well, Krite is 0-0-0.
That's crazy.
Is that the first time?
Cool.
Triple O.
Ghani. Krite 0-0-0.
Yeah.
I mean, technically everyone's 0-0.
The only member that did not die
is Krite.
It's Krite.
No assist as well because no kills. The rich guy, of course.
0%.
Brands and the sandbag. Yeah, we talked about how
what happened, bro.
They want to like, you know, Rekt wanted to build that photo because of the revitalize, but again, it was too late. No gold, so he had to go for the tanky build. You know, the Antikyras, and he was the sandbag. 60k damage taken.
It would have been worse if he bought the photo because. Let's look at the game again. When was the right time to use Revitalize? You use Revitalize, you bring 5 members into the 5-man stun? Yeah, I don't think you want to do that either, right? So it's like, it's a lose-lose in that situation. I think the chip just got overwhelmed by the Carmilla. The Carmilla, I guess, is the natural counter here. You clump up, you die. It's not just Carmilla, to be fair. Carmilla, Alpha, AOE comp.
AOE.
I got a question though. Season 13, have we seen a sub mid-game?
Mid-match?
Mid-match?
No, we have not. No, we have not.
Is this a sub situation? Is this so bad that it had to, you like, you know, Alter Ego might sub someone in?
I don't know. They desperately need a win, but I don't think the Krite's Rekt duet is really working. I don't see potential.
So what duet is the one that you like?
Blazing duet.
Rossi Krite.
Rossi Krite, okay.
Rossi Krite. And we might find out more, as there will be an interview upstage with Moko. Take it away.
Buat teman-teman semuanya, karena teman-teman semuanya yang bisa mengikuti keseruan dari MPL Indonesia Season 13 ini tidak hanya teman-teman yang datang, bukan hanya super fans yang datang ke MPL Arena atau ngikutin via online, tapi juga bisa nih seru-seruan bareng lewat nobar yang diadain sama GoPay kali ini. Nah, ini nobarnya bukan hanya di Jakarta aja, tapi ada di Bandung, Surabaya, dan juga Yogyakarta. Kalau kali ini lagi digelar nih nobarnya tuh di Bandung. Boleh kali ya kita ngeliatin gimana sih keseruannya nobar di Bandung. Kita bakalan kontak-kontakan dulu nih sama teman-teman yang ada di Bandung yang lagi nobar. Wow, Nevin, halo. Ih, seru banget tuh. Kelihatannya super fans di belakang Nevin kayaknya wah, udah dada-dada. Kayaknya seru banget. Di sana seseru apa sih, Nevin?
Halo Monik dan teman-teman yang ada di MPL Arena atau yang ada di rumah. Ini Nevin lagi nobar bareng GoPay di Kiara Arta Park Bandung. Sama siapa? Sama warga Bandung pastinya. Wah, ini bener-bener ramai banget. Kalau misalnya kalian tadi ikutin dari match pertama, mereka juga udah siap banget. Dan gak cuma itu aja, Mon. Kita tuh dari kemarin ya di Bandung udah muter-muterin beberapa kampus untuk nyari juara Piala Universitas GoPay Arena Community Championship 2024, yaitu kita udah ke Telkom, ke UPI, dan juga kita udah ke Unpad, Mon.
Wow, Nevin, ini bentar-bentar. Berarti ini selain nobar, ada GoPay Arena Community Championship GACC 2024 ya tadi Nevin yang disampaikan Nevin. Ini boleh dong dibagiin sama buat teman-teman super fans kalau mau join nobarnya gimana? Terus kalau mau join juga GACC-nya gimana nih?
Nah, ini gampang banget sih ya. Kalau misalnya kalian mau ikutan nobar yang ada di Bandung, boleh datang sekarang. Tapi kita masih akan keliling ke beberapa kota nih untuk nobarnya di Surabaya. Tanggal 11 Mei 2024, lokasinya di Yamaha Land. Dan kita bakal jalan-jalan ke Yogyakarta juga pastinya di tanggal 18 Mei 2024 di JNM Block. Dan kita nanti juga bakal ada di Jakarta tanggal 8 Juni 2024. Tadi Monica juga sempat nanya ya, gimana caranya kalau mau ikut GACC? Nah, caranya itu kalian bisa ikut lewat Piala Universitas yang nanti bakal ada di 3 kampus masing-masing kota. Atau bisa ikut open qualifier juga. Dan ini terbuka untuk siapapun ya buat open qualifiernya. Ada di gp.id/GACC 2024. Kalian bisa cek di sana karena bisa dapetin hadiah yang banyak banget. Bisa dapetin 100 juta rupiah plus golden ticket ke MDL Season 10 Play-In.
Wow, ini nggak salah denger ya. Jadi dapat golden ticket ke MDL Season 10 Play-In. Ih, keren banget. Jadi teman-teman Superfans, kalau mau bisa langsung daftar, tadi udah dibocorin sama Nevin gimana caranya, gampang banget. Tapi Nevin ngomong-ngomong soal nobar, denger-denger nih selain nobar katanya Nevin bagi-bagi hadiah di sana, bener gak sih?
Betul banget. Aku tadi ya jujur ya udah bagi-bagi saldo GoPay sampai 200.000 dan masih banyak banget hadiah yang kita simpan. Jadi kalau misalnya mau datang silahkan langsung ke Kiara Atta Park Bandung. Karena gak cuma hadiah dari quiz-quiz yang kita kasih atau fun match juga. Tapi kita punya spin wheel juga nih yang bisa diikutin sama teman-teman semua. Tapi tenang Mon, kalau misalnya gak bisa datang ya buat teman-teman semuanya gak bisa datang, kita juga nyediain hadiah untuk kalian yang ada atau download aplikasi GoPay dengan cara masuk ke aplikasi GoPay. Habis itu kalian klik MLBB, klik gambar pertama dan kamu bisa tebak pemenang di Vote Your Championship tiap 30 menit sebelum match dimulai. Dan juga ada ratusan juta GoPay coins dan smartphone yang yang ada tiap minggunya. Tadi Nevin juga udah sempat vote sih, tapi aku nggak bakal spill ya. Kita lihat dulu nanti Mon hasilnya seperti apa ya.
Kita lihat hasilnya seperti apa ya Nevin. Tapi Nevin, boleh dong dibocorin nih info lengkapnya tuh kita bisa tahu dari mana sih?
Kalau info lengkap kalian bisa langsung cek semua sosial media dari GoPay dan juga MPL. Plus pastinya download aplikasi GoPay. Terus aku punya info lagi, mohon satu lagi nih yang paling penting ya. Kalau misalnya kalian mau beli tiket playoff yang sebentar lagi bakal dijual juga, yang bakal diadakan. Nah, kalau misalnya kalian bayar pakai GoPay, kalian bisa dapetin cashback Rp20.000. Jadi itu info terakhir yang bisa Nevin sampaikan yang penting banget sih Mon.
Wah ini keren banget. Pokoknya Superfans harus wajib nih udah ada aplikasi GoPay di HP kalian masing-masing. Pokoknya ini karena keuntungannya banyak banget yang udah di-spill sama Nevin. Tapi yang terakhir Nevin, sebelum kita lihat game kedua, kayaknya teman-teman Superfans di belakang Nevin semangat banget nih. Boleh dong kita dengerin gimana suara semangatnya teman-teman Superfans yang ada di Bandung.
Boleh banget, so langsung aja kalau gitu warga Bandung mana suaranya? So Onic, take it away.
Wah, keren sekali. Terima kasih Nevin dan juga seluruh Superfans yang ada di Bandung. Luar biasa sekali. Dan nantinya seperti yang telah disampaikan Nevin ya, masih bakalan ada tour GoPay Nobar ini di kota-kota lain. Ada di Yogyakarta, kemudian ada di Surabaya, ada di Jakarta juga. Selain itu juga ada GoPay Arena Community Championship. Jadi ini yang mungkin pengen jadi pro player bisa nih dirintis karirnya mulai dari GoPay Arena Community Championship. Dan Monica mau ingetin lagi buat teman-teman semuanya benefitnya kalau misalnya teman-teman udah download GoPay, udah punya aplikasi GoPay itu banyak banget yang bisa didapetin sama teman-teman. Jadi teman-teman tuh bisa langsung dapat kalau udah punya aplikasi baru dari GoPay khusus gamers, ada 100 kali gratis transfer per bulan kemana aja. Terus ada pulsa termurah dan promo top up diamond sampai dengan 20.000. Nah selain itu teman-teman juga bisa ikutan tebak pemenang tiap match untuk dapetin hadiah ratusan juta. Plus lagi nih ada smartphone tiap minggunya. Jadi ini wah seru banget, gak rugi kalau ikutan. Jadi langsung aja download sekarang di Play Store atau App Store dan ikutan keseruannya sekarang juga. Tapi ngomongin keseruan, tentunya ini bakalan sangat seru untuk game yang kedua kali ini. Siapakah yang akan mengamankan poin kemenangan ataukah masih kejar mengejar poin? So langsung saja para casters sudah ready untuk mengantarkan kita ke game yang kedua pada match yang kedua hari ini. Silakan casters, take it away.
Wow, that was very festive. The watch party with, of course, the new application GoPay. You know, we're having watch parties across
We're watch partying
Indonesia.
too.
Yeah, we're watch partying and commentating as well. Thank you guys for being here. Are you leading the live chat?
Welcome to the MPL ID watch party, the official watch party for MPL ID.
Wow, and yeah, that was the first game. I mean, a lot of things to fix for Alter Ego, but what doesn't need fixing is, of course, the new application by GoPay, the GoPay app. It packs a punch. You can enjoy free top-ups and free transfers up to 100 times a month to any bank. You get up to 20k cashbacks for diamond top-ups directly in-game and the cheapest credit top-ups. If I want to call my mom, you know, it's as cheap as topping up in the GoPay app.
And here as well, on the GoPay app, I just scanned the QR code earlier to open this up. You guys can go and vote for who you think will win in the match, and you guys can get special rewards. Here we have the leaderboard, and I'm actually kind of salty because I'm not number one. I'm not even, unfortunately, I didn't actually participate the last 7 weeks, but it's okay. We started now, all right? It's not too late to start.
Yep.
Shout out to Siap Couch, Haikal, and Henry for being top 3 right now, but don't worry, you guys, I'm going to take you down.
That is true. You can guess the winner of each MPL ID Season 13 match in the GoPay app and win total prizes of hundreds of millions and join various special activities. I mean, you know, you could just channel your inner shaman force and, you know, predict and foresee who's going to win, and you can win a lot of prizes, millions of prizes.
Definitely, and with that, you need to also invest not just in your applications, but also IRL in real life, as in gold.
Wow, you have to invest in gold because it doesn't inflate nor does it fluctuate. Because coming soon is the epic collaboration limited series with UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 13. Stay tuned in May 2024 on @ubs.gold and @ubs.lifestyle. It is available at ubslifestyle.com and also UBS Lifestyle e-commerce.
As easy as that for you guys to access. Go and check it out because, I mean, technically you can't yet wait for it to come out and then check it out. But you can obviously just follow the social media to keep up to date with UBS Gold and that release of the beautiful new collaboration with MPL Season 13. Let's talk about the collaboration of this teamfight comp versus teamfight comp that went very one-sidedly on towards
0 kills.
0 kills
for one team.
This is I'd say, it's not necessarily a draft gap, but they were just so good and trying to sneak out what Alter Ego wanted to achieve.
I think
it's just a draft gap.
Yeah.
No, because like
surface.
There was kind of like a way for them to traverse around it, but Alter Ego really want to try to maximize the shortcut usage. But the fact that you have the Carmilla, you have the control, in which it requires Alter Ego to clump up, then it does kind of succeed. Yeah, at the end of the day, it is a draft gap.
You want the harsh reality?
What?
Remember the keys of victory?
Yeah.
About the drafts, what was it?
For Evos or for Alter Ego?
For Alter Ego.
Don't experiment too much. You have to focus on the fundamentals.
Exactly. Okay, so
okay.
creativity, but they lack fundamentals.
Yeah.
Like they were actually creative though. Now they're not creative and they don't have the fundamentals.
Yeah.
That's the harsh reality right now because with the chip, you need strong laners.
Yeah.
You need strong side. Beatrix versus Claude. Claude actually has a better time there. It's a skill matchup, but I would give the advantage to Claude with the amount of blinks and maneuverability you have. Arlet versus the Barats. It's Barats as well. So even if the chip got some proactive maneuvers, they couldn't have actually taken the portals properly, and they would have been punished anyways. And it's just gonna be tough at that point.
That's true. Alter Ego needs to fix their fundamentals here in the drafting phase, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Still almost the identical set of bands, and the first pick towards the Barats with no hesitation.
Yeah, and it seems like there will be no change in roster. Alter Ego with the Barats pick now. Evos Glory. What will they set up for here? They got a hero. Maybe a Claude again.
Oh,
there's a comment.
A comment from Oh My Venus. I still remember Dreams' Franco game clearly. I got traumatic memory for that Franco in the last IESF. Oh my god.
Ooh, oh my god.
Oh My Venus to oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think for Venus, I remember that too. I was casting that match with the Franco and then Psychos with the Utah.
Psychos.
Definitely a very tough matchup there. But yeah, Franco has been one of the ways to actually beat Blacklist, the Prime Blacklist back in the day. That's why they always ban it out. And they figured it out after IESF. Shoutouts to Oh My Venus, who's watching this maybe? I don't know right now. Maybe watch partying, but Faramis and Claude picked up.
Still comfort picks. Yep. I mean, Clockman was so good with the Faramis as well. Just give them that longevity in the team fights and the sustain as well with the Netherrealm. Meanwhile, for the Claude, one of the most comfort picks, you know, the strong picks for brands as well. But Alter Ego, they need a response towards this Claude. They will pick up the Roger and the Vexana. This Roger is still flexible for them. For Evos, they still have the Alpha up for grabs. They also maybe might, you know, pander to other picks that they could try to progress.
Very unusual approach here, right? 2 games already, Miracle realized that Faramis picked up on the opponent's side.
And no Valentina.
No Valentina.
Yeah.
No Valentina response, and another Carmilla play here in the 3rd pick this time.
They're not respecting the ultimates coming in from Evos.
Yeah, and the Valentina will be banned out. Actually, no. They already have a Vexana.
Exactly.
Why even ban it out at this point? Yeah. It's kind of strange that they are super fixated on the Vexana pick, but maybe we just didn't see it in game 1, right? Maybe we'll see the value of it in game 2. Now that the Alpha has been banned out as well, it's going to be quite tough for Evos Glory to deal with this Barats, technically. But Evos can still go for something like a Nakai, right? They really want full control. Then in the XP, they can actually go for a damage dealer. Alter Ego banned the CC and the Yu Zhong in game number 1. And now they technically have to leave one open. CC or Yu Zhong at this point, right? I think Yu Zhong and CC both do quite well here, especially with the Purify if you're up against the Barats.
I mean, if your concern is the lockdown for the jungler, there's still tons of choices, a plethora of choices. In fact, you can still go for the Fredrin for that extra taunt. So that Alpha ban, I wouldn't really categorize it as a significant ban towards Evos because Annabelle kind of excels in the other lockdown type of junglers as well available in the game. For Alter Ego and for Evos rather, they ban out the Florin because I think they kind of read this as if Alter Ego want to fight sustain with sustain.
Yeah.
Especially when you have the Netherrealm, you could have the global healing when you pick up the Florin.
And that's the way they actually lost to Rebellion. So maybe something that Rebellion could take to try to beat Evos Glory now, but then now it's going to be the Fredrin ban. So 2 jungle bans, which means the Yu Zhong, CC, both technically still up for grabs for Evos Glory right now, depending on what they want to go for. They could even go for a completely different approach, which is Fluffy's old hero, which is the Paquito. To play with the side lanes. If Alter Ego truly want to just group up, that side lane pressure is going to help Evos Glory by a lot.
What do they need though, right? They have the crowd control, they have the somewhat of a sustain, also DPS.
Yu Zhong.
Someone that can peel again with that Yu Zhong also. Deal damage. Alter Ego, with this, what do they respond here with, right? Will they go for support? Will they go for pickoffs?
I mean,
Kufra can play here. If Rex can pull off a Kufra, not saying it's a straightforward win, but I think with Kufra you can have counter plays.
You have counter engage when you have the Kufra or other playmaking type of heroes, but Kufra isn't necessarily the hero you want to engage on. It's not the first engager. It's kind of like a follow-up engager. You can't really just bank on the ultimate, the Tyrant's Rage, to just open up that space for them to dive in.
So much CC from Evos. Technically, they can go for something like a Diggy. Still very risky though, but it is a wrecked pick. We've seen it before back when he was in Evos. We haven't seen the Diggy a lot now, and yeah, the minute. Oskov and the Minotaur, the double M combo. Whew.
Double M's, 2 M's.
Oskov and the Minotaur.
Interesting. Maybe looking for that extra peel and also counter engage. You have the Minion Fury that could help you when the dive does come towards Evos. nor if they pull the trigger. So for Evos, the last pick,
jungler maybe?
yeah, it would most possibly be a jungler for Annabelle.
Akai?
Akai, yeah. Akai
I think
sounds good.
can be a very good option.
What else? I'm thinking.
Against this type of composition.
And Akai would be the safest option here. If you really want to have that extra lockdown and also disengage, it gives you with the heavy spin. But for Annabelle, they will pick up the Tigreal. What?
Carmilla jungle?
Carmilla jungle.
Wow. Again, this is flexed. It was in the hands of Dreams, now in the hands of Annabelle. Interesting.
Oh, the Moskov, dude, into a Tigreal too. Technically a lot of peel with the Vixana and the Barats. Roger again in the jungle for Alter Ego.
And this Moskov can't, you don't really want it to bring Purify. You really want to bank on the Inspire to have that extra damage. Oh, watch your steps there. Don't fall.
Okay, let's take a look at the, even higher, 7.9 lineup rating and the 1.4 counter index. Let's see if this stays true right here, right now. Evos Glory have a chance to clean sweep Alter Ego 2-0. Alter Ego, Heist with the Purify on Moscow.
He brought the Purify.
Skylar.
It's forced on.
Purify.
Wow, now Alter Ego, their backs against the wall. Evos Glory looking to clean sweep this. Will this be a 2-0? Or will we be the witness of game number 3? Here we go. Evos Glory against Alter Ego.
Let's see, will Alter Ego be able to force the series on towards the game 3 just like what Aura did in the last previous match? Or will Evos just clean house?
Okay, so this Carmilla is now flexed to the jungle. We did see it operate as kind of like a disruptor. It really just locks down the enemies. But how does this function in the jungle? Will it be looking for that skirmishes or will it, try to just play on a one-off pick-off type of playstyle?
I think it's the same. They want to go for these team fights, knowing that they have a Faramis, they have a Tigreal, and the Carmilla. Yeah, AoE is still the name of the game here. Technically for the comp, it's still all AoE. And the concussive blast here by Annabelle with Thrill as well. He's actually clearing the jungle really, really fast. Cleared that purple buff a bit faster than Taz, who cleared the orange buff. Taking a look at the others, Highs, despite him going for the Purify, he's actually going for Master Assassin, by the way. But yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of the Purify on the Moskov. I really feel like the Inspire is something that is kind of necessary for the Moskov, but we'll see if you can prove me wrong. Their Dreams, pull yourself together, getting a bit more of a faster cooldown for his Flicker. And also earlier, we did see the Firmness, so additional tankiness for him. Clockwood still, with the Agility and the Wilderness Blessing, wants to stay as active as possible around the map.
I would argue that the Inspire really helps this Moskov transition to the mid game because in the early game, you need that attack speed. So that Inspire really helps you in the little skirmishes like this, the trades in the lane. Meanwhile, when you bring the Purify, you're bound to play a much more defensive, and this 1v1, just bullying Highs back. Your power spike as a Moskov is when you get that 3-item spike and that golden staff to just ramp up your attack speed. And now Pi is stuck.
3v3. Raw going in here. Top side, another round popped. Pi quite low as well. No casualties, but Alter Ego, they lose out on the trade as that's going to be an info that Evos, that Pi is recalling. So Evos Glory, they might and will commit on towards this turtle. Take a look at the black dragon form here, trying to zone out, wrecked out of the turtle pit. And the first newt will fall to the White Tigers.
Yeah, well played there by Evos Glory. Again, taking the skirmish up top, knowing that if they can shut Pi down by clearing the wave faster or just purely poking him out, Pi really can't find space to stand in this game. Last game we saw that he was late to the turtle and he still decided to fight for the turtle. This time, he can't even participate.
So hard for Pi to get prio on his lane. I mean, the last game you had the Barats just with that extra anti-CC to be your front line. Now you have extra zone with the BDF, the Black Dragon form, in the hands of Fluffy. So this comp is just going to be sailing smooth if all goes well for Evos Glory. They have the first hands on the neutral, and this is just going to be, smooth sailing for Evos Glory in the first few minutes.
And usually the Moskov is actually someone who can actually stop the Claude from farming. You can actually be that bully in the gold lane, but now that the Claude will be farming the way he is now, technically free, he actually might hit the power spike faster than Highs, and that's a problem right there.
Look at how he's bullied. I mean, he also brought on the Master Assassin to just play in the 1v1.
Exactly.
Because Dreams was everywhere roaming, but you can't really maximize that 1v1 if that Cloud is just bullying so much. And that is where the, the Inspire comes to play, to just make that chain reaction to help you turn that fight. So Highs, I think, is gonna have a hard time laning, in which you would most possibly see that Moskov would win. And yeah, it is just hard. But Rekt is next on the menu, it seems.
Oh, little bit.
Wow.
I think he just mispositioned himself there. Punished, but not to a death. Now Evos, they will reposition for this next turtle. High Rekt looking for an opening perhaps, but I think and generally Highs will find a hard time to stay relevant in this game. Black Dragon form here opened up early. Pi with the flicker play. Daytona's welcome. Connected out towards one. Rekt, out of all people, will find the turtle. Take a look at the combination here, the wombo combo. Another realm finds the mark, but Highs is there for the first blood. Clockun running for the heels here. As Alter Ego, it seems like they have a breath of fresh air in the second game.
A breather for Alter Ego as they secure the first blood and the neutral. And I was about to say this.
What was it?
The only advantage that...
what? Taz solo killing Fluffy in the bottom side of the map. Man, Alter Ego, they turn up for the second game.
I was about to say that. The advantage that this Moskov has is to join the fight when it's a 4v5. You can farm the side lanes, pop your spear, and just teleport there. And that is where maybe the window frame for Alter Ego is. And 2 kills now on the board for them after what was a killless game in game number 1.
Already an improvement technically now with the 2-0 start to the game. And Highs, he was behind earlier, but because he was able to get a kill earlier, now he's actually ahead. So has the golden staff faster than the VHS from Brands. And I think for Evos Glory, at that point, they don't necessarily have enough damage to take on Alter Ego, who have a lot, right? The Roger was free farming still, despite not getting the first turtle. And even Pi, he was able to get a good angle on Annabelle, just flickering and then getting the Detonus welcome over towards Annabelle to deny that pick for the neutral objective. Now Evos Glory are on the back foot, and they have to be very, very careful, because one thing that Alter Ego do really well still is their early game snowball to their mid game control. If they continue to have this lead and maintain this lead, it's going to be quite scary. Technically for Evos, they're still waiting on Claude, but you can technically say the same thing for Alter Ego, who are also waiting on that Moskov power spike. No Inspire, so not as big of a power spike, but never mind. Thought it was a possible 1v1 up top. Never mind.
Turtle spawn now, and this could be Alter Ego's taking. Dreams looking for an angle. BDF popped up. This could be a fight.
Yep, Flicker, Explosion. Look out for it. BDF here. Oh, good knock-up. Another round early, but Taz is there for the retribution. Implosion committed. Rekt will be the first one to fall. Let's take a look at Alter Ego. They still move onwards, but not enough firepower as Evos Glory. They will find the connection, and perhaps another kill here will occur, but no, Alter Ego has space to get out of that sticky situation.
They even out the score. They concede the neutral, but at least they could get 2 kills in the board. 1 for Fluffy, 1 for Annabelle. The laners that you do want to have your gold on. And this could be the stabilizer. Pi is stuck under the turret.
Looking for the clear here. If Pi dies, but he has clear, it is A-OK. Fluffy taking the, oh my god, turret. But Clockun does not have the firepower to secure the kill on towards Pi, as Rekt was there as well with the healing that the Minotaur has.
For a dinosaur, Pi has quick feet. He's dancing under the turret and teaching the boys of Alter Ego, the boys of Evos, how to ballet around the turret.
Good healing too, man, from the Flask of the Oasis and from Rekt to save Pi in that tough spot. Now we have to take a look at the other side of the map. We've been focusing around the neutral objectives, but Brands versus Highs. How's it going? Brands already on the DHS, moving towards the golden staff. High's doing the same thing, but has a golden staff moving towards the DHS. Brand is actually a whole level ahead of High's for now, but High's did just equalize. Brand's still a little bit ahead in that level. We'll see if that actually comes to play here. And I'm really curious to see how High's can stand toe-to-toe up against the Claude when the Moskov goes for Purify. So really, really curious to see if his damage output will still be okay enough to not go for Inspires, if that like gamble pays off for him.
Yeah. This could be the window where they might maximize their resources. Now the Lord has been spawned, wrecked, planted in that bush, trying to scout for possible intruders into this Lord pit. Evos interested in trying to contest this, but it is just going to be a matter of poking, and it's just kind of like a tug of war of the Lord. They don't want to commit to this for Evos.
Just want to bait out the whereabouts of Evos Glory, perhaps, right? They want to bait out information. Take a look at the positioning of Highs here. Looking already clear at fast, perhaps top side, and then use the Spear of Glory to find the mark in the fight. That is what will happen here. Evos Glory, they are trying to poke on towards the Lord, but then again, no overcommitments just yet here. Alter Ego and Evos Glory just taking it very, very slow.
Yeah, slow approach towards the Lord. Taz completed his endless battle. This could be another power spike for him to look out. Meanwhile, for the Lord itself, not much damage. It's just going to be a dance, a waiting game for both teams.
It's back and forth here for both Evos and Alter Ego. Obviously, Alter Ego actually have the advantage with the Moskov, technically, that global presence. As long as he hits his spear, he can teleport towards the members that he hit. It'll also leave him in a quite vulnerable position, though, if he blinks to the wrong spot.
Yep.
Knowing how much CC Evos have, it'll be very, very scary, but Alter Ego seems like they want to just commit.
Conceal committed.
Fluffy.
Flicker implosion. Oh my god, one player is low! Dreams finds the Lord as well. Right now, we'll find the trade, but it seems like Runs with the blazing duet again. We'll find the double. Looking for the triple, man. With a nature committed. Taz will not be able to find anything. Lokun with the flank. Will not commit just yet. Taz tuck. But Evos Glory, they will find the discipline and wait out for the 6-man.
Alter Ego, they have shattered the mirror. It was their Lord for taking, but Evos, courtesy of Dreams, with the implosion, it just connects. And it took the Lord with him as well. Now Evos, momentum is swinging into their very own shoulders.
That was such a disconnected team fight too, though, for Alter Ego, right? Pi was all the way in front. His task was to really just stop Annabelle from going for the retreat, but the rest of the team went too far back because, obviously, Fluffy forced them to. The Black Dragon form from Fluffy, that sacrificial play that kind of isolated the backline of Alter Ego and isolated Pi from the rest of the team. Pi was just then destroyed by Brands, who hit his item power spike right before the Lord even spawned in, and now another Black Dragon form to zone them again.
An early one at that. Seems like the base hurt will be their main focus now for Evos Glory. They will get it, and they will back away. A very good, straightforward offense there by Evos Glory.
Wow. They have knocked one base turret open, and the side lanes, it keeps on pushing the far lanes. It's been manipulated pretty well by Evos. Alter Ego is just sitting ducks in their own base. It's crazy how one team fight just turned the game around. It was such a good lead for Alter Ego. The game factored by the new application, GoPay. This marks Rex's first encounter with his former team Evos after playing for Alter Ego for 2 seasons.
The first time that we are seeing Rect up against Evos Glory, and it might be a 2-0 to Evos Glory, who played it calm, composed. Meanwhile, Alter Ego, on the other hand, they were so desperate, it seemed, to go for that team fight, to go for that Lord. We were talking about how they had the advantage, by the way, with a Moskov that can push up top. A Moskov with Purify too, so they could have just played it a bit slower, reset again, but they decided to go for that fight. With only a 1.4k gold lead, the 50-50 that turned out to be horrible for them because take a look at the gold now for Evos Glory. Klokun 1,700 ahead. And Brans with the Melfic Roar done as well. Win in nature though for the Moskov, so technically he will be able to survive a bit more of the dive. With the Purify too, that means he is going to be a bit more... It's going to be harder to kill him, but damage-wise, it's a problem. I don't think he can melt Evos Glory front line, right? I mean, we didn't see it earlier. Maybe because Fluffy already sacrificed himself into the front and Highs wasn't able to get a good angle, but we'll see. We'll see if Highs actually does damage without that Inspire, or does enough damage without that Inspire.
See here, a potential engage by Evos Glory. High now seems to be their main focus.
Defensive death as well.
Yeah, defensive Daytona's a welcome. They're committed, which just is already a lot of info. Take a look at Moskov though, bottom side. Highs, Spear of Glory will not commit on towards it. Evos Glory secures a very comfortable lore take.
Side lane pressure from Highs at least, bags him one turret, but the trade-off is not really worth it because you get the Lord, you get 3 far lanes pushing, 2 far lanes pushing, and the mid lane pushing as well. So Evos now on the driver's seat. They have every possible advantage to close out the game.
4K gold lane, enhanced Lord in towards the top side of the map. They're pushing towards the bottom lane as well. Not managed well though. Alter Ego are actually holding on quite well. The Black Dragon Form is used up a bit too early here. They're not able to find anything. Top side cleared out already as well.
Very good actually. Alter Ego, they're dealing with this Lord push very, very well though. Another wave will come crashing down in mid. Concealed by Dreams. Looking for that flicker implosion potentially, but does not find the angle even, does not find the base turret here in the mid. Great defense.
Yeah,
up until this point.
That wave was poorly managed by Evos.
Yeah.
They just prematurely opened
Look
the
at that,
PDF.
Dexter. Look at Dexter. one more Dexter shot.
The turret!
Dexter!
Dexter!
Oh,
Taz is taking it!
Taz is taking
No,
it,
Dexter! Oh! Okay. The minion.
They're trying to make Dexter participate and try to take down Alter Ego. Work, Dexter, work!
The work monkey. Let's see Brett try it again. Oh no, Pie's taking it. No, Dexter! He can't turret lock!
Hilarious. Hilarious scenes. But yeah, again, at least Alter Ego, they have sort of a good wave clear for the high ground sieges. You have the passive for the Moskov that could shred the wave clearly and easily. And you also have Krite with the Eternal Guard. Then again, Evos, I think when you have the control over 3 lanes, you can just do that. But here comes Implosion!
Flicker Implosion committed! That's the pie! That's the dinosaur knocked up. Take a look at the other realm. It will take down Rect as well. Oh, the Galazzi runs! Call the ambulance, but not for this guy. Take a look at Highs actually claiming the double, and Evos Glory, they are looking for the hills. The Browns with the BMI concealed play as well. Taz is there! But the wind of nature actually saves the Browns' life.
Holy moly, what a fight! Evos Glory decides to fight. They get the mid lane base turret, so it's already worth it for them, but losing 3 members while they were so far ahead is definitely favorable towards Alter Ego. Look at the timers as well. They're going to have some time to actually try to force the issue. Let's look at the replay here, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Dreams. Started things off really well with a good Spear of Misery by Highs. Stop this initiation. I think they should have just stopped with Wreck there. And maybe a Furious Eye Petrify, and then here, this should be where they call it quits, or maybe where they actually targeted the right member. But Moskov had a win in nature. They calculated wrong.
Has now secured the Lord. Daytona's welcome to clear out. They do not want business, but the dragon here, Fluffy, looking forward and engage. The dinosaur is there to find a kill. Klokun, though, has the passive, so he is already up in the Land of Dawn.
Highs is the lifeboat for Alter Ego to sail through the stormy waves. He's keeping them alive, and this Moskov is finally online. 4 kills to his name and completed slot items for him. So this is going to be a task now for Evos. What happened? Under a few minutes, they got swung.
They didn't calculate their damage enough. They thought that, I think Fluffy alone, or I forgot who it was, but they delegated the task to kill the Moskov, just one member, and then the rest of them went for the other side. They did not focus on that, on the Moskov, and it turned out the Moskov has been in nature and turned it around. That could have been an angle, but now it's a complete alter ego victory with the teamfight win, with the Lord enhanced, and the turrets going in as well. Alter ego have a gold lead as for themselves now.
Knocking on alter egos on Evos' base. This Lord will crash. Everything looks to seem like alter ego will get this base.
3 minutes ago, it was Evos Glory just controlling the map, controlling the tempo, controlling
everything.
the game. But now, 19 minutes in, it is actually Alter Ego who has shifted the economy and potentially the map control.
Man, I love mlbb. Everything can happen. Like, you let your guard loose once, you lose everything. And Evos overestimated their damage, overestimated their lead, but they did not calculate that Alter Ego also have that comeback potential. I mean, Taz is also a member that we have underlooked. He could also be very lethal in the late game.
BOD.
Full damage.
BOD.
Wow.
Including
Or
War Axe
Taz.
as well.
Yeah.
Windtalker War
He really
Axe.
wants to fight his way through the front line of Evos. This is a comeback angle for Alter Ego.
For sure, right? I mean, they have the far lane as well, so the advantage is actually on their side, technically. They have that wave constantly pushing in, so the Moskov can actually threaten a possible segue play in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, for Evos Glory, they have an advantage in the mid lane. They can also look for the same thing. But I think that far lane is a bit tougher to manage compared to the mid lane, where Alter Ego will obviously have members around. With the turtle spawning in 20 seconds, it seems Alter Ego have the better control over that top side. Brand still #1 in player gold, but then followed very closely by Highs. A slow push in the bottom lane by Evos Glory. That's really not going to build up to a big wave because it is a super minion wave for Alter Ego. But they're looking to find Highs. Misposition just once. If they get Highs, it's... Oh my god, he jumped in. Okay. They didn't go, okay.
So scary. Highs has to watch himself. I mean, thankfully though, as a Moskov, you do have that mobility with the Abyss Walker. You have that short teleport, that short blink that you could use. A semi-flicker, I'd say. With a lower cooldown as well, if you could hit your enemies, cooldown does reset. So, yeah, Highs is someone that is on their bounty list. Oh!
Hey!
Wow, orange buff steal with the Spear of Misery.
That's some style points.
Destruction, yeah, excuse me.
No. Now it comes back to them just going back onto the waves, going back and forth, the bottom lane as well. Evos Glory bought enough time. They really want to just risk it here. No ult for the Moskov, technically.
They're really taking this risk. 30,000 HP on the Lord. Evos Glory still going for it. Black Dragon form. With the help of Vanderbilt. Oh, Rex and Pi here. Looking for a counter play.
The Lord.
Take a look at Brands here. Just token. Retro battle! Falls in the hands of Taz. But New and Fury was huge. And one by one, the mighty Tigers will fall. Dreams next on the chopping board as the X-Tiger actually claims a double. Now Brands looking for a Hail Mary with his orange buff. But it seems like Taz is there. Wind of Nature has the immortality. He re-engages with the help of Highs. Oh! Highs is there to help his teammate up. And Brands will be down for 60.
Taz! Daylight robbery! Alter Ego take everything and lose nothing! Evos 4 members down! Klokken having to defend his own home! He's next on the chopping block!
I don't think he will be able to defend everything. NetherRealm committed. But that will be it, ladies and gentlemen, for the second time of today. Welcome to Game 3.
Alter Ego somehow found their way into that game. That early game was a statement from Evos Glory, but the way they held on, they did not falter, they did not break. The only thing they broke was Evos Glory.
And they broke him good. They broke him real good. One mistake is all it took for Evos Glory to completely flatline. Utilizing Evos' mistake, Alter Ego turned the tables in Game 2. In Game 1, we mentioned that the only way to win was if Evos made a mistake, but it happened in Game 2. A big one, a fatal mistake from Evos Glory, who are still looking to qualify to playoffs. That fight in the bottom lane that turned everything around. Taz surviving, Taz wreaking havoc, and Taz securing the Enhanced Lord. Not once, but twice. The second time being more magical than the first. The Ultra champs in the building already calling for AP Bread. Where?
We have that saying, you know, Talpon AP Brand sekarang, which is basically like call AP Brand now.
That's the Indonesian meme.
We need an enemy that is much more stronger. But yeah, I feel like in that regard, Evos, their own success ate them up.
They were suffering from success there. They did not like their success.
Yeah, because they had every lead possible. The 3 lanes pushing, everything was in their own hands. And you can't make, you can't, you know, afford to make such a mistake when you're looking for a sure win.
Yeah,
You're trying to get out of the red zone when you're trying to seal the deal. Wow, speechless.
A minor mistake can lead to a blunder, but here's your player of the game for the second game.
It is going to be Taz. Wow, what a game he had.
100% team participation, winning those retries and being the one to actually execute these members. Heis played a good game as well. You know, we gave him a lot of doubts with the Purify on the Moskov, but hey, he still dealt damage. He was able to get out of these tough spots with the Purify and also in the bottom lane, but this guy was really the guy who took it all, right? I mean, the retry win around in the last neutral objective, that was insane. The damage, the bait towards Brands that ultimately ended with Heis picking the kill up. Taz is great here, man. And at the start of the game, this win was already really good. Again, the high activeness of the Moskov with the Spear of Destruction that can join team fights in the early stages. And this is the fight that made it look like Evos Glory had the game in their back. They Fluffy isolated the back. And then there, Dreams popped in the implosion. Taz wasn't really able to do much, even though he got another realm HP. They were all so low, and they were just taken down here. But then they found a way to move back, beat Evos Glory into their own space. Evos Glory had all the time to actually say disengage, or all the time to actually target the right members, but they instead went for different targets, and that was the nail in the coffin for them, really. Everything after that followed through because Evos just got desperate. Evos didn't have the far lane control. They had to look for a fight. They wanted to look for a fight. Taz out-red tweet Annabelle. And then everything just came crumbling down. Brands couldn't do much here in this situation, and he got baited too. Taz has the immortality, and he swapped it over, I believe, to... Did he swap to a winner? Yeah, he did swap to a winner, Truncheon. Brands goes back, and Heis capitalizes. Taz kills him, goes for Winter, and sells it. Goes Rose Gold. Wow. That was a great play by Ultra Ego, but also Evos Glory, a massive throw.
A beautiful game that was. I mean, Dreams was also very clutch with the implosion plays. Like the first one getting the Lord and Turtle as well, and we have seen a lot of implosions, but you know, in the last fight, that implosion caught like 3. But there is no damage, no follow-up, because the members of Evos Glory were just gone. They were nowhere to be seen because they're dead.
Because Fluffy used the Black Dragon form to try to zone, right? They didn't use it to fight, and he was already poked down from the skies.
Yeah. It was a bluff, right? Because Brands was just poking the Lord.
Yeah.
They were looking for a bluff engage, which they fall back. But Alter Ego, they were cold-blooded.
They were. They just read it out. They knew it was just a bluff. They knew that they could just go in 50-50 and gamble it here with the team fights, because early on they were losing a lot because, you know, they were behind.
Yep.
When the gold is in their favor, when the Moskov is scaled up, when Taz has a BOD, brr is right. He just goes brr and roars through, cuts them down with the claws, even though Claw is on the other team.
What a performance from Taz, but also from Heis. we did quite dub him, scrutinize him in that game where, you know, he was losing in the laning phase. I mean, against brands where you would expect the Moskov to have the prio shoving the wave inside with a passive, but when you don't have that Inspire, it's so hard for you to navigate in that laning phase to just 1v1 the Claude from brands. But again, he was able to just withstand the storm of the early game, and then came late game, you know, it was just smooth sailing for him.
Yeah, Rich Guy was actually Taz as well, 799 towards the end. I thought it was going to be Highs who took it because, you know, Brands and Highs were very, very close, and then suddenly Taz just came out of nowhere.
Kills.
Took it away. The carry, though, is very unexpected. It's a Aramis. 100% teamfight participation for him, too. 12-7 this time in game number 2, and Evos Glory will have to go back to the drawing board to draw some more angles as to how they beat Alter Ego in game 3. Because if Alter Ego get momentum, there's one thing they do well, and it's using the momentum, using that snowball.
They don't stop.
They don't stop.
They don't
One
stop
mistake,
in
and then they take over.
That's why they kind of deserve, in a way, deserve the moniker of like the early game kings, because they have that control. They have, you know, when they could dictate the early game, EGK, early game kings. When they have that control over the early game, they could translate it into leads. Come the mid game, come the late game, the snowball is there. So they do grasp on the momentum maximum to a maximum. But we will have an interview upstage with Monica Ko. So Monica Ko, take it away.
Alisa gimana nih? Udah ngeliat nih satu sama poinnya. Masih ada game ketiga, game penentuan. Menurut Alisa gimana tuh? Deg-degan gak sih tadi? Lama banget juga, long game banget.
Deg-degan banget sih, apalagi kan tadi sebelum AE menang kan juga hampir ada di Evos ya. Udah pastinya sih deg-degan banget, dan tapi semoga next match semoga bisa.
Next gamenya semoga bisa diamankan oleh Evos kalau dari Alisa. Ini bakalan menarik banget di game ketiga, tapi juga ada yang menarik nih. Monica denger-denger katanya, Alisa, benar gak sih ada yang baru nih dari Evos, ada merch baru, benar gak sih?
Betul sekali, jadi Evos itu lagi kolaborasi dengan Erigo.
Wow, kolaborasi Evos dan Erigo, ini collab-nya apa?
Nah, jadi untuk salah satunya itu yang aku pakai ini.
Wow.
Nah, ini tuh versi-nya, mau aku liatin ke belakang juga.
Yes, boleh dong, liatin. Ih, keren banget. Ih, Evos dan juga Erigo.
Betul sekali.
Langsung naksir loh Monica nih.
Nah, untuk namanya ini tuh kita The Cities Conqueror, yang dimana line gamenya itu tuh kita digambar menjadi sebuah kota. Dan juga inspirasinya udah tentu ini tuh kita mengambil dari perjalanannya Evos selama di e-sport sampai sekarang.
Wah, ini maknanya juga keren banget artikelnya.
Betul.
Tapi Alisa, merch-nya berarti ini doang, apa ada lagi nih?
Banyak, kita punya t-shirt, kita punya 3 t-shirt dengan desain yang berbeda-beda. Plus kita juga punya 2 versi dengan desain yang berbeda-beda. Itu tuh cocok banget untuk dipakai untuk kegiatan sehari-hari. Plus nih kalau misalnya kakak suka mix and match gitu, itu tuh cocok banget untuk ngebuat OOTD kalian menjadi lebih cool.
Ih, keren banget nih Evos dan juga Erigo. Jadi wajib punya ya. Nah, sekarang nih caranya gimana biar bisa milikin jaket ini, varsity-nya, t-shirtnya. Gimana tuh caranya?
Nah, tenang aja. Karena kolaborasi Evos dan juga Erigo ini udah launching, jadi untuk kalian semua bisa banget untuk order di semua online store Erigo Official Store, di mana aja.
Di mana aja ya,
pokoknya
official store. Ada diskon-diskon gak sih?
Udah pasti dong, jadi langsung aja cek. Dan buat kalian semua yang mau samaan kayak aku bisa langsung cek.
Wih, keren banget. Tapi satu lagi, kan Monica penasaran nih, tadi tuh banyak banget ya artikel-artikelnya. Ada jaket yang dipakai Alisa, terus ada t-shirt, ada varsity. Ini apa sih yang spesial sampai-sampai tuh super fans, terutama Evos fans tuh harus punya nih Erigo dan juga kolaborasi Erigo dan juga Evos
ini tuh kita juga ngambil untuk stylenya, untuk desainnya itu kita tuh ngambil dari logo macan putihnya Evos yang lucu banget, dan ini tuh kita ganti menjadi style anime gitu. Jadi kalian semua tuh harus punya, karena ini juga kalau misalnya dipakai keren banget.
Wih. Iyalah, ngelihat Alisa aja udah keren banget nih dengan macan putih logonya Evos Roar. Thank you banget Alisa. Pokoknya ini kayaknya aduh setelah ini Monica harus cari nih. Pokoknya
Harus
keren
nih,
banget
biar kita samaan
ya.
nanti ya.
Samana ya, super fans juga Evos Fans jangan lupa. So thank you banget Alisa udah bagi-bagi informasi yang menarik banget buat kita. Dan tentunya kita udah gak sabar nih ngelihat game poinnya. Siapakah yang akan memenangkan match kali ini. Langsung saja para casters sudah ready. Silakan casters, take it away.
Another day, another game, number 3. We have seen Onic versus Aura going the extra mile. Now, this is the extra mile. Game number 3. Wow, that was, I'd say, a beautiful game to watch, but not so beautiful for Evos because they threw away their lead. They could have just, stepped on the brakes, just tone it out a bit, but they decided to keep on going.
They did, and it was very, very costly. Maybe they need help of the Saturday's glasses.
Wow.
To get that vision, clear vision of what to do next. Like, realize here. You wanna try it out?
Yeah, it gives me vision to see what is in the future. I have a prediction. I can see through the future.
Okay, what is it?
This will be an alter ego victory.
Oh, okay. So we'll see.
We will see.
Reverse sweep.
Reverse sweep, yeah. But of course, gear up for the launch of Saturdays and MPL ID collaboration on March 4th. It has launched, so you guys could check out their website at www.saturdays.com and all Saturdays store. For more info, follow at saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram and TikTok. Grab one and, amp your style. Because this is the perfect day to use these glasses. It's Saturdays.
You know what? What I think you look very good in pink.
Wow.
Realize.
Thank you. I love pink, to be honest. It's one of my favorite colors.
Shirt, glasses.
Yeah, we have pink shirt, pink glasses. Yeah.
Realize is very good. Look very good in pink.
It would look fire, with the pink, fire pink. But unfortunately, something that is not pink, but is also really, really cool is MICC Season 2. It's kind of green.
It is green. It kind of signifies the growth and, the revitalization of MLBB in Indonesia, because the MLBB Indonesia Community Cup Season 2 has started. The registration will be from May 1 to May 27, so don't forget to register with your allies. The total prize pool includes bonus and diamonds, while the winner team of the season will advance to MDL Season 10 and watch M6 finals in Malaysia. You can scan the QR code right now and register, because this might be your path to becoming one of the greats here at MPL ID.
Expose yourself.
Yeah. All you need to do is log in the game, join MICC special time limited event to gain the Bruno Street football skin. The event will end on the 17th of May, so seize the chance now. Wow. Now.
Who knows? We'll see the next Kyler.
Who knows?
Maybe
the next
we'll
Miracle.
get the next Cried as well.
The next Crite, for sure, Yeah. Maybe we can get the next Pi as well.
Yeah.
We get all of the next gen players.
We need the next R7 though.
Ooh, that's true. We've yet to regen the next R7, but we do know that there are a lot of rookies now. But what are the choices of best rookies or best rookie dream teams for some of the coaches? We saw Kescue, we saw Adi. Now we're seeing a new boy.
Hey,
Aldo with the dream team of rookies. Of course, Gugun, Lutpi, D, Clockon, and Yaoi. For Yaoi, it is a case of him, starting his kind of like career now in Indonesia.
Yeah.
So, I mean, categorized as a rookie.
Also, we just don't have any rookies
in
Rome.
That's the official
reason.
Uh-huh. And for Gugun,
but 3 different
one of the
junglers from
favorites.
3 different coaches.
Yeah,
true.
Maybe these coaches, they have, a peculiar, specific style of play that they prefer. And for Aldo, I feel like he sees it in Gugun. Much more utility approach with this jungler. He's very good with the Fredrin, with the Baxias we have. Talked about him and glazed him for almost like 6 weeks, 7 weeks now. That's been very good. For Lutpi, of course, trying to take the helm of XP for the side of the, the Sky Kings.
For sure.
Who's his opponent in the XP?
Lutpi? What do you mean by opponent?
Opponent
Don.
rookie in the XP?
Done.
Don.
Thinking about if there is anyone else. I don't think so, right? Dawn and Lutfi for XP.
Banana's not a rookie.
No, he's
Banana
not.
not a
Fluffy's not a rookie.
Yeah, he is.
Veldora's
No,
not a
no.
rookie.
Okay, Banana though.
Yeah, not that bad. Yeah, RRQ's Banana.
RRQ's Banana.
So yeah, now let's talk a little bit about what they need to change, right?
Uh-huh.
Do they need to change the drafts? I don't think so. Evos Glory were winning to a certain point, right? I think it's the execution that they need to just keep a bit tighter. They need to stay clinical in these games. Don't get pressured by Ultra Ego to fight.
It's where when you have your heads on the clouds, you're in cloud 9, you're trying to look for a 2-0 angle, and you're like, this is a dominating win for us. And then they're trying to step on the gas way too much, but they ran out of fuel because it was an overextension for sure in that bottom side turret where they would look for that angle, but it just wasn't there because they underestimated the damage of Ultra Ego. I mean, Heiss was online with the Moskov. It was wreaking havoc towards Ultra Ego, and they dove way too far, I guess, in that base.
Yeah. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, both teams are looking for a win.
Nah. This is where the stakes are very high.
Very high. Even they got a win in this match, odds are still against them somehow. So they really need this win against each other.
They'll still need to fight for more points here to step out of the red zone, but a win here will definitely set them up for success. Ultra Ego a bit further down compared to Evos Glory, so if they lose here, they will go and share the same match win-lose as Dewa.
Ouch.
Ouch indeed. Ultra Ego, we're gonna have to see them dig deep here up against Evos Glory, who lost the momentum in game number 2, but can certainly come back. They probably know as well that that game was in their hands for the most part, and they could have just made some minor changes here to improve for game number 3.
It is so interesting to see the volatility. Wait, Taz is asking us to dance. It is so interesting to see the volatility of MPL ID Season 13. Like, no one is safe. I mean, Ultra Ego started off pretty strong in the first few weeks. They were like, I think #1 for a few weeks, and then Bigetron took over, and then now it's like they're just rolling down bottom towards the red zone. So of course they are looking to come back from this struggle that they're facing. But of course, the previous game recap, the damage dealt, was a lot of damage by Clock, and he was indeed the player with the highest damage, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and the second one is Krite with 61,000. So both the mid laners here, top damage. Your boy, Connie.
No. But yeah, I mean, Taz, right? He dealt a lot of gold. I mean, he farmed a lot of gold as well, right? With alongside Heiss, who is actually very close. 18,278, 18,262. So they were racing.
Yeah, only a little bit more towards the end, I believe, because he got a kill, or just a little bit more farm. But so, what for Ultra Ego at least? Is it safe to say that they just want to just pick Roger first pick always? Do Evos take it away, or do Evos just let it go again? Because again, momentum is on their side. If Roger gets a snowball in the early game, that momentum can be used properly, then it's gonna be tough, man.
Ultra Ego displayed that even without getting that early game, they're able to find a window and just take that momentum away. So maybe Roger is an expensive hero in this series.
They gotta respect it. I mean, it is quite far-fetched to say they want to take out the Roger, because the only reason why they lost was because their overextension, which led to the Roger and the Moskov being online and able to dish out the damage. So it isn't really an angle where the Roger was the hard carry. He was in the last, minutes of the game, the Lord Steal, and also the multi-kills at the hands of Taz. But then again, I feel like they really want to assess whether or not this Roger is worth banning or not. I feel like to a certain extent it is, but at the same time, it isn't,
Yeah.
There's this kind of like mixed feeling and conflicting opinions on this Roger ban. But of course, the drafting phase now will indicate everything, what will be banned and picked. Presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series with Evos getting the first pick now, yeah?
Yeah, so a trade in sides now. Evos on blue, Alter Ego on red. Already different bans now. Evos were the ones to ban Harith both times on the red side. No Florin ban by Evos in the first phase, but this time it's a Florin ban. So they're really, really careful now of the Roger. They're very cautious of that Roger-Florin combo.
Who do you think excels more? Roger Angela or Roger Florin?
I think the Roger Florin, because Roger alone can't really fully become a full hyper carry, you know? So it's Roger Florin and then a team fight comp, so that everybody there can facilitate the Roger doing damage. Everybody there can also go in for the team fights. But one thing that has been left open, by the way, is the X-Borg, a key to victory technically for Evos Glory, a key hero to pick for Fluffy. Alter Ego have banned it 2 games in a row with the Natan as well. They've decided to go for Lo Yi in the first 2 matches, but now it's Evos who take it away from Alter Ego. So on their side's probably on an X-Borg pick. The Alter Ego ban it out. But if they do, they will have to leave the Angela
or the Mathilda
open. If Evos don't pick the Angela, Alter Ego might just go for Angeling again, but Barats is also not. It's still up for grabs. So far, you pick Barats, you win games. Alpha banned by Alter Ego. Big pressure on Evos. What do they go for? First pick, and it's the Angela.
Opens up a new horizon for Evos on how they want to strategize and navigate towards the drafting phase and into game number 3. For Alter Ego, still a Roger first pick up in their cards. This could be their next option, but it will be the Barats and the Mathilda.
Yeah.
So they will trade the Mathilda for the Roger for the Mathilda.
Very straightforward as well. We mentioned that the Angeling going up against the Barats is still going to cause problems. So a way to anticipate the Angeling combo is the way that Alter Ego did, right? Pick up the Barats and also the Mathilda. Let's see here, Evos Glory. What will they do? Will they pick up a hero that is Arlen, Frederick? Oh, they're still going for it. They're stubborn. It seems like they have a way. Mirko, you're making a face. Maybe they know.
Talk to us, Mirko.
Of concern.
Wow, okay.
Oh my goodness.
Why is it so hard for Angeling to traverse around the Barats Mathilda?
Well, especially if Alter Ego can get their hands on an XP that clears really fast or can beat Terizla in lane. The Barats can invade very early on and just take buffs away from the lane. Get that massive advantage, stop this lane from even farming, and then just stomp them. That's what happened to Alter Ego when they were up against Bigetron Alpha. They went for the Angeling, and the Barats was the answer. Now with the Faramis as well. Mathilda, Faramis, and the Barats. There's a reason why Onic always banned the Barats. Even Onic struggle up against the Barats. So, and they're the ones that we look up to when it comes to those assassins.
Indeed. You have the assassin man himself, Kyrie, the master of assassins. But now, of course, the most used heroes for both players, your Dreams and Wrecked. For Dreams, it is the Minotaur with a win rate of 7.89%. But for Wrecked, it is Chip. We did quite question that, you know, we haven't seen him play that Chip that much, but it is now his most used hero with a 57.14% win rate.
Still 57.14% win rate. I think this is not just on the Chip. This is like his win rate.
Yeah.
So not that far compared to Dreams, actually. 57.89, 57.14. A higher average DPM compared to Dreams, but a lower average GPM with KD also. Still better for him. Moskov banned out by Evos, though. The respect given over to highs. We don't want that purified Moskov. That's disgusting. You beat us with it.
For Alter Ego, they ban out the Roger as well, right? Yeah. So this will be finally a no Roger game. Again, opening up new angles for this draft to be crafted. I mean, for sustainability, they kind of beat Evos to it. Like, they have the Angela, Glove Waves, but then again, you have the Faramis as
the priestess
the prolong and enabler.
The hunter of all the evil gods.
And if you look at the composition here from Alter Ego, it's a very invasive composition, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you have already Netherrealm in your kit, you will look for aggression towards the jungle of Link here, especially. So Evos Glory in the second phases of the picks, they need to have and pick someone that can counter-react towards that aggression.
And the ban out of Paquito, like what Mirko said, they needed an XP that could beat Terizla and clear waves fastly. And Paquito is one of the options. But for Alter Ego, they'll pick up for themselves a Claude snatched away from the hands of Brands. So now what will Brands play?
I think at this point, Brands can actually, or Evos Glory can actually go for the Lilia to provide more pressure in the mid lane to stop any possible attempts of that invade for the mid lane. And then in the gold lane, they can go for Brody, but then they will severely lack in the tankiness department, so the Angela might actually just be a mid laner here. They can go technically for the Brody in the gold lane. They can bully this Claude and then have that Ling kill pressure to help gank in the bottom lane if Alter Ego goes for the neutral objective. So that could be a way that they can take this. I'm thinking of other choices here for Robe. Oh, Tigreal and the Bruno. All right, so not the Brody. They go for the Tigreal instead, but this time the Tig definitely not as valuable as it was before. The Claude will just very easily go Purify, and he won't have to risk anything with the Purify on the Claude.
Yeah. You have Purify, you have BMI, you also have Netherrealm, and the Tono's Welcome. So a lot of counterplays towards the Implosion. I mean, Dreams was on point with the Tigreal last game. This time it's a different condition, and this does indicate that Angela will go mid.
Yep, and again, apart from that, Faramis and Matilda can rock the Purify as well, which makes it harder for the Tig to have a impact with the Purify still active, right? So let's see here, last pick for Alter Ego. They're looking for an EXP, potentially if the Barats does go to the jungle, and it will be the Yudzong. A very good counter against the Bruno.
That's really good. Another Bruno will have to ask himself, Flicker or Purify, with the Yudzong now picked up by Alter Ego. Good kill pressure in the gold lane, but Alter Ego with the Matilda can stop that kill pressure from happening, give the Claude the necessary space to farm up. Oh, this is a tough one. I think Alter Ego might have gone at a better draft this game.
Be a draft index now for both teams. It is still
mixed here.
A 6.5
for both.
Yeah,
and
both.
Same counter index too. It'll come down to the execution, but Alter Ego, Barat in the jungle, they know how it's done. They got bullied by a Barat in the jungle when they tried the Angeling, so they have a blueprint of how to beat this composition.
Emergency calls for survivability. This is the mission to get out of the red zone. Will Alter Ego or Evos Glory take the win? Game number 3, Evos Glory against Alter Ego.
For the final time in the series, ladies and gentlemen, Land of Dawn, here we go. Will it be Alter Ego who finds a reverse sweep, making a very great story, or will it be Evos Glory bouncing back after suffering a huge loss in that second game?
You can already see Rekt is trying to disturb Annabelle and trying to take the purple buff. Expect a lot of actions in the purple buff, because this will be a pivotal part of Annabelle's gameplay, because he needs the energy going.
And already such an interesting choice from Annabelle, by the way. Kyrie on the Ling actually opted to go for the QC. Annabelle's going for Weakness Finder on this Ling, so a little bit more utility, but less survivability. On top of that, though, we also have the Bruno, who opted to go for Weapon Mastery, so he's actually going for that late game. He wants to, or actually not late game, just mid game, and some crit as well. For highs, still the same. It's just the agility with the Wilderness Blessing.
Taz already counter jungling into Alter Ego's jungle. And Annabelle just looking for an angle. This would be him, the focus of the gameplay of Evos, trying to protect him with the Angela pickup as well. For Clocken, he has to be proactive everywhere around the map. At least come the mid game, come the late game, you have that extra side lane pressure with the Ling just pushing around, shoving waves up and down.
Angela 3-0 for Clocken. Whenever he picks the Angela, it's almost a sure win for Evos Glory. So we'll see if that will translate over to this game as well. Fluffy goes for the fight. Wow, flickers out.
Oh, stunned up as well. Daytona's welcome activated. 3 members. He's on Fluffy. This time he will fall as Taz collects the first blood for Alter Ego.
Give away the first blood, and now eyes on the turtle. This could be the first neutral objective for Alter Ego. That was an easy pick-off against Fluffy.
And an instant response from Annabelle. Going to counter jungle, invading. Good read by Krite.
Fighting visions here. 2v1. Oh, Annabelle. Pinch poise to get out of that 2v1 situation. And now it is actually Taz who is going for the invade as expected. Virat's, Faramis, and Matilda. One way to approach and invade. Will they commit to a fight though is the question. It's the 3v3 for now. They both want the orange. Evos Glory, I don't think they have enough firepower as Pi already joins in as well. That's a delay from Tigro with the Sacred Hammer.
Reset? Oh no.
But I don't think they want to fight here. Alter Ego will win out the orange buff.
They'll give it away, they concede it, because at the stage of the game, when it's a 3v3, you don't have enough damage to outscale or outdamage the players of Alter Ego, especially at the stage of the game for Annabelle. He's just going to counter-invade, counter-jungle, get this orange buff for himself. So yeah, again, a trade up in the board.
Yeah, actually not that bad for Annabelle here because he is able to get the orange buff, even though it is delayed. But in the bottom lane, this lane is going to be quite interesting because it will have a big impact on the rest of the map later on. Also in the gold lane, Heinz is doing a good job actually so far against the Bruno, not fully bullied by Brands. But Taz, this is it. This is the Barat special.
See here, Dreams. What will he be able to cook? Oh, Tempest Blade popped. Dreams quite low. Implosion towards the backside to buy time. Netherrealm now used up by Krite. Alter Ego, though, surviving. That's the penalty zone. But the Blazing Duet will be there. Not enough damage, but Taz will fall. Fluffy will be the next victim, but not for Fluffy as he claims the double pie. Dove in a little bit too deep as Bronze claims the extra gold.
Good counter-engage from Fluffy with the 3-man penalty zone. And a follow-up was there, double kill for him. And Pi, he dove way too deep towards the tier 2 turret.
We were talking about how the XP matchup will be big, and Fluffy came in first. That actually changed the tide because Alter Ego, they were able to steal away the purple buff already. That would have been horrible for Annabelle if they weren't able to at least get a trade. And now, so far, gold-wise, they're doing good. But still, without a purple buff, it's still a loss for the lane because Alter Ego can continue to scale. But look, they're forcing Taz to use Retri, and look where Annabelle is.
Yeah, look, he's the one who's trying to assassinate the purple buff, not the players. He is starving. Take a look at Highs, though, with the juke. The VMI there, good reaction and good prediction. But yeah, I mean, good, slight compensation. They lost the Newt, but at least Annabelle claims the purple.
It's a trade of priorities. I mean, yeah, on a macro scale, you do lose the turtle, but at least you can keep on going with the purple buff. But again, Alter Ego is just constantly on the invade, on the hunt, just disrupting this purple buff of Annabelle's. So you kind of have to assign a member to just try to spot it out and peel it off. If Annabelle trying to look for 1v1.
They need to freeze the purple buff in their own jungle, I think, right? And just started focusing on the invade. So when Ling want to counter jungle, no purple buff because they are freezing the small buff there.
That was what we saw, I think, Alter Ego against Onic, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, where they froze the purple buff. Just, it took like, I don't know, a minute for Onic to spot it out. So that could be an option for Annabelle to not counter jungle and Alter Ego. Maybe they could start implementing it now.
But Evos are scaling quite well right now. I mean, they're training quite well. And Alter Ego, you would expect them to have a bigger lead at this point with this Barats. Highs and Brands both doing okay in farm. And Annabelle, even though, yes, his purple buff has been taken away, he actually stole the enemy purple buff. So it's still kind of like level at this point for both junglers even. If you take a look at the damage dealt, it's been Fluffy. That changed the fight, that penalty zone onto 3. But here it is, with the purple buff taken away, with Annabelle's purple buff spawning in a little bit later. Alter Ego, I think at this point, they need to prioritize the purple buff over the turtle. They need to try to shut down this Ling. But even then, Brands has been quite good. Like he's on fire now. And oh no, wait.
See here, Daytona's welcome does not connect onto any
Big
Evos'
resource
members, but now it will focus on towards the turtle lane now. Will be able to find his own purple buff. But it seems like Evos Glory, they will not contest here. Taz secures with the retribution quite comfortably.
But it's traded for a purple. That's, again, a compensation for Anavel. Keeping him going in this game. But so far for Alter Ego, perfect neutrals, they have 3 into their names now. This could amp up their gold, but again, that was kind of like an Evos contest angle because they're able to burn away the Tunnel's welcome, but oh, Fluffy.
The flying Dino here with the Matilda actually will be able to caught Fluffy off guard there. Will still be able to hold on towards that flicker though. But yeah, that was the threat of Barat and Matilda combined.
That Circling Eagle is just way too strong for Alter Ego as an initiation tool.
On top of that, I really am curious to see what the Ling is building, and it's actually already very different. From Kyrie, we have seen the Ling build that has prioritized the Defiant Blade damage with the Endless Battle, but now, it seems he may be, Anavel, going for the attack speed build. He has a Haas Claws and a Berserker's Fury, so he wants to utilize that attack speed a bit more. With the Weakness Finder, it does make sense. Meanwhile, for Brand, same items. Haas Claws into the Berserker's Fury already too. Anavel's got to be careful.
5-man rotating Tempest of Blade just to clear. He was able to clear that top side, and Alter Ego didn't really find anything. Meanwhile, Bruno actually got a turret, bottom side of the map.
Soaking the pressure, enabling Brands to be able to get a cross-map play in which he got the tier 2 turret. Now, Alter Ego, I'd say that's a net loss for them, as Anavel is just able to escape freely to the Lord Pit.
Yeah, free purple too. Good cover by Fluffy and Dreams instantly. Right after they get the trade in the bottom lane, they send these members up towards the top side of the map for Anavel to pick up the purple buff. So, Evos have done all the right things so far, by the way, up against this composition from Alter Ego. They got a tier 2 in the bottom lane, and now that's a bigger advantage because they have a Ling with the purple buff as well. The mobility difference is going to play a big factor into how Evos and Alter Ego take these fights. Bottom lane pushed up, shoved in by Alter Ego, but managed instantly by the Ling. And they can continuously do this. They have better mobility compared to Alter Ego.
Perhaps are looking for a play here, looking for fights. They want to neutralize the economy. Actually, the angle here, the opening, they have yet to find in this game.
Alter Ego has to respond to the far lanes pushing up. I mean, yeah, they could shove it, but then again, you have the mobility like Mirko said. You know, it's almost the same like how Kyrie operates with the Ling. Just play on the side lanes, and once a neutral objective contest happens, you can just freely walk through the walls, and you have that movement, you have that mobility that could always enable you to do 2 tasks at once. So multitasking is a middle name of a Ling, I'd say. You know, just being able to operate on the side lanes and then jumping in to when your teammates need you.
And Anavel's got the Bruno build, by the way. Haas Claws, Berserker's Fury, Melfic Roar. That's a Bruno build. They have the same exact build right now. So we'll see how this plays out. This is definitely a new version of the Ling. We've only seen Kyrie's version of the Ling with the Defiant Blade, Endless Battle, you know, more of the ability damage. Fluffy, engaged on.
Getting jumped on and also munched on here. They want to commit on towards Fluffy. He will fall first as Taz likes to kill, but what will it do? Tempest Blade knocking up 3 members now. That was clutch, but it seems like the Dino will fly towards the back. Oh, take a look at Bronze in the back doing work, but Clockum will secure Taz. Good Purify there, but it seems like Anavel will not be able to secure the kill. 2 for 2. Jungler for Alter Ego gets taken out.
Taz finally falls down. He was a sliver away from death. Gets the guiding wind back to him, but again, good dive from Anavel and Clocken to find their way back to Taz, and the kill has been secured. Brand's also picking up a kill on the way, even though Pai was able to just dive into the turret.
Wow, and Brands too, man. That play in the bottom lane, or in the mid lane when Heist tried to dive him, he got so much lifesteal from the fully stacked skill 1 and his passive. able to crit onto Highs and technically outplay him. Luckily for Alter Ego, they had Pi still in the Black Dragon form to chase him down. And unluckily for Brands, he actually completed the Wind of Nature as he died. That would have come in handy if he got it right on time to fend off from the dive from the Black Dragon form. But now with the Wind of Nature already in the hands of Brands, it's going to be quite tough for Highs. Because Highs, the reason he has Wind of Nature earlier compared to Brands is because he actually sacrificed the Corrosion Scythe first, right? He went for the DHS, Golden Staff, and then straight to the Wind of Nature. So he prioritized defensiveness. That's why maybe his damage wasn't enough fully to take Brands on 1v1. And it was already baited earlier by the Ling as well. But Alter Ego, they're still staying decisive every single time. After they shove the wave, they go straight for the Lord, not giving the Ling any time to utilize that mobility advantage.
Lord take is important. I mean, it was delayed a few times, and now Alter Ego set their sights on the Lord. Evos constantly on the response. But now, they don't really have Annabelle operating in the side lanes. It's shoved in by Highs and both wrecked as well. So now Annabelle called upon, and Alter Ego still indecisive whether or not they want to finish this Lord. Or maybe they'll wait for a bit and maybe a pull. Oh, okay. Jump in.
Exactly. Daytona's welcome on towards Fluffy, who has the immortality. Flicker. Daytona's penalty zone now on towards 3. It seems like the follow-up damage was not there. Black Dragon form committed. Take a look at Annabelle with the help of the Angela. Looking for an assassination attempt, but Alter Ego, they are a little bit too bulky. Oh, implosion on towards 2. That was beautiful. But all of the damage, it was not going to be enough just yet. No! Annabelle finds an assassination on towards the dragon, and he is too clean with the dexterity there, and finds an angle to escape.
He's so clean on the movements, time and time again. He's basically an escape artist with this Ling. And the Lord now back to ground zero.
Massive advantage now. Krite doesn't have his ultimate. Pi is down as a 4v5. And Blockon has the hard guard. Annabelle can go ham again.
Brands is just free hitting as well in the front side of the map. Now, oh my goodness. It's
Again?
welcome. Fluffy looking for a tank in the front side. High's free hitting. Not enough damage here. And Alter Ego, they will try to stabilize here as High is back in the land of Don Evos. Wants to rush the Lord. They're trying to speedrun it, and they got it.
Oh, Evos!
Alter Ego, they want a business. Placing the Wind of Nature as well. Dreams looking for a play. In the backside! Annabelle finds a kill on towards Highs. Now Annabelle a little bit stuck, but he has energy to get out. Evos Glory, they might want more here as the mid is actually looking very juicy and Browns will get it.
Annabelle is so slippery. It's hard to catch this man. Time and time again, getting the perfect assassinations. That one was on Highs.
And now an endless battle to finish it off with a BOD earlier. That was the power spike. That's why he was able to melt down Pi. He prioritized the Malefic Roar first because he knows that it's going to be really tough to go on Highs with the Wind of Nature, with the Netherrealm. He knows that it is going to be a better option to go for Pi instead, to go for these frontliners who have bitten off too much than they could chew. Pi, Black Dragon form in instantly with the disengage. He's already at low HP. You capitalize on that, you punish him, and my god, that's a 5,000 gold lead on Annabelle, by the way. But Brands as well, that DHS from him is great to deal with this front line. So far, they've been doing so well, and Highs, every single time he actually looks to jump in, looks to dive towards towards Evos Glory, it's still really hard because there are Wind of Nature. Wind of Nature is already for the side of Evos Glory, and the healing constantly from Clockwood too.
Penalty zone on towards the Lord is still up. Evos Glory is able to find the first baser in the game. And Alter Ego finally takes care of that Lord. And Evos Glory is just now free roaming around the jungles of Alter Ego.
Zoning ultimate from Fluffy, burns out his penalty zone, trying to get the turret as well, and they did just that. Now, an advantage for Evos Glory, maximizing it with the Lord that they were able to get. And of course, the tier 3 turret now taken away from Alter Ego.
Yeah, it's a base turret, a big one in the far lane. So Evos Glory now have the same advantage, but even bigger. The far lane with the mobility of the Ling. Now it's going to be a threat towards the end itself instead of just the base turret. Super Minions constantly pushing there as well, so technically even for Annabelle, he doesn't have to constantly go towards the bottom lane, and Alter Ego, it creates more problems for them. They've been shoving this constantly. They've been able to manage the maneuverability of the Ling. Oh, we got a replay, so here, let's see exactly what happened. I don't think this is the right play to actually take, but yeah, they also lost it out completely here. Highs already used the Wind of Nature. I wanted to see it all the way from the start, how they baited in, how they got Pi. But now we're back to real time, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, because when Pi got picked off, that was just done for the turtle fight. Alter Ego had already used the Nether Realm too. Taz was already super low, chunked again. And now with that advantage in the bottom lane, like we mentioned, the Ling technically doesn't even need to be there. It's going to be constantly slow pushing, but him being there will mean that it's now even more guaranteed.
It's getting harder for Alter Ego to just walk into this Lord pit. I mean, Evos, they're fine with just poking down the Lord. And while that happens, you know, you have Annabelle working on the side lanes. And so far, Highs has been shadowed by Wrecked and trying to push up the far lanes. So, of course, for Alter Ego, they lose 2 members. When they want to engage the Lord, it's practically a 3v4 if you have Annabelle on the side lanes as well. So, now for the Lord, it's next on their sights. They're taking this slow, but Highs is just stepping forward.
Big damage.
A lot of damage.
Now they're back to a stalemate, just going back and forth. Having that advantage doesn't mean that it's clear for Evos to just go for the Lord. Obviously, the way that Alter Ego have been handling it, it's kind of the same now. It's just a bit riskier to leave that lane to go for a team fight. But it's ultimately still that stalemate where Alter Ego will have the Claude in the bottom lane with the Mathilda constantly. So it's going to be tough even for Evos Glory to look for an assassination in the bottom lane because I guess this is also the disadvantage that you have when you go for Angela mid. There's no magic damage, so Highs is clean. Oh my, what? Did you see that damage from the Bruno from Brands? It almost one-tapped him, bro.
One ball is all it took to take down Highs to half HP. And he's practically out of the fight. No, he isn't because he has the healing. The Mathilda is...
Everything put on towards Fluffy. Will lose his immortality this time, but take a look at the cover. Evos Glory, they will not let Fluffy die in vain. Alter Ego reposition also. Evos Glory now pokes around the Lord. This is an evolved Lord, by the way. Not an enhanced Lord anymore, and Alter Ego, they are just stabilizing at this point. Far lane is heavily favoring the White Tigers.
It's cat and mouse game at this point. They're just trying to wait for someone to screw up, and you know, the team that makes the errors will then react to that. Because so far, they're just baiting ultimates, baiting resources, and this time it's Evos kick-starting the Lord.
Oh, Pi doesn't have the Black Dragon form. That's why he's sent in the bottom lane, but I don't think this is a good one.
Let's see. Daytona's welcome connecting on towards the Teresla. Good knock up on towards Dreams as well. Another realm committed early. Black Dragon form now from the flanks. Fluffy quite low, flickers out of the way. Dreams first one to fall. Right, actually survived that one alongside Taz. Evos Glory, it's a 5v4. Alter Ego does not take the bite. And it's a win for Alter Ego.
Wow, again a deadlock. A stalemate for both teams. Only losing Dreams in the process. Again, they have to start from square one. Resetting this Lord, doing it again, all over again. This time, resources blown. Could be a 50-50 fight, both teams.
They want to take this 4v5. It's right here, right now.
Let's see, Fluffy opening things up. Providing vision, Annabelle ready to jump in towards Taz. Daytona's welcome does not connect. Oh my lord! Tempest the Blade with the Dukes as well. We'll be able to find 2 members.
Annabelle.
And Lockin secures the 3rd. Annabelle with the triple looking for the Maniac as Pi will try to buy time for his teammate. Here is dive, but Lockin will secure the kill. Pride is back on the board, so no official wiped out because of the Fermis passive. But it seems like now Evos Glory, they're eyeing on one thing. Lord neglecting the main base is so juicy right now. As seems like 20 seconds will not be enough for Kurai to hold on. And this is it.
Wow.
Evos Glory with the third game. They have turned up.
Glory to Evos. Glory, glory, Evos. They're able to secure game number 3 as they move up the standings, looking to save themselves from the red zone. What a performance from Annabelle. Annabelle is online, but this time not with the Alpha.
Clinical from the lane, from Annabelle, the way he played it from the start, and great enabling from the rest of the team. Always there to give him this purple buff, always there to enable a trade happening around the map. When Alter Ego look for the purple buff, Brands is always around to get a trade, a turret up top. When they go for turrets, it's Brands again who gets tier 2s. It's Annabelle again looking to mirror the maneuvers of Alter Ego. And despite the barats, despite the counter of the Assassins, the very hero that even Onic bans out when they go for the Assassins, it did not matter. Evos Glory out-executed them. Poised, calm, composed. All the critical factors, all the critical ways you need to play it. Up against a Barats that constantly invades, up against this team, Alter Ego, who constantly forces you to fight.
Evos fams up in their feet. A privilege to see their team succeed. Not yet up in the peaks, but they're on their way there. And of course, we want to hear from the teams with an interview upstage with Monica Ko.
Macan putih masih mengaum, mana suaranya Evos Fams? Wow, match yang sangat menegangkan. Ini game ketiga. Annabelle, ini gimana nih kamu pick Link dikomboin sama Angela, tapi kamu pick Link di saat ini lawan kamu ini Barats Matilda. Ada apa nih?
Pengen main Link aja sih.
Apa?
Pengen main Link.
Pengen main Link aja. Jadi kamu sepercaya diri itu ngadepin Barats kombonya Matilda?
Nggak percaya diri amat juga sih. Cuman tremor dikit.
Tremor dikit, tapi akhirnya menang ya?
Menang.
Akhirnya menang. Tapi tadi juga kita lihat nih ada Carmilla yang di pick Dreams.
Ya.
Ini Carmilla akhirnya di pick lagi setelah MPL Indonesia season 9 terakhir di pick. Dan ini kenapa nih kamu bisa milih Carmilla? Apakah Carmilla ini kalau kamu lihat di game pertama tadi ini bisa counter draftnya AE apa gimana nih?
Enggak sih, kepengen Carmilla aja. Soalnya kan season 5 pernah main Carmilla kan. Hero power juga dulu.
Jadi pengen aja ya?
Pengen aja.
Tapi tadi ya selain dari Dreams di game kedua ada yang pick Carmilla lagi. Fluffy. Kalau Annabelle, kok jadi Fluffy sih di samping Dreams? Fluffy sih. Dreams, Annabelle. Tadi ini benar-benar kamu Link, kemudian tadi kalau kita lihat, kan kalau misalnya kita lihat Carmilla, Rom, oke lah ya. Ini Carmilla jungler, ini karena se-fleksibel itu Carmilla kah kalian lagi mau coba-cobain Carmilla atau lagi gimana nih, kenapa?
Kayaknya emang Carmilla bisa dipakai di 2 role itu sih.
Apa-apa lagi dong?
Kayaknya Carmilla bisa dipakai di 2 role itu.
Bisa dipakai, tapi kayaknya di game kedua kurang maksimal tuh Carmilla junglernya.
Masih magang.
Masih magang. Kira-kira nih kan tadi udah magang, next bakalan cobain lagi nggak tuh Carmilla junglernya?
Ya ditunggu aja lah.
Ditunggu aja. Dan di samping Annabelle ada Fluffy. Fluffy jangan nengok kiri, nengok kanan. Fluffy, ini ya kemarin-kemarin kan tuh sering dibilang, Fluffy bisa mainnya X-Borg doang. Tapi hari ini ngebuktiin bisa jago juga yang lainnya selain X-Borg. Gimana tuh, ini pembuktian kamu kah?
Pembuktian sih enggak ya, karena masih ya enggak pembuktian sih.
Apa dong?
Ya udah main aja sebenarnya.
ya udah main aja gitu.
Iya.
Karena exportnya di ban tadi. Apa memang udah rencana nih hari ini nggak bakalan pakai export?
Ya masih banyak sebenarnya Kak, hero yang lain.
Yang jago ya dipakai Fluffy ya.
STS kan masih ada di XP, bisa Rafaela gitu-gitu kan masih oke.
Jadi ngebuktiin ya nggak cuma jago export
Iya,
doang
nggak
ya.
bisa- Bukan cuma Xbox doang, masih bisa Rafa.
Itu dong dari Fluffy ya. Tapi kita bakalan lihat Evos Fam. Kira-kira standing sih klasemennya sekarang Evos ada di zona merah, masih di zona merah atau udah mulai merangkak naik nih. Kita lihat sama-sama. Klasemen sementaranya. Wah! Akhirnya merangkak naik keluar dari zona merah di klasemen sementara. Brans, gimana? Akhirnya merangkak naik nih. Tadi sebelumnya bareng AE di zona merah, sekarang udah bisa merangkak naik di ya zona aman sementara lah ya.
Ya namanya tetap sementara, apapun masih saya terjadi ke depannya, cuman ya kita lakukan yang terbaik lah.
Yang penting yang terbaik.
Iya.
Wah.
Semoga lolos playoff.
Semoga lolos playoff, itu targetnya ya.
Ya targetnya itu dulu.
Targetnya lolos playoff atau harus upper bracket nih? Mau ngejar upper bracket apa yang penting lolos playoff aja deh?
Cari menangnya aja dulu.
Cari menangnya aja dulu ya. Yang penting lolos playoff. Tapi ini kalau dilihat-lihat kan line up ini tuh kayaknya beberapa minggu terakhir emang jadi kayaknya kunci kemenangan performance yang kalian yang maksimal juga nih. Kalau Monica bisa bilang nih ya, ini line up A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Karena A, Anavel, B ada Brans, C-nya ada Kokun, terus habis itu E apa? Evos, apalagi D, Dreams. A, B, C, D, E. Loh, Fluffy gimana sih jadi kebalak-balik A, B, C, D, E, F, Fluffy, G, Glory. Jadi line up A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Gimana Fluffy? Setuju nggak tuh? Udah, mikir. Udah, cocok nggak tuh line up A, B, C, D, E, F, G ini jadi line up rahasianya yang bisa bikin Evos tuh masuk playoff?
Masih banyak sih, harus kita rombak lagi, bebenah. Bukan roster ini doang, masih banyak yang harus bebenah lagi sih.
Masih banyak
Masih
ya?
banyak ya.
Tapi optimis masuk playoff?
Optimis ya insya Allah lah.
Insya Allah. Nah ini Kokun. Wah, Kokun ulang tahun hari ini.
Kokun ulang tahun,
Kokun ulang
Ya.
tahun. Disemangatin
Happy
sama
birthday,
Evos Fam. Happy birthday Kokun.
Makasih,
Ini
Kak.
kamu bisa membawa kemenangan untuk tim juga bersama-sama dengan teman-teman kamu yang lain. Ini karena kamu ulang tahun jadi lebih semangat apa gimana Kokun?
Apaan?
Hari ini karena kamu ulang tahun jadi lebih semangat bisa menang atau gimana tuh?
Main kayak biasa doang.
Main kayak biasa doang. Ada spesialnya nggak tuh main pada saat kamu ulang tahun?
Gak ada.
Loh,
Main kayak biasa doang Kak.
main biasa doang. Tapi kemenangan hari ini jadi kado buat ulang tahun kamu ya?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Tapi ini nextnya Evos bakalan ketemu Dewa, Kokun. Bakalan ketemu Dewa. Loh, yang ulang tahun dong. Monica mau dengar dari yang ulang tahun. Dari yang ulang tahun.
Apa?
Dari yang ulang tahun mau dengar nih. Kan next bakalan ketemu sama Dewa. Di leg pertama Evos menang. Apakah di leg kedua bakalan menang lagi?
Menang.
Menang
Pasti,
lagi?
Iya.
Apa tuh yang diwaspadain dari Dewa?
Gak tahu.
Gak tahu, dibantu Brans deh Brans. Gimana tuh? Nextnya bakalan ngelawan Dewa. Apa yang udah diwaspadain nih ketemu Dewa?
Ya pasti dari strategi, drafting, segala macam pasti dari coaching staff kita udah mempersiapkan juga lah. Terus juga kita sebagai player juga semoga bisa mengeksekusi itu dengan baik besok.
Kita bakalan lihat performance dari Evos Glory besoknya. Dan sekali lagi, happy birthday Kokun dan congratulations untuk sang macan putih Evos Glory hari ini yang berhasil mengamankan poin mereka dan naik ke klasemen sementara saat ini di zona yang aman. Dan tentu saja kita akan lihat gimana sih perjuangan dari Evos Glory hari ini di match kali ini yang akan dikumpas oleh para casters yang sudah ready di sana. Silakan casters.
Wow. Roar. The White Tigers are roaring. Of course, congratulations for Evos Glory for a monumental win against Alter Ego. Also, happy birthday, by the way, for Kokun. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Clockun. I
Happy
think it's a
birthday,
good birthday
Clockun.
gift to get out of the red zone.
That's a good gift to get a win against Alter Ego and get off the red zone, of course. And that was a clean performance, I'd say, from Evos Glory in the last game, in game number 3. That was so clinical by them, the way they executed the draft, and also Annabelle just playing that to his maximum. It was so good. His maneuverability with the Ling, especially when you have Clockun tied with you, equipped with you, you know, that sustainability is there for him. And of course, the MVP presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series, it is Annabelle.
Top-notch gameplay from Annabelle, just really clinical with his performance. 6-0-6, 907 GPM. I think he actually has the highest GPM again. We'll check again later. But the weakness finder, we mentioned it very, very early in the game. This is the only thing that is different. Early. Usually we see the QC, but he goes for the weakness finder, and then we take a look at the build, the Corrosion Scythe, the Haas Claws, the Berserker's Fury. Then we start to understand, he's going for the attack speed build with a mix of obviously some damage, base damage with the BOD, endless battle to enhance the Defiant Blade damage as well. But I think it all starts in the early game where Evos Glory were able to just constantly distract the rest of Alter Ego from getting their main goal with the Barats, which is shutting down the Ling. They weren't able to do it completely. They weren't able to do it at all, actually, in the early to mid-game. Every time they got the purple buff, Annabelle was able to trade it with something on the board. If it wasn't a turret, it was the enemy purple buff. So it really technically did not matter. And even in these team fights, I have to give props to Annabelle for playing so well. Props to Brands as well for distracting Alter Ego in a lot of these situations. And then here's this moment. This is the moment where Pi got picked off. Annabelle, great decision to go in, pick up those blades, and then get out too. That was just clean. And the rest of the team for facilitating that escape from Annabelle too. Just drawing a line of where Annabelle is going to jump with the Divine Blades. And then towards the end as well here, this is the final fight that they took to win the game. Annabelle, again, knowing who to target at the right time, just goes on to highs with the nature already baited out. Then this is also, I feel, an issue, right, for Alter Ego. If they wanted to take the fight because they thought it was 4v5, they should have just taken it. They should have just gone for the lower 50-50 or gone for the fight 100%. The fact that they were going back and forth, still trying to Lord Dance up against an assassin is scary. Yes, it's 4v5, but it was only the Roamer, it was only Dream that was taken out. And you've already depleted most of your resources. So if you wanted to use that advantage, you either go straight for the Lord, gamble on that, or go for the fight with the 4v5. Because what going back and forth meant was that the Lord will be chunking Taz down. The Lord will be chunking them down, and it's an evolved Lord. The later the game goes, the more damage the Lord will do to you. And by the time they decided to fight, Taz was a quarter of his HP. He was just left with a quarter of his HP. Taz just couldn't handle the damage of Annabelle at that point. With a quarter of HP, the assassin just took over, destroyed everyone, and it was GG's.
Perfectly executed. The Evos Glory. I mean, yeah, the build is kind of, you know, contrary to what Kyrie, you know, usually goes for. This is, you know, if you close your eyes and you wouldn't really see the hero that is picked, you'd speculate that maybe this is like a marksman build, a traditional one at that, with the attack speed and the crit as well. But for Annabelle, of course, with the Ling, this worked out really well for him. 20k gold. He had like 907 GPM, so that's pretty high as well for him. Considering the fact that he's playing against Barats, where Onic also bans out the Barats. I mean, the Barats and the Matilda was constantly on the pressure towards the purple buff. They were just taking away, making him having to move away from his own jungle, counter-jungling, looking for other advantages and resources across the map, and still at the same time he delivered 6 kills without a single death.
2 questions here, right?
Okay.
One, why did Alter Ego Esports, it seems like they were on a disconnect. They want to invade, but they do not want to invade.
Yeah.
They were hesitating. And second, why did they not just freeze the purple buff, their own purple buff?
We did not see them freezing the purple buff, like how Alter Ego did against Onyx Kyrie as well, right?
I think it's because they were just doubting the amount of power they had in the mid game. Because usually the Ling would be a bit more behind. The other laners would be as well. And I think that's why, again, for Alter Ego, they picked the Barats, and also they kind of tunnel vision. They pick Barats and they think, all right, we won against the Ling already. So they didn't go
Underestimated.
for the winning sides that you need also to provide enough space for the Barats, right? Because even on the XP, Fluffy was actually holding his own against Yuzong.
That was a stellar game from Evos Glory, but of course we want to hear from the players in this golden moment presented by the official partner UBS Gold.
Ngomong belum ada naga ya.
Ya, ayo.
Tarik dia ke
Takut
sini
sini,
aja.
Ning.
Jangan kerja yang ke depan boy kalau mau boy.
Nih, udah stop. Sabar ulti Brand.
Dia makan gua.
Lihat gua. Pukul orang. Gue masukin ya. Udah kalian ulti balik. Aman sih gua, aman. Barat dulu. Aman Brans.
Aman.
Ada gua. Gua bisa ke ada ulti lagi gua. Kiting lu boy.
Kodenya lihat ya.
Jangan terlalu buru-buru. Aman. Dia mau alin Lord, Ci. Gua ke kode sih. Ayo gua lihat lu, Nek. Tas, Nek. Cloud lihat.
Lihat gua ya, satu lihat gua guys.
Sabar. Sabar, pelan-pelan guys. Kasih tau, Nek. Target. Rata. Aman. Kasih gua main. Nice, Nek. Sayang.
Bisa ini ya?
Iya. Bisa. Chill. Kasih tahu sayang. Nice. Desain.
Udah pastiin kok. Santai aja,
Salam.
santai aja.
Nice boy. Nice.
A moment of pride for the White Tigers. Wow. In that scenario, I almost thought that Annabelle could actually snatch a Savage because he was equipped with the hard guard from Klokken, but you know the Law of Waves was there to give the damage as well. So yeah, at the end of the day, it was almost a Maniac, almost a Savage, but triple kill is enough to end the game. So it's all
Technically
fine.
unofficial Maniac because he killed Fairmus twice, right?
That's true. Wow.
Triple-double.
Triple-double.
Double kill from Klokken.
Yeah, true. The double kill for Klokken, just sitting in the back. But at that point, you really cannot look just for Savages, right? You need to look just for the win because it's 2-1 and it's all about the battle out of the red zone.
Yeah, but after this, to close out the day, we have RRQ against Bigetron Alpha. But before that, we'll be back after the break. Stay tuned at MPL ID Season 13.
We own this.
We own this, bro.
We own this.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
Kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang gitu. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Games andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Games Max makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
익세.
맥시가 지갑니다요.
Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 나와 게이다.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi game.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko. 같이 가는다요. Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 나와. 게이다.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main. Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main. Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Sampai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
가운데요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Awas, Geisa.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main. Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Dikasih ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar degerings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main. Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Better.
You lapper.
Stop! Sampai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gator.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main. Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi.
Panas MPL Arena, mana suaranya? Wow, ini benar-benar semakin panas di MPL Arena karena di match penutupan hari ini akan mempertemukan antara RRQ dan juga Bigetron Alpha. Yang mana kita tahu ya kemarin Bigetron Alpha akhirnya sudah mengamankan tiket menuju playoff. Tapi tentunya tidak akan berhenti di sini saja. Karena Bigetron Alpha akan terus berupaya untuk mengamankan posisi mereka di upper bracket hingga akhir dari regular season kali ini. Dan mereka akan bertemu dengan RRQ yang sudah mereka kalahkan di leg 1. Apakah hal ini akan berulang kembali? Tapi tentunya RRQ tidak akan menjadi lawan yang mudah. Karena mereka yang saat ini berada di papan tengah klasemen. Sementara tentunya berupaya untuk merangkak naik ke atas klasemen menuju upper bracket. Jadi ini bakalan menarik sekali RRQ dan juga Bigetron Alpha. Sekaligus juga akan mempertemukan kembali dua top gold laner di MPL Indonesia. Ada Skyler, ada Eman. Wah, sebelum kita mempertemukan mereka di Land of Dawn, kayaknya seru nih kita kalau ngobrol langsung sama mereka di stage MPL Indonesia Season 13. Sama-sama kita sambut dengan tepuk tangan paling meriah, Skyler dan juga Eman. Halo Skyler, Eman. Wah, halo Skyler, Eman. Gimana, apa kabar? Udah ready?
Udah.
Udah ready? Eman, are you ready?
Ready.
Ready? Ready banget ketemu sama Skyler.
Ready.
Udah ngerti bahasa Indonesia kan?
Belum.
Udah bisa kok, udah bisa.
Sedikit.
Tapi sedikit-dikit ya. Tapi sebelum kita bakalan ngobrol sama mereka berdua, ada yang mau kita saksikan terlebih dahulu nih. Sama-sama kita nonton yuk.
Untuk panutannya Eko, kalau panutan di pro lu sekarang kalau Godland ada nggak? Kayak lu belajar dari dia banget.
Orang PH apa Indo nih?
Bebas.
Dari PH ya, gue sebenarnya belajar dari PH. Panutan gue mungkin dari RSG yang Eman. Kalau untuk sekarang? Iya. Kalau untuk sekarang Eman.
Oh, RSG itu kan ada yang romernya light.
Iya, light.
Ada siapa tadi namanya?
Eman
ya?
Yang golennya.
Gue kayaknya sempat lihat tapi lupa namanya. Itu kenapa? Maksudnya kayak sampai lu bisa ngadelin dia?
Jago banget Joh. Sumpah yang season sekarang jago banget dia.
Iya ya?
Iya, jago banget ya. Landing pass-nya. Walaupun hero kalah dia buat menang.
Oh ya?
Iya. Gue jadi kayak, gue nonton scrim tuh gue replay. Pokoknya gue pas kelar scrim kan gue replay. Gue nonton dia cara main.
Gimana rotasinya?
Iya, rotasinya. Dia menangin landing pass-nya gimana supaya jago banget orang Joh.
Gue yakin Ira tapi mereka memilih untuk disiplin mundur saja. Tapi Eman di arah top lane-nya kali ini satu ball flicker dan Eman harus hilang di tangan.
Wow, Monica langsung mau nanya Skyler, masih ingat gak sih itu?
Masih.
Wawancaranya masih ingat ya? Kamu ingat waktu itu, berarti kamu ngomong waktu itu Eman masih di RSG PH, terus katanya itu jadi panutan kamu nih, gold laner panutan kamu. Masih nggak sampai sekarang?
Masih sih, soalnya season 9 tuh kita selalu scrim melawan mereka kan. Jago banget tadi ya.
Jago banget.
Dari dulu sampai sekarang.
Dari dulu sampai sekarang. Eman, gimana tuh dipuji-puji sama Skyler? So, Skyler looks up to you a lot since before until this day. What do you think about that?
I don't know, but before, thank you because he mentioned me before when I think season 9 is one of toughest contender also in scrim and also in tournament before.
Wow, itu kan sebelumnya ya. Jadi katanya memang Skyler ini juga salah satu contender yang kuat pada saat season 9 kemarin di scrim. Tapi berarti sekarang gimana? How about now, Skyler?
Masih kuat.
Oh, jadi ini saling panutan ya?
Ya.
Skyler juga masih sampai sekarang. Tapi Skyler, ini kan kamu tadi sempat bilang juga kalau walaupun Eman gak dapat power hero-nya, tapi dia bisa menang di laning phase-nya. Tapi kalau kita lihat tadi setelah wawancaranya ada cuplikan di mana itu sebelumnya kamu bisa solo kill Eman. Itu kamu pembuktian apa gimana kalau kamu juga top gold laner nih?
Hoki aja sih.
Hoki aja. Tapi kalau hoki aja apakah hari ini juga akan terjadi lagi kamu melawan Eman?
Lihat nanti siapa tahu hokinya masih ada.
Lihat nanti ya hokinya kalau masih ada dicek-cek dulu hokinya. Oke, tapi kalau Eman gimana tuh? Kenapa waktu itu kamu bisa tersolo kill sama Skylar?
Because he's laning so strong. Laning pace.
So you miscalculated on that time?
I think a little bit, but in crab, yeah. Itu.
What about today?
We don't know yet.
You don't know yet?
Yeah.
But Skylar will, let's see later on if he's still hockey. What do you think? Masih ada nggak hokinya Skylar?
I don't know.
Ya kita nanti lihat nanti ya. Dan sebelum kalian bakalan ketemu di Land of Dawn, boleh dong kalian kasih mungkin apa sih yang perlu diwaspadai Skylar? Waspadai apa dari Eman? Eman apa yang perlu diwaspadai dari Skylar sejauh ini? Sekaligus pesan-pesan nih mau ketemu di Land of Dawn. Skylar dulu deh.
Kalau diwaspadai ya pasti ada lah. Soalnya Eman ya gua nonton-nonton juga kan jago lah. Mungkin ya buat pesan buat Eman, gue tak Evan aja.
Oke, kalau Eman? Message? Any message for Skylar?
Good luck, have fun. Jangan bantai gue lagi.
Jangan bantai lagi. Kita bakalan lihat bagaimana ya. Terima kasih Skylar dan juga...
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontop. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
The kingdom is under siege, the Red Raider running rampant, but the Crown Prince seats his sword and gets ready for a blazing duel today. As RRQ take on Bigetron Alpha. It is going to be one hell of a match. The later it gets, the louder it goes. Still with me, Realize, and of course with Mirko and Gani. But before that, I want to say thank you to our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, the official e-wallet, GoPay, official gold partner, UBS Gold. Also, our partner in esports, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Araimo, Telkomsel. Also, our suppliers, Indomaret, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, and Saturdays. And also, thank you to our government partner, PBSE. Now, let's get the show going. This is one hell of a match. The fans are loud cheering and banging their drums. It is going to be intense.
Intense is an understatement for sure when it comes to this matchup. Bigetron Alpha versus RRQ, a rivalry that we have known for the longest time, but it has been mostly a one-sided rivalry for the most part. RRQ always gets the better of Bigetron Alpha. It doesn't matter what roster, but this season, it's been different. Bigetron Alpha won in leg 1, 2-1 up against RRQ Hoshi. And they're looking to do the same this time against RRQ. But the Kings have changed a few things in their roster and the way they play, even their coaching staff, with Zaya at the helms. Will it be enough? That's the question.
That is the biggest question again. Will RRQ Hoshi in leg 2 be able to find the revenge? And of course, if we're talking about RRQ Hoshi against against Bigetron Alpha, the lane to watch here is that gold lane. Why Skylar going up against Amon? Skylar in a podcast with Jonathan Liandi or Emperor, he stated that his
idol,
he looks up to, the gold laner that he looks up to is Amon.
Yeah, Amon indeed is one of the players that Bigetron has not polished, but like is the staple player for Bigetron. Meanwhile, for RRQ, it is Skylar. So this is going to be kind of like a blazing duel because it is the Crown Prince against the Red Raider. Now both teams, they kind of approach their games into a gold-centric approach, you know, because RRQ, they have their power, their win conditions through Skylar, having Skylar carry them late in the game. Meanwhile for Amon, he is one of the strongest laners for gold lanes, especially in that marksman role. But for Bigetron as well, it's going to be very strong for them to rely on Amon.
I think on top of that, for RRQ, we've mainly seen a Skylar-centric gameplay, and today it'll be the same lineup. No changes, even with Persik joining in the lineup. It's still Irad that they have given the task to go up against the Red Robots today.
Bigetron still the same as they prepare to walk onto the arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first team that qualifies the playoffs of MPL ID Season 13. They are a force to be reckoned with, especially this season. Let's welcome all together the Red Robots. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Bigetron Alpha.
Securing the playoffs doesn't mean lowering the gas. The Red Robots still on course to get and cement themselves an upper bracket spot for playoffs.
A team that, even when capturing the playoff spot, the first team to do so, was asked in the interview, how do you feel about it? They're not happy, not just yet. They set their sights high on upper brackets. They set their sights to the playoffs itself, but for RRQ, the journey begins now.
A mountain to climb, they are far from safe. They will bring Dawn in the EXP. Will he be able to get things done? Still with Skylar, what will he bring to the table in the gold lane as well? It is Rex Regium Kaon.
The Kingdom with their Crown Prince, the Crown Prince assuming that role of the king. Of course, he prepares as the Kingdom readies themselves to take charge.
It's time to see what both teams have cooked up for the drafts, for the strategies. The Skylar-centric gameplay was a bit debunked in their previous matchup. Dawn was able to be a highlight player in game number 2 of the 2-0 win against Rebellion Esports. With Ray's boy, Kes Cute, and Coach Saya going head-to-head. The big brains of both RRQ Hoshi and Bigetron Alpha.
Of course, the coaching staff at the helm of both respective teams. You would argue that after Zaya assumed that kind of like head coach position where he dictates the drafts and also the compositions, RRQ were into a much favorable spot. They're able to settle down, stabilize after what was a horrendous kind of start for them. But now RRQ toning down all the pressure, they're able to perform back at their best. But we will take a look at a video or a VT regarding the Battle of the Blazing Duet.
Oke, dan seperti ada juga yang ngotot di arah top lane. Kali ini Disperse Storm Skylar bakal coba untuk di-commit dan berhasil. Sudah mundur saja, tapi Eman di arah top lane-nya. Kali ini satu buah flicker dan Devan harus hilang di tangan Skylar.
Gue bisa 1 lawan 1, cuman tengahnya aja sih.
Kalau dari aku mungkin kalau strategi RRQ berjalan mulus ya mungkin Skylar sih. Dia tuh tipe god lane yang kalau udah itemnya udah ada nih. Kayak dia tuh benar-benar gendong gitu. Kayak dia bisa ngeplan gitu mau ngapain.
Menurutku Skylar top sih buat ngegendong tim. Itu dia jago banget sih parah. Dia gendong tim parah, carry us. Itu tim RRQ itu emang bener-bener goal sentris. Dia timnya itu emang difokusin di menit sekian gitu buat ke gol gitu, main sama gol gitu.
Yang punya immortality dari belakang, Mystic Gas mengembalikan keadaan dan Ki harus melepaskan satu buah immortal di dalam tubuhnya dan Ki hilang di tangan Skylar, tapi lihat bagaimana free hit dari Skylar. Double kill diamankan, satu buah Winter tidak menyelamatkan Moreno. Atas triple kill yang diamankan menuju ke Maniac karena Supercan kali ini yang berhasil coba untuk langsung saja di commit, tapi tidak dengan ada Maniac karena killnya diambil juga dengan adanya Bruce, tapi wipe out terjadi dan Legendary diamankan oleh Skylar.
Aku lihat sih kemungkinan besar tetap Eman sih, BTR. Kalau Eman tuh ini sih, lebih ngerti cara masuk tim fight sih, sama berani ngedimek. Bedanya Eman sama Skylar ya, Skylar harus bener-bener dikasih free hit banget kan baru kelihatan. Kalau Eman tuh berani banget.
Gue masih jawab Eman sih. Gue bisa bilang kenapa dia top Godland soalnya ini season masih jalan 2 bulan lah ya. Tapi dia tuh koneksinya kayak udah matang gitu sama satu sama lainnya. Dan dia ngebuktiin juga kalau mainan dia kayak ngegendong, makanya gue bisa bilang Eman sih. Kadang gue juga kan kayak pengen coba buat dapetin dia tapi susah gitu.
Man, yuk guys datang. Ya, Kari Mas. Kari aja tuh. Jangan. Kari atau Iksha, Bang?
Arna Brusco kali ini Girat bakal coba untuk langsung saja berada di depan full baras, diaktifkan Lord JM hilang dan lihat bagaimana Okta mencoba untuk langsung saja memberikan dealing damage terhadap Eman dan Flicker mundur ke arah belakang, tapi Okta harus terpegang dengan ada damage dari Moreno dan double kill diamankan oleh Eman. Tabrakan kembali terjadi kali ini, Girat akan menjadi target dan triple kill. Hadir dari Eman dan Skylar akan coba untuk dikejar terlalu jauh nampaknya, tapi lihat bagaimana recall dilakukan di depan Skylar.
Gue bisa 1 lawan 1, cuman tengahnya aja sih. Si Kaya sama Moreno sama Super ini agresif. Mungkin kita harus bantai tengahnya. Eman kan gue bisa nahan lah di laning, bisa 50-50 lah hitungannya. Sama kayak gue kemarin kan, percuma gue juga bantai Eman di laning, tengahnya juga kuat. Gak bisa mahal kan. Cuman kalau pertarungan Eman sama Skylar nanti harusnya seru sih. Soalnya kan kayak di leg pertama si Eman banyak ke solo kill kan sama Skylar. Jadi ya harusnya seru sih. Aku tetap confident sama timku sih, jadi kita yang menang 2-0 harusnya. Kalau nggak 2-0, 2-1 lah, yang penting kita menang.
The battle down in the gold lane, the Red Raider against the Crown Prince. 2 Enigmas playing for both teams. Eman, one of the strongest laners you want as a gold lane. Meanwhile for Skylar, if he's given the space, the time, and also the free hits, he is the carry come the mid to late game.
It's been really strange to see these two gold laners. They've always been able to just, in a winning position, put their team on their back, and carry them all the way. For Bigetron Alpha, it's been more diverse though. We have seen Eman carry Bigetron Alpha when he's given these heroes, when Super Ken has been given the utility picks. But when Super Ken gets Stefani, when Moreno gets his hands on signature picks as well, Bigetron have been multi-dimensional. For RRQ, that doubt still lingers, and we will see in the draft how they shall play it.
Fixing their doubts could be started through the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series now. Of course, for RRQ and both Bigetron, we have also seen in the interview that Skylar also concerns the mid trio from Bigetron, and that is Moreno, Key, and Super Ken. Super Ken also a standout player for Bigetron. So young, yet so skillful, a prodigy for Bigetron.
Very mature, but very young as well. And I think in this game, or in this match, he has, and he will deliver again. Let's see here, RRQ with the blue side, they will ban out the Wu Yi and the Matilda. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's a different approach here. All respect bans. Minotaur and as well as Claude.
Targeting Brusco and Skylar, so already trying to deal with the gold lane and the roamer as well. Claude, the signature of Skylar, and the Minotaur as well, a staple pick for Brusco.
First time we were seeing this, a Harith ban by the blue side. RRQ takes it away from Bigetron Alpha, sensing there's something crazy, but that basically shows you that RRQ have a way against the Harith, possibly the Natan pick for Skylar as first pick. That has been the way to go up against Aura, up against Rebellion as well. It was banned out actually up against Rebellion. So Bigetron Alpha, big decision to make. Do they ban out the Natan and leave open some of these big picks like the Mathilda? No, they ban out the Fredrin, leaving the Natan up for grabs for RRQ. RRQ, will they take it? A signature pick for Skylar in Season 13. A pick that has been able to present and result in a lot of success for this team.
It was their main tool of comeback, the Natan in the hands of Skylar. That was how they were able to come back from that, you know, gold margin or lead margin that they were faced against Aura Esports. That is where Skylar was able to power charge and lead the team to move forward. And there it is, the Natan pick for Skylar. But they respond with a quick Roger Angela combo.
They must have seen the scenario where the Natan was going to be first picked, and of course they already have a game plan already established in their hands. They picked it very, very quickly. Angela, Roger, is this worth it though?
I think for now, it does look like it's worth it, especially if RRQ do not go for a Barat's pick or even a Valentina pick. They go for the chip instead here with the Baksha. Baksha being one of the signatures for Irad. But does this mean we might see an Angeling combination up against that Baksha? Different from the Barats. The Ling will not be picked. They go for the Barats, a safer option instead.
Battle of the utility junglers in that jungler area. Of course, Baksha Barats, a site that we have been acquainted with the first few weeks of MPL ID Season 13. But a comment from Key, our target for the season is high, so we're ready to face anyone. We want to go abroad, and that was always kind of like the slump for Bigetron, is that they weren't really able to push to the boundaries of going abroad. They want to play an M series. They want to be able to reach MSC consistently, you know, like Onic, like RRQ used to do in their glory days.
Most definitely. And now with the Valentina pick, what it does is actually forces RRQ to somehow ban the Faramis out, right? If you don't ban the Faramis out, I feel like Bigetron can definitely take that Faramis away with that Netherrealm. No Valentina in play, and that's already a dub in the team fights.
Yeah, but Bigetron might have just, you know, baited out a good ban for nothing. Because this Angela, we've seen this flex so many times. We've actually seen teams opt to go for the Angela as a mid laner more than the roam. So with the Farmers banned out, yes, it does take away another tool that Bigetron Alpha can use with this flex Angela. But now the X-Word comes through, another choice that is really, really good up against this tanky composition for the Roger and the Barats. That can still be flexed, by the way. And RRQ. Now, what do they want to ban away from Bigetron Alpha? The roam, a possible jungle, or an XP. So much flex into 3 picks of Bigetron Alpha. Meanwhile, for RRQ, 3 picks that you know exactly where it's going. The Baksha to the jungle, Chip in the roam, and then the Natan in the gold lane. It'll present RRQ with some big questions that they must answer now. With this composition, with a chip, usually teams have been able to utilize side lane pressure, with Paquito especially, with Sorizo having that in his arsenal, that in his comfort.
I will choose my own.
But the Arlets will be banned away. Another flex potential, technically, from Bigetron Alpha that has been utilized by both Sorizo and Key.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of flexibility today, at least. It will be the Lolita picked up. This will most probably go roam, so
this will go roam.
We could speculate that this Angela will go mid, and that will present Moreno with a much more utility approach to his gameplay. A shift in how he would usually carry and pressure other lanes.
We've seen it once from Drian, and now we are seeing it from Key. But this is a great pick here up against RRQ, up against the Natan. We want to go for the front to back composition, but with the Lolita, once he pops in the Guardian Bulwark, it's going to be tough for you. Your there's going to be a specific time window in which you can deal damage, when you can utilize the entropy. You misplay once, you hit the Guardian Bulwark, and your front line might be the ones getting demolished. A Nana to PL and the
Finally.
Paquito and the XP. Protecting Mr. President. Maybe still the key to victory here for RRQ.
After a hiatus of the Nana, we finally see it again picked up by RRQ.
I like the Lolita. Okay. Okay, I was about to say, I like the Lolita, but why is it fourth pick? And this is the answer why.
Yeah.
Alice.
They want Alice last pick.
Oh man, I didn't expect the Alice. I was actually expecting a Ling or a Fanny.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, if you want to dive, if you already have a tanky lineup in the Barats, in the Roger as well, the Alice, so much sustain. As long as you are able to pick up the purple buff, it's going to be really good to enhance the dive potential that you already have. And again, that sustain is going to be really, really good. The fact that Natan will try to get rid of this Alice, when you put the Guardian's Bulwark, it's going to be tough. But also, if we take a look at the lineup index and the counter index, it does look like RRQ are favored here in this matchup. If Natan scales, Alice does the same. If you cannot invade the Alice, we're going to see a 50-50 in late game.
Will the Royal Army of the Kingdom be able to defend the Red Raiders, or will the robots take charge? It is game number 1 of RRQ Hoshi against Bigetron Alpha.
Hand of Dawn, here we go for the first game, ladies and gentlemen. Who will strike first in the best of 3? And oh my lord, already aggressive Newmans in that mid. Let's see here if spells baited out early. But yeah, I was about to say here, I want to see Key's build, right? We saw it first from Drion. He built the Flask of the Oasis. Will he do the same? Will Key do the same?
Yeah, we did ask Drion why he built that photo, and it was he told us that, you know, it gives that extra shielding as well, amplified by the photo, so that could be an option of build for Key with his Lolita.
Yeah, Skylar as well, by the way, with the Weakness Finder, not the Quantum Charge that we are used to seeing for Skylar. Eman with the QC, that's a normal one, the normal build to go for. Oh, Flash Horse finds it smart. Eman here a little bit in trouble now. Has to use the flicker, never mind. Brusco actually finds and claims the first blood.
Wow, overzealousness there from Eman, thinking that he might have extra damage with Key, just shadowing him, covering him from behind, but it was the crash course, turning everything around Moreno, forced to flicker.
A good flicker burnt out, and let's take a look again at the emblems by GamesMax here. Eman opted to go for the Master Assassin, so the fact that the chip is already in the bottom lane, helping Skylar will nullify that impact. And for Skylar, the tenacity, not the bargain hunter that we saw earlier from the matches today. And Irad even on this Baksha chose to be a bit more defensive. Didn't go for the thrill, instead goes for the firmness.
Two early spells already baited out here, right? From the side of Bigetron, which actually might be advantageous in the turtle fight early. And let's see here, Brusco already opening things up here, trying to find a providing vision, also poke damage onto Superkin, but it's all good. Baksha, though, already on the turtle.
The turtle will be up for the taking, and RRQ will flawlessly take it. A simple retreat to secure that first neutral objective in the hands of RRQ. And Brusco with this chip will most probably and is going to play a pivotal role into RRQ's game plan.
You can expect this gameplay from the Alice pretty similar to the Assassins who need the purple buff. It's going to be pretty good for him to sacrifice the turtle as long as he's able to farm up, scale up into that mid game. It's going to be great. But talent prediction here presented by Samsung Galaxy S24 series. We got 2 people for Bigetron? 3?
Wawa and Papulung for RRQ.
For RRQ. RRQ
so
believers.
For V2.
Still there. I mean, yeah, coming off on paper, I mean, Bigetron is indeed kind of somewhat favored because of them just, you know, already clenching that playoff spot. But RRQ jumping in with Irad.
Mobility very aggressive here by RRQ. It seems like they learned from leg 1. It was actually Bigetron's side that were the aggressors. This time they were trying to be more proactive in the early.
This jungle roam duo is just so aggressive. I mean, Irad and Brusco just constantly looking for engages and proactivity, just trying to pressure Iman down in the bottom lane. This gives kind of like a leeway for Skylar to even farm and get online even quicker.
This is where it gets dangerous though, where they have so much trio mid potential, so much trio mid prio, that the purple buff might be at risk of getting taken away, and Irad is already pushing the pace. Brusco has the shortcut too.
So Rizzo, Baby Dino, but is still in the fight now. Daytona's welcome, connecting on towards Brusco. Oh, take a look at the Numenon blast with the flicker. Will lock Brusco down. Now Eman joining the fight as well. Clay Irad running for the hills as Superken will go and in. And that is the invasion actually countered by the red robots.
Abort mission. The invasion did not work. The invaders got invaded, but they're able to hold on with the good blast from Key. And again, back to 1-1, both kills from both teams.
A very risky play earlier from RRQ that did not pay off for them. Feather of Heaven already built up by Skylar. Irad going in again. But it's tough to look for a skirmish, to look for a pickoff up against a tank and a support in the mid lane. So much sustain when we get to a 4th minute of the game. And Irad, you need to get the game going. You kind of dictate the pace of the game with the Baxia. But with Superken having a level lead now, just as the second turtle spawns in, Irad needs to go for a fight.
Uh-oh, stunned up. Oh, take a look at Superken. He jumps in. Clay now will be a juicy target passive triggered, and Clay will not be able to escape as Superken will lock him down. Now Brusco going to be the next on the chopping block. Oh, take a look at Dawn. He is not done yet. The pull, the passive, but Superken is there as well as Moreno. He claims the double. Irad, no mana, and he will back off.
Beautiful counter initiation from Bigetron. It was Irad on the trigger. Skylar might look for more with the entropy.
Oh my god, Bigetron now moving again. Irad will be deleted in the map. Now Bigetron needs to be careful as the turtle though will be taken by Bigetron here, no problem.
Well played. Just the layering of not only the skills, obviously, the fact that they took that 3v4 and won it with the sustain that Superken has in his kit, on top of the hard guard as well, even with the Baxia passive that has anti-regen, it was not enough to nullify the healing, the sustain, because they don't have enough burst damage to deal with it, to burst Superken down. And then the timing. We get to the timing where Bigetron Alpha utilized the timing perfectly. They went for the fight right as the turtle was already there, right as Eman has cleared out his wave so that he could actually participate, and now they're going in for more.
Superken with the off angle, Numenon blast with the flicker, finding one. Rad now soaking all the damage, Brusco as well. Superken jumps towards the backside, Clay no passive. He gets taken out for Skylar, now will be out and down. Take a look at Bigetron out there clumping with 5. Rad in the under the turret, 1 HP practically. So Rizzo is there to secure the kill, and now he finds Dawn. Dawn trying to escape with his resources, but not able to get him down just yet. That's 4 members of RRQ taken out.
That was almost a 6-minute wipeout for Bigetron. The way they play these fights are so clean. This is just going to enable them to snowball even more. And mind you, that the only one dealing massive damage in this composition is Eman. They're backing on Eman to be protected and then engaging in dealing the damage.
Wow.
Amazing.
The executor in Eman, even earlier, I expected Eman to just go on a rampage under that turret, but it wasn't even necessary. Superken just wiped house clean. The audience prediction for this match, presented by Samsung Galaxy S24 series, 84 to 16%. But in this game, Bigetron are scaling, and they have taken that mid-game away from RRQ, the mid-game that you would expect from a Baxia, from a Chip as well. It seems like they've nullified both these picks with their composition.
Oh, man, I got flashbacks of Superken last season. He was just on fire with this Alice pick as well.
Back to the nature of how Bigetron Alpha have been able to utilize this lead, have been able to utilize the skirmishing prowess. The chaos in their composition is always balanced by the discipline objective takes. When Superken dives in, gets 2, and the rest of the team continues the chase, Superken maneuvers back to mid lane, gets a turret, gets some farm. When you have members around looking for space, the space isn't just thrown out. The space isn't just ignored. It's utilized by the rest of the Bigetron members so well, and they get a free Lord off of this massive gold lead that they've created for themselves.
This is going to just hurt even more for RRQ. I mean, Bigetron layering these fights so beautifully, and man, getting jumped on, and they're collapsing on Brusco.
He will be the recipient of that Daytona as well. Come take a look at him on here. Now Shield Unity on towards him, but take a look at
Passive.
Nana. Clay needs to get out with the flicker. He does so, but Iman actually gets solo killed by Arad. No cover whatsoever. And Arad finally finds a play.
Bigetron got distracted there. They left Eman in the back, not without appeal. I mean, they were chasing down Brusco, but Eman was the victim to fall.
That's a trade that RRQ have gotten. Now Eman actually, whoa, early Great Dragon Spear. Another possible fight key, putting that Guardian's Bulwark down. It's actually third item Great Dragon Spear for Eman. So it's a Windtalker to the Endless, and now Key getting chunked just a bit. Yeah, a bit of a disconnect there from Bigetron Alpha. They wanted to go for a fight, but they completely forgot that Eman was all alone, very low as well. Seems that Bigetron Alpha will still be able to utilize these waves though, despite that little hiccup.
Oh, jumps in with the new neon blast now onto it still. Clay falls. Iran now soaking, taking some heat, but he still stands. And Bigetron with that kill on towards Clay, they will shift their focus on towards the structures.
The flexibility of the hard guard. I mean, you have the Alice jump in. You also have the Lycan Pounce to facilitate, you know, just like amping up the damage. And they're already knocking onto the turret of RRQ. This could be troublesome for them.
Good pull. Amazing coordination there. Amazing tag team by Bigetron.
And right now, who's really able to melt Super Ken down? Even without the hard guard, he's already a complete menace. Skylar has a Divine Glaive, but it's the 10th minute of the game, and usually you would expect the Holy Crystal at this point. Bigetron Alpha are so tanky. Super Ken already has the Oracle, already building towards more magical defense. But even then, it's all just to delay that continuous burst damage that Anatan can provide towards Bigetron Alpha. As long as Super Ken has the hard guard on him, that dive is going to be free all day long. It doesn't matter how many Dominance Ices are built, how many NODs. RRQ, their only way to winning this game is Skylar gets to full items quick. Doesn't look like Bigetron want to give them that way though, because while Skylar has his third item, Eman's building already to almost completing his fourth.
But how quick is quick, right? Because we've seen multiple cases where the Natan is online, but the whole team of Bigetron is just fully stacked on magic defense. So this is going to be very hard for Skylar to approach the fights, but and engaging upon towards Sorizo.
Super Ken is there to cover Sorizo. Now Rad pops to Poissons early, gets stunned with the Blood O. Now King finds, locks him down. Don will be down and out, and Brusco will not be able to cover for his teammates. Two members taken out. Amon. Holy moly, Bigetron. They might get greedy here, but they will get an extra base turret top lane.
They're dancing on RRQ's backyard in their own base. They even skipped the tier 2 turret before taking it down. And Bigetron, what a dominating performance. 11.1k gold up against RRQ.
They don't even care about the Lord. It looks like, okay, now Super Ken solos it.
Wow. A Lord take by Super Ken, in which his teammates will be corralled upon. Now RRQ, I don't know what they're banking on. I don't know the win conditions, if it will be met. Again, Skylar, the main hope. But how do you shred through the members of Bigetron when they're this tanky, when they have so much magic defense? It is a tough task for the Natan to cut through.
The thing is, even if he gets enough items, there's still a bulwark. There's still risk that you will hurt your own team with your own damage. The brilliance of this composition, masterfully done by Keskute and Raiseboy. We got a game fact by Gopay.
Of course, this marks Alice's debut in MPL ID Season 13 after last being used by Super Ken in MPL ID Season 12. And here they go to the crystal.
Rad very low. Amon wants to scratch him down. Don, though, will be out first, and the main base will be taken out. 13 minutes. It's all it took. And this is why Bigetron has secured the playoff spots.
Securing a playoff spot does not mean slacking down, and Bigetron, the red robots keep the engine running, ramming down to the kingdom. as they strike first in game number 1.
When most teams ban out the Natan, when most teams try to avoid the issue, Bigetron faced the issue head-on with a solution that has worked. It seems like for the longest time, Skylar's Natan was unbeatable. But with a simple solution, Bigetron have got it done. Efficient, calm, composed. Every time they could have made a mistake, they didn't. They played it with absolute class. Pocket composition, Bigetron secures game 1 successfully. And now, you really have to think when you're RRQ, what the heck? How do they utilize that draft in the flex that they did? Yeah. Let's take it back again to the Roger Angela Barats. Normally, if you see a Roger and a Barats, you're like, all right, that's gold lane, and that's jungle. And they kind of just flipped it. Nope.
Lolita 4th pick.
Yeah, I think that
and then
threw them off guard.
Alice 5th pick.
Yeah, that Alice was also very influential into the victory of Bigetron. And what a clean game from the Red Robots. Your MVP presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. It is Super Ken, the kid prodigy.
Truly the kid prodigy. This guy was brought in to Bigetron as a trainee when he was, what, 14 years old, and kept in Bigetron until he was old enough to play in MPL.
That's an investment.
That's an investment. And the investment is paying off right now. 4-0 and 10, 93% team fight participation, 784 GPM. Just well done. Really, the execution of this Alice as well, the execution of the team to enable this Alice to make these plays, to cover up whenever the enemy team is going to try to take him down in his own purple buff. Those invades at the start of the game did not work out. It actually worked in favor of Bigetron Alpha, and we'll get to see that in the highlights presented to you by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. RRQ started things off really strong with Brusco playing very, very aggressive at the start of the game. But then this was truly the catalyst to Bigetron's snowballing success. Once the portal was put down, there was a Numenal Blast. There was Super Ken, who was sitting there, and Super Ken also won out technically on the Red Tree battle, getting the purple buff. The fact that RRQ were not able to find a big enough snowball to stop this from happening was the problem. They tried, but the sustain was too much, even under their tier 2. In many other scenarios, this should have been a throw. This should have been an RRQ win, but they're able to juggle the turret shot so well. Eman, Key, Cerezo, back to Moreno, to Super Ken again. Back and forth, and even to Dawn, the layering of CC. And then throughout the game, I think at this point, they were just far too ahead. They could do whatever they want. If they could juggle the turret aggro that well when they only had a 2,000 gold lead, we don't even need to question how well they could juggle or how well they could just dive all out without juggling when they had an 8,000 and 11,000 gold lead. Eman, as the executor as well, went for full, just pure damage. The Windtalker to the Endless to the Great Dragon Spear. And last but definitely not least, the Melfic Roar. So even if Irad is in the front, look at that. Eman's just taking him out with basic attacks. Clean game, man.
Unstoppable. So much sustain, so much defense, yet so much damage at the same time. It's insane. You know, we were hoping that this lineup would enable Eman to traverse his way into the team fights, but it was just Super Ken standing in front as the LS and even jumping to the back line with so much bravery, and also the hard guard from Moreno. This Angela mid was also an amplifier for Bigetron.
The Bargain Hunter and the Inspire. A snowballing emblem set from Moreno. That was quite confusing at the start, but now you get to see the brilliance of it. The fact that he was always so active as well, just by pressing hard guard. That's all you need to do if you want to be active on the Angela. If you have someone like Super Ken on the Alice in this game, the Flask of the Oasis, the fleeting time, and an NOD, and maybe even last item. I don't know. I think he's building towards Ice Queen 1, but at this point, he could get away with just a Holy Crystal 2 to enhance some healing and to get even more magic damage. Meanwhile, for RRQ, they were stacking up on these anti-regen items, but I think it just did not matter, right? Because in the early game, if they weren't able to face off against the sustain of an Alice early game, then in the late with a Baksha, by the way, so they already had that effect on the Alice.
True.
In the later stage, it becomes even tougher. And we were talking about how Bigetron Alpha were all just stacking up on magic damage because technically, yes, RRQ, their main damage output is Clay and Skylar, and both of them deal magic. RRQ tried to present another threat to Bigetron, which is Dawn, who built full damage. See Halberd, Malefic Roar, Fury Hammer probably on the way to 100 strike. Yet it did not matter. The burst was still not enough, and Bigetron just steamrolled through all across.
They did not stop. Full on the throttle, and it's insane how they have this mentality where, you know, playoffs doesn't really guarantee you anything. It's like they're hungry for more, looking for that upper bracket spot.
Yeah.
So, you know, they have much more leeway playing in the upper bracket come the playoff later on. So, Bigetron take what is a very dominating win, 1-0. How does RRQ recover from this? I mean, they were banking on Skylar, but that Natan, you know, there's so much limit. When you are that behind, you can't always rely on the Natan, especially when we have the Lolita with the shield, with the bulwark, constantly just trying to alleviate the pressure from the Natan. Wow.
You know what? This begs the question, right? Is Bigetron making a mistake in a sense where they opened up their cards too early before playoffs? They opened up Lolita, they opened up Alice. Does this mean that there are no more cards left in Bigetron's tricks?
Or maybe they're just experimenting. That could be a case as well, where, you know, it's a safe experiment to do, where you would be trying to, yeah, they have secured, they're diving into what maybe just kind of tones down this Natan pressure. Maybe they're looking for more options. But of course, we will be throwing it to the stage because there's an interview with Monigako. Take it away.
Kingdom masih semangat kan? Mana suaranya? Masih semangat dong. Tapi ini ada yang menarik perhatian Monica nih. Ini ada Halo Kingdom Tegal RRQ Season 3. Bentar, Kak, sini dong. Namanya siapa, Kak?
Dika Reski.
Dika Reski.
Ya.
Kak Dika, ini coba ditunjukin dulu nih Halo Kingdom Tegal. Loh,
Yes.
kenapa sampai ke Tegal? Emang ada apa di Kingdom Tegal, di Tegal?
Jadi RRQ itu lagi adain event offline, itu namanya RRQ Keliling Kota. Nah sekarang dia lagi di Tegal. Kita ada 16 kota lagi keliling Indonesia nih saat ini.
Wow,
Ya.
ini yang sering kita dengar dari season kemarin ya.
Betul, sekarang udah
RRQ
masuk
Keliling
season
Kota.
3.
Udah masuk ke season 3, nggak terasa dan ini terus berjalan.
Betul.
Hari ini ada di Tegal.
Tegal hari ini.
Halo
Kingdom
Tegal. Wah, selain ini tuh ada apa aja sih aktivitasnya di RRQ Keliling Kota?
Banyak banget. Selain nobar pastinya, kita juga ada meet and greet bareng Pak Ape juga, CEO kan keliling juga, Pak Ape keliling Indonesia juga. Ada talent juga, terus ada brand ambassador juga di sana. Terus kita juga biasanya ada bagi-bagi giveaway di sana. Terus juga bagi-bagi jersey juga nanti di sana.
Loh, ini beruntung banget ya. Pergi
Benar.
nobar, bukan hanya nobar doang ngedukung RRQ, tapi dapat bonusnya banyak banget
Banyak
ya.
banget.
Wih, ini keren banget. Pasti Kingdom di kota-kota yang bakalan dikunjungin sama RRQ Keliling Kota udah gak sabar nih buat
Pasti.
ikutannya. Ikutannya caranya gimana, Kak?
Caranya gampang banget, nanti udah tinggal isi form aja yang akan disediain sama tim RRQ. Juga nantinya ada syarat ketentuannya, terus udah tinggal isi, terus tinggal datang karena gratis.
Gratis ya?
Gratis semua, tinggal datang aja.
Ini dari tadi menarik perhatian juga nih. Semangat Dedi dari Kak Ayu di Tegal.
Nah,
Tegal.
sekarang Kayu ini juga lagi MC di sana, yang lagi nge-host di sana.
Oh, halo Kak Ayu. Wih, ini semangatnya.
Buat Brusko katanya ya.
Oh,
nggak boleh sebut ya?
gitu ya? Oke. Tapi Kak, kan kita perlu tahu nih info-info nextnya, misalnya, aduh nextnya di kota mana sih, atau info-info lainnya tuh taunya dari mana?
Gampang banget, langsung aja kepoin di Instagramnya tim RRQ atau juga RRQ_Kingdom. Atau juga bisa langsung kepoin di WA channelnya RRQ atau juga WA channelnya Kingdom. Di situ banyak banget info-info, apalagi setiap kita mau berangkat keliling kota tiap minggunya, itu pasti akan di-share info-info update terbarunya.
Wow, jadi keren banget ya ini RRQ keliling kota nggak kerasa udah season 3.
Betul.
Dan udah di-spill sama Kak Dika nih cara-cara buat ngikutin, bukan cuma nobar doang.
Benar.
Tapi banyak banget nih bonus-bonusnya. Jadi
Pastinya.
datang-datang nobar bisa ketemu sama talent-talent dari
Benar.
RRQ, ketemu Pak Ape, dapat merchandise, banyak banget ya
Ngobrol-ngobrol
giveaway.
juga, betul
Ngobrol-ngobrolnya, jadi ini keren banget. Pokoknya Kingdom yang ada di kota-kota yang bakalan dikunjungin, wajib langsung cek. Itu informasi-informasinya udah di-spill sama Kak Dika.
Betul
Dan langsung aja Kak Dika, sebelum kita lempar ke game yang kedua, prediksinya bakalan gimana nih?
Prediksinya pastinya akan dibalikin. Ini
Dibalikin
biasa RRQ tuh kasih 1 dulu, habis itu dibalikin 1 sama dan 2-1 pastinya.
Oke, kita akan lihat apakah benar prediksi dari Kak Dika. So langsung saja para caster sudah ready di sana untuk melihat bagaimana jalannya game kedua. Kali ini silakan casters, take it away.
The Red Robots with its Red Raider strike first as the kingdom is slowly crumbling, at least in this series. Game number 1 goes to Bigetron Alpha and RRQ. They're looking to fix a lot of things because that was a dominating win by Bigetron. But if you want to dominate your games like Bigetron did, you can always use Games Max Booster, where you can enjoy playing your games, especially in MLBB, with no lag. Of course, with a lot of benefits as well, in which your gaming sessions ending up being so smooth and not disrupted by lag. Of course, you want to push your ranks, go to the the leaderboards, Immortal, maybe, trying to go pro at some point.
Yep.
Use Games Max Booster.
It's as simple as that. Hurry up, buy the package right now, activate the booster in the Dunia Games app, and get all your free flow gaming prowess on, bro. No lag.
No lag.
That's stuff of the past, all right? Nowadays, lag is not cool anymore. It's never been cool, technically, but it's even more uncool now.
Wow. Lag was never cool, by the way.
Lag was never cool. But you know what else is never cool?
What?
Bad audio.
Bad audio. And of course, you can fix that. The solution is Oraimo, in which you can check out the Oraimo Free Pods Light Exclusive Edit Edition, the ultimate choice for gamers with Edit's distinctive sound and gaming mode that takes your gaming experience next level. Plus, as the official partner of MPL, there's no doubt about Oraimo's quality. You can get a 10% discount at the Oraimo official store at the Orange store with the code OraimoMPL. Just enter the code and it's all smooth sailing. Get discounts to one of the best free pods you can get.
It is the best, right? Go ahead and check it out right now, Oraimo MPL. Unleash that unstoppable sound of yours and stay cool. Don't stay uncool with bad sound. Stay cool with good sound. Like Skylar here, he has good sound and audio.
Yeah. He lost the first game, but yes.
But he's an MPL, this is where the prime gamers get to play.
That's true. Without no lag. And now then, RRQ, they're looking for a recovery after what was a rampant start for Bigetron Alpha. And as you can see, they got gapped in a lot of departments. I mean,
every
department. I mean, the gold was all in favor of Bigetron Alpha. So Skylar didn't even really got the chance to shine and show his potential power within a ton.
It was all Bigetron. Very convincing win, very solid one. And it's scary, right? Seeing this team just develops throughout the season. RRQ, though, they are now challenged in a very, very tall mountain. They need to bounce back quick. They're climbing a Mountain Everest at this point.
And to remind everybody back at home, though, RRQ stand at 5th place. They are not safe.
Not safe.
They are not safe.
What happens if they lose 0-2?
I'm going to have to take a look at the standings.
Will they
for that
go
one,
down
buddy.
or will they stay 5th?
One thing for sure is that if they lose, they'll go down, I guess, because
Evos Glory got the 6th position.
yeah, Evos
right?
got 6th, so there's still an interchangeable spot at least.
They'll be tied
They'll be tied.
They'll be tied with Evos and Geek Fam, but they will still be 5th because of their net game win.
Yes.
So if they do lose this, they will be 5th, 6th Evos, 7th Geek Fam because of the net game win, in that order. If they lose 2-0, 2-1, same
scenario.
If they win, however, actually can threaten Rebellion and Aura. They'll take the spot from Rebellion. They'll take the spot from Rebellion, but they will still be shy a few net game wins off of Aura.
Aura also under peril there.
Very scary, man.
That is very scary. I mean, like, at least for RRQ, they don't want to lose, but even if they lose, like, they're still able to claim that insurance, I'd say. Still enjoying that 5th place, but again, the games keeps on rolling, and you really want to get to a safer place. That could be acquired by getting the win here. I mean, the 2-1 win still would count as a boost towards their standings. But for Bigetron, I mean, again, just hunting down the upper bracket spot for them, because even if they have secured playoffs, not necessarily they have secured that, you know, upper bracket seed for themselves.
For Bigetron, they're fighting for upper brackets. For RRQ, they're still fighting for dear life right now for their playoff spot. So Zaya gonna have to do some double time on the thinking here as we get into game number 2.
The drafting phase is underway, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. And of course, the bans coming in, target bans against, again, the same ones that Keskute instated in the last game. The Claude against Skylar, and as well as the Minotaur for Brusco. But for RRQ, they want to take out the Angela, as it was very troublesome for them in game number 1.
With this Bigetron, what will they go for here? Right? The Matilda, perhaps here for Key. They can prior the Fredrin as well, or of course the obvious Harith is still up and available. Perhaps Bigetron will try to ease the Harith open.
So there you go, a little bit of a change now. They don't want to try the same strategy 2 times in a row. They're going to ban out the Natan here in game number 2. Take that out of the board instantly. No Claude, no Natan. Present that question to RRQ. And present a question to RRQ now as to what are you going to ban? Harith, Mathilda, Fredrin, 3 big picks open. You ban out the Harith, then yeah, I mean, Fredrin, Mathilda trade. You ban out the Mathilda, Fredrin, Harith trade. There's always going to be a big trade here happening, but it seems on blue side, you get to choose. You get to dictate which trade you favor, and it is the Harith that gets banned out. Fredrin, Mathilda comes to mind. The Mathilda first picked.
Mathilda for Key then, in his own hands. Good enabler as well. We have seen it succeed thus far today in a few series we've played and seen for RRQ. Of course, with no Harith, no Natan. What do they want to play? I mean, if Bigetron does cone down the options, taking away the Claude, the Natan, I feel like RRQ would really pander towards that carry for Skylar.
Red Valen could also be an option to go for, you know?
Or Fairness, if they want to go that route, but no. They will go for the Valentina instead, as well as Roger here. Leaving again another trio hero, that is the Fred.
A big pick over to Super Ken, a guy who's been able to utilize his Fredrin really, really well. Their last pick here with Mathilda and the Fredrin, it kind of leaves you with a solid chance to go for gold lane. Up against the Roger, it depends what you want to do up against Roger, right? If you just want to stay alive, get into the mid game, and then deal damage later, the Claude is still an option. We have seen that from Eman, even up against the Roger, when they went up against Dewa just yesterday.
The Claude is banned though, unluckily. So they're going to look for other options against this Roger. This Roger can be a threat come the mid game to the late game. Bigetron, they're looking to pick up the carry, and yeah, that will go to the hands of Eman. He is renowned for this carry. Of course, you don't really want to look for the early skirmishes as the carry. You just want to try to transition into the late game, or the mid game rather, and just kind of survive that ordeal against the Roger.
And somehow now, RRQ, they might solidify this Roger pick, right? They might go for that. There you go. They might open a jungler and open their cards on that Roger pick. It will go to the gold lane. And Barats, though, should, right? It should.
It should.
It should go to the jungler position.
Unless they want to let Dawn play it. I mean, the Barats would make sense as a jungler here in the lineup so far. The second phase of bans. Maybe they look out to limit the options of the mid picks for Moreno, but we have seen him being a very versatile player when it comes to that mid role for him.
Yeah. Novaria could be a good hero to ban right now for RRQ, but also the XP is wide open technically now for Mr. Chorizo. So the Arlet will be banned away first, something that could displace them, taking advantage of the Fredrin as well. Arlet Fredrin, an amazing combination because of the CC that you have on that Fredrin, especially comboed in with the Mathilda. You can just go in, get out very, very quickly, but Yuza proves to be a big threat towards Bigetron's composition, so it will be banned down. And now RRQ, will we get full XP bans, or will we get some respect towards Moreno? Technically, with this composition, with the Barats and the Roger, Lilia will be quite annoying to deal with.
Good option for Moreno, but again, yeah, XP choices for Dawn and for both Chorizo. I mean, the X-Borg is still available for grabs, you know, it's up for grabs for both teams. But looking at the bans, they will take out the Faramis. Wow. Because maybe they're afraid that Bigetron will play it, because they have the Valentina though for themselves. So, interesting ban from RRQ.
Very. Now, all right, if Bigetron ban out the X-Borg, then they want to go for some of the tankier XP lanes, maybe a Terizla. But if they don't ban out the X-Borg, I have a feeling they want to go for Pack.
Yeah. I think Bakito can make another game here in the second game, but a hero that is on my mind, right? For Bigetron, does Moreno play Gord?
We've seen it.
Yeah, we have.
I don't think he has the best win rate on it, but we've seen it. Okay. That will be good, yeah.
Against the Barats, sure, not ideal against the Roger, but against Valentina, Barats, it's a very good matchup. Ooh. A Gord in the mid lane.
They ban out the Florin instead, a hero that has been getting a lot of spotlight game time right now with the Barats and the Roger, so a good ban to take out, especially with the Valentina already taken by RRQ. That was a good setup to pick up a Florin, so BTR read that very, very well.
Yeah, this Florin just gives so much sustain. A lot of spotlight lately for the Florin after months going unnoticed now for RRQ. Looking to solidify their draft. 2 final picks and XP still up for grabs. They will pick up the chip for themselves, so a roamer again for RRQ. The same pick they did for Brusco last game.
Yeah, I think it's good for them to still stick to what works. The X-Borg though has been left open. That was a bit more crucial in my opinion for RRQ to take compared to the chip where the Mathilda's already visible. But now with the X-Borg, last pick, we said Lilia. A possible Gord as well, technically no dive just yet, but maybe that's why RRQ have kept their XP hidden for now. Yeah. Will it be the safe choice in Lilia, or will it be a bit more of a risky choice in Gord? They choose even safer. Vexana.
It's very safe, yeah. PLDF control and also damage as it scales very well towards the late game now for Dawn. And then is it looking for something to play against this X-Borg? I mean, Keto is up, Benedetta as well, available for him to play a much more offensive split push type of hero in the XP lane.
Yeah, and now to complete their draft, I feel like they need to commit perhaps a Lapu just makes sense. And let's see here, with the Bravest Spider, potentially, oh no. It's
Roger Jungle?
Yeah, Roger Jungle, Barat CXP.
Wow. Okay, we did kind of thought that the Roger would go gold, but it is going to go to jungle. So Bruno, a safe pick for Skylar, one of his favorites as well, but you know, it all comes down to the execution for both teams.
It certainly will. The lineup rating and the counter index both favored RRQ in game number 1. We'll see if it favors Bigetron Alpha or RRQ in game number 2, but the Biget Troopers and the Kingdom are here to support their teams, win or lose with all their might.
Wow, the fans are up on their feet already, trying to burn up the roof. And the lineup index for both teams here
favors the side of RRQ once again. Both games now for RRQ in terms of the counter index and lineup rating, but we've seen a different result.
And here we go. Clan of Dawn. Will this be a 2-0 for Bigetron? Or will RRQ slay back with their mighty sword? RRQ Hoshi and Bigetron Alpha resumes in game number 2.
Potentially the final game of week 7, day 2. Will Bigetron be able to clean sweep? Or will we see a game 3? Land of Dawn, here we go.
Of course, for Bigetron, they're really banking on this Eman pick with the carry as well. One of his favorites for Key. The Matilda will be given so much freedom to move, especially with the save, with the guiding wind.
Both junglers will be pathing towards the opposite side of each other. Super Ken, Thrill, this time Eman with the QC. This is what we have been seeing now from the carry. No longer the Brave Smite, but for Skylar as well. He's opted to go for the Tenacity. Not the Weapon Master, not even the Master Assassin, to bully Eman hard in this lane. So still a lot of respect, terrified. Oh, the flicker burnt out by Moreno early on. But for Key, still, despite this game being already a bit different, he's still gone for the Inspire and the Bargain Hunter.
Yeah, all good though. And Eman opting for more physical defense with the boots he picked up earlier. So at least for this lane, it is going to be very hard for him. But Brusco on the object of Ken. Oh, good taunt!
Very good. He's level 4 already as well, and that will be the trade. A flicker for Moreno, also a burnt flicker from Brusco. Take a look at the bottom side of the map here. Eman and Skylar actually trading punches. Now with Key jumping and guiding wind, will look to also munch on towards Skylar more. Eman needs to be careful here. He needs to dive again. Oh my lord. He is very aggressive with those calculations.
Yeah, he is very aggressive, especially in a comfort pick like carry, but to read, so he's gonna be fine. And the Eman, of course. We'll take a look at the range, but oh, the turtle though.
Retry battle, very smart by Super Ken. He actually backs away a bit to dodge the skills, and then a perfectly time on that retribution.
Oh, almost full turret plating as well in the bottom lane. A debut pick for Irad and Dawn though. First time we're seeing Dawn on a hero like the Barats. And even that will be taken, the gold trap by Key. An all-out victory for Bigetron, despite, by the way, RRQ having the prio first up top. They deleted the Faraga armor already. They had the man advantage.
And you would argue that in a lane where, you know, you have carry and Bruno that does have that extra range. But so far it's Eman just bossing this lane matchup. I mean, yeah, again, already most of the plates taken away. The gold lead just slowly swindling for him, funneling towards him. And Bigetron, so much bravery. Super Ken trying to chase down a rod.
Oh goodness, the poke, the damage, the burst. Oh, with the help of the circling eagle.
Wow.
He will secure first blood. Uh-oh, in the no man's land though. Oh no. The covering, the reinforcements from RRQ. Dawn is there. Oh. Super Ken and Key will not be able to survive both of them. Key must be the sacrificial lamb, and that's still a favorable trade for the red robot.
Favorable one because you lose the roamer, you got the jungler. This will slow down Irad's progress in the jungle. I mean, the first blood, that was such a brave move from the red robots.
Yeah, a big oh no from me, man. That was RRQ kind of miscalculating and I think disconnected. Dawn munched on Super Ken as the last Insanity was popped. I think they would have been able to actually get the kill on Super Ken if that last Insanity went through, man. And RRQ now, that could have been a good trade for them. It ends up being still, like you said, a favorable trade for Bigetron because they only trade the roamer for the jungle.
Take a look at the pressure, though, from this Matilda in the hands of Key. So proactive, looking for angles and pressure points for Bigetron. Turtle up in the menu now for Bigetron. They could take this freely because the zoning potential with the X-Borg and Key with the Matilda is so good. Free turtle for Bigetron. It is indeed left uncontested. Eman.
Short cut on towards Eman. He finds the right target. The clay was actually stuck and taken out. Now Brusco receiving him, flickers out, but the damage will fall through, and Brusco will fall. Still has massive though. Finally, Eman secures it. And now Bigetron, they're just steamrolling. Take a look at top side of the map. Viraga armor or Lance Insanity as well will force Dawn to use the flicker.
Trades across the map. left, right, and center. We did not expect Eman to just make his way to the mid lane, and the shortcut though, a taunt towards Skyler.
My goodness. That's an oversight almost by Skyler. He has no mana. And with that, the structure in the bottom side of the map most likely will fall. And RRQ, no compensation. Super Ken zoning Brusco out. And that is Bigetron claiming the first structure of the game.
Is it too early to say that this is a 2-0 angle, Milko?
I think it's still a bit too early, right? Because RRQ, they still have a strong mid-game power spike, and Bigetron, we've seen them, though not the current version, we've seen them misplay a few times in the mid-game. But so far, yeah, Bigetron are looking clean. Even in that chaotic skirmish that we saw in around almost the orange buff area, Eman was somehow able to escape from a 4-man gank, and Bigetron were able to somehow still give the kill over to Eman. Brusco. They gave Brusco over to Eman. That could have been really risky, right? Because Brusco would have been able to maybe get key down, and oh my god, they're going in.
Oh, they are trying to invade. Rat's still able to secure it though. Suton is welcome on towards Super Ken. Now the damage is there. RRQ with 5 already. They will sniff more here, but Bigetron have enough space to back away. Super Ken a little bit too offside there.
That's a good kill. Towards Super Ken, especially. Oh, Eternal Guard!
Huge Eternal Guard. Rat though is there to cover. Last Insanity will secure Dawn. Man. So Rizzo again trying to burn a Rat down here. Blade providing cover, but it's still 2,000 gold established here for Bigetron.
Khan has the immortality already, his first item, and it gets burnt down and he dies in the process. So that is a favorable trade for Bigetron as they look to get this turtle.
Right now receiving heat, oh my lord. Sorizo call the ambulance, but not for Sorizo. The Super Ken calmly secures the turtle.
It looked close.
Oh,
it looked
very
like
close.
he needed an ambulance, but thankfully though, he's gonna be safe. Skyler does not want to overstep, but yeah, it's gonna be fine. And Eman, oh, a flicker.
Crash course shortcut. Oh my god, this might be the play that Eman will not need. Right now receiving heat. That's a counterplay, Bigetron. Good recovery. Finds a taunt as well on towards a Rat, but there will be Brusco trying to provide cover. RRQ moving on towards the mid. Steals the Eternal Guard, but it seems like the tier 1 turret in the mid will fall.
And even the purple buff, they've taken control of it. The chaos that Bigetron Alpha, well actually, the chaos that RRQ started will be utilized and maximized by Bigetron Alpha. Now they're looking for Sorizo up top.
Crash course, no last Insanity available for Sorizo. Skyler still with the balls, man. He will find it and take Sorizo down.
At least the kills are funneled towards Skyler. He can start, mounting that lead that he has. He's down 1 item against Eman with the Thunderbelt and Corrosion Sky. But again, Bigetron trying to neutralize all the pressure. Arad is under pressure.
Arad terrified. Oh my god, a lot of crowd control is put onto Arad, and finally he falls for 25.
Yeah, a little bit of a bad initiation, bad choice to make there by Arad by going in. The team called to back off. And Eman, swapping it. The roam boots now in the 8th minute of the game. Getting more gold with assists with this roam boots. And if I take a look back at the items, he actually went still, despite him going for the quantum charge, it's still the Thunderbelt build. So Thunderbelt with the corrosion side into the DHS. I think it's because he is doing so well in lane right now and he's just eating turrets up that he can't actually afford to deal more utility. And as I say that, a great escape. There was a flank coming in from Brusco, but that's why the Mathilda is so prio.
Gives you hitchhike potential. I mean, Eman has been hitchhiking a lot, but RRQ grouping S5 looking to pressure Bigetron. This Lord take is next in their agenda. But RRQ is just being lured in towards the Lord Pit. This could be a full-on 5v5 fight, trying to look for something.
Look at this discipline setup from Bigetron as well. They've already slow pushed the bottom lane. It'll build up towards RRQ, and now they decide to fight.
Let's see here. They pull the trigger on towards Brusco. Oh my lord, on! Wow, he is down and out of the map. Now RRQ 4v5. They will not be able to contest this surely. So Rizzo looking for a zone out. But it seems like now Bigetron will have to be satisfied with the Lord and the kill. RRQ, they will not have the gap here to close the gap. Oh, Rat jumps in. Good deflection there on the taunt. But Bigetron now will just spam the recall button.
They're just caressing Bigetron in their own base, caging them inside. And Arad, like and bounce, a bit overzealous, as he does not really have the damage needed to kill down. Oh, Skylar is chipping down Eman down to half HP.
Yeah, so that's the big threat technically still for Bigetron Alpha, right? Skylar still does a whole lot of damage. He actually already has his item power spikes, the Haas Claws, Berserker's Fury, and also that Melting Roar. So even with Chorizo, if you've noticed, the Frog armor has been dealt with quite easily by Bruno. Oh, two-man.
Again, Dawn should be the juicy target. Mortality taken down, and also the member. Now Brusco will be their focus.
Wow.
Oh, that's insanity!
Ooh.
And as well as Iman. Enough combo, and they're just going in and out. They're tag teaming like Shawn Michaels and Triple H. Now they want the main base. Oh my god, Brusco will be down and out as well, surely. No, he escapes. RRQ still holding on, and Skylar still quite strong here in defending their main base.
Oh, I thought that was an angle for Bigetron. They were able to cut down through the frontliners, even taking down Clay in the process now. They're looking to obliterate the tier 3 turret, exposing this crystal of RRQs.
Do the turrets still exist for Bigetron? They're just going at it, constantly diving with a turret being there.
Let's see though, their top side turret could be their main focus, but RRQ this time has enough firepower and resources to clear the wave. RRQ surprisingly still has 2 base turrets standing.
That was with the First Lord, dude. It's already super value that you get all tier 2s around the map with the First Lord. They got a base turret, and they made both the mid and top base turrets a quarter of its HP, and they're going for more. They don't stop.
See here, Dawn again. Another, oh
Wow.
my lord, just rinse and repeat. The dinosaur will be out first here in the land of Dawn. Now RRQ again for V5. And of course, that will mean Bigetron will definitely still maintain pressure.
Reduce, reuse, recycle. Super Ken trying to jump onto Irad. This could be the final push for Bigetron.
See though, seems like Skylar and Clay will have enough resources to clear the waves here, top and mid. And Bigetron, they saw the timers on that Lord, 10 seconds. That will be their main agenda.
So clean, so disciplined. They are toning down the pressure, looking for a bigger objective in mind, and that is the Lord.
I don't know. At this point, RRQ seems desperate even to just get their own orange buff. Bigetron are on it, yes. And now they're just poking. Remember, these mini waves are crashing down into the base, so RRQ stepping out of their base is not going to be good for them. Now they're going to get poked and sandwiched.
See the angles here already. Oh, Clay will be the first one to fall. Brusco now should be their main target as Super Ken secures the Lord. But Arad taken now down and out, and one by one, RRQ members deleted, eliminated. Skylar, with the saving grace, is actually able to get to the base. Brusco now, all eyes are on him, and Brusco will not be able to make it. Skylar, the last man standing, the Crown Prince, left running as the Red Robots. This time, they will likely to clean the game to win. No, the first leg, they've done it. The second leg, it is no different. The Red Robots reign, and Bigetron Alpha still stands strong.
The Crown Prince left alone to watch his kingdom crumble. This time, the Red Robots raid and obliterate them down to the ground. The kingdom is no more. 2-0 for Bigetron Alpha.
You can hear the roars. You can hear the Biget Troopers shouting.
You can hear the beat boops from the Biget Troopers. What a phenomenal game of MLBB by Bigetron. Just clean all throughout, clinical plays. And the draft, it all has to start in the drafts. If I could, I would give the MVP to Coach Keskute and Ray's Boy. What the heck?
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful stuff from Bigetron Alpha, the whole team. The execution, was close to perfect. The draft was close to perfect. They knew exactly what they needed at every single spot. And this team, wow, from barely making it to playoffs in season 11 with the entrance of Super Ken, to then making it to playoffs and getting third place in season 12, to now standing atop the league in season 13.
Waktunya ambil alih kerajaan. It's time to take over the kingdom. And that they did. What a performance. Everybody just stepping up huge for Bigetron. Nobody really stood out because everyone stood out for Bigetron. But of course, as usual, a winner interview. We will hear from the players on what they have to say. The arena has been very explosive. Down to the stage we go with Monica Ko for the winners interview.
Wow, Bigetron Alpha kembali bisa mengamankan posisi mereka. Biget Troopers, mana dong tepuk tangannya untuk Bigetron Alpha. Wah, luar biasa sekali. Ini kalau kita lihat ya, Bigetron lawan RRQ di leg yang pertama. BTR, Bigetron menang. Kemudian di leg yang kedua, ini menang lagi. Ki, apakah ini artinya era sudah berbalik kah?
Nggak bisa dibilang kayak gitu sih, yang penting kita main konsisten aja.
Yang penting
kita nggak mikirin ini era mereka atau ini era kita, yang penting kita main konsisten, pengen menang aja.
Oh, pengen menang aja dan mereka membuktikannya hari ini. Super Ken, ini kalian di leg pertama tuh menangnya 2-1. Kali ini sama sekali nggak ngasih poin, 2-0. Emang ada yang beda ya di leg yang pertama sama leg kedua ini? Apakah kalian yang performance-nya udah semakin baik kah?
Nggak ada sih, sama aja. Mungkin di match kali ini lebih hoki aja.
Lebih hoki aja. Jadi 2-0-nya lebih hoki aja. Tapi Monica mau nanyain Eman. Eman, kan tadi sebelum match udah ngobrol sama Skylar. So what do you think about the laning phase competition between you and Skylar? What do you think about the laning phase competition between you and Skylar?
Biasa aja. Dan masih kuat.
Biasa aja? Siapa yang masih kuat?
Skylar laningnya.
Skylar masih kuat, tapi kali ini kamu nggak kena solo kill dari Skylar. Apakah kamu udah belajar dari situ? You're not solo killed by Skylar.
Ya.
Oh, Moreno jadi juru bicaranya nih?
Ya, cuma oke.
Hah?
Cuma oke, kata Ken.
Kata Ken, apa kata Ken? Cuma hoki. Oh, ngikutin kata Ken. Dan Eman, kan you're once Irat's teammate. You've met Irat at the first league and now in the second league again. So what do you think of his performance?
I don't know, but in next week, good luck aja dan come back stronger.
Oke. Dan ada Sorizo. Kalau kemarin ngomongnya kan ke Bude Clara, katanya hari ini tuh pengen ketemunya sama Vin. Tapi hari ini ketemu sama Brusco. Jadi gimana tuh?
Kayak perlu karepin sih mereka.
Biar apa?
Biar makin jago.
Biar makin jago. Berarti hari ini masih belum sesuai ekspektasi kamu kah?
Biasa aja sih.
Biasa aja karena kalian menang ya. Dan nanti kita bakalan lihat bagaimana performance dari RRQ selanjutnya, ditunggu sama Sorizo ya.
Ya.
Dan anyway, congratulations sekali lagi, kalian kemarin sudah mengamankan tiket playoff kalian. Tapi tentunya Moreno, ini apakah tiket menuju playoff itu udah cukup buat kalian atau kalian nih mau konsisten buat upper bracket?
Ya puji Tuhan lah, kita udah ngamanin tiket playoff yang pertama ya, tim pertama yang secure tiket playoff. Dan ya sekarang ya target kita yang paling dekat aja ya upper bracket.
Dan ini kan masih ada, ini week 7 berarti masih ada week 8 dan week 9. Kalian masih main beberapa kali lagi. Kalian pede nggak bisa tetap konsisten?
Ya pede lah, kita tahu kapasitas kita.
Pede banget. Dan yang terakhir, Ki, itu tuh Wah, Biget Troopers dari tadi semangat banget nyemangatin kalian. Boleh dong Ki, kasih pesan-pesan buat Biget Troopers yang udah nyemangatin kalian.
Pesan buat Biget Troopers, terima kasih yang udah datang lagi di next week. Malam ini tidur nyenyak.
Malam ini tidur nyenyak, karena udah kelihatan banget kayaknya udah ngantuk ya.
Iya, udah malam.
Udah
kan?
malam.
Jadi udah waktunya pulang tidur aja.
Waktunya pulang tidur aja. Dan tentunya Biget Troopers semangat banget, terima kasih dan congratulations sekali lagi. So Biget Troopers, sekali lagi mana suaranya untuk Bigetron Alpha? Dan langsung saja para caster sudah ready di sana untuk mengupas bagaimana kemenangan dari Bigetron Alpha hari ini. So langsung saja casters, take it away.
Wow, the fans are still here. The Biget Troopers. You could be forgiven for thinking that the arena is full because it is. It is insane how loud they get. And of course, the topping on top is Bigetron securing that 2-0 against RRQ Hoshi. What a dominating performance from the Red Robots. And a huge smirk from Mirko. Smirko.
It's not a smirk anymore.
Arashi. I'm sorry, man. You know, just take it, dude.
Guys, this is the Bless era.
Yeah.
He's been blessing teams with his predictions. So far, no curses has been
100% so far this week. Just
100%.
like in week 5.
Bless me tomorrow.
What?
Bless me tomorrow.
Bless you today, Gani. Bless you every day, Gani. And realize.
Wow,
the
thank
boys.
you. Thank you. An MVP, of course, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. It is, again, the kid prodigy Super Ken.
1-1-7. I think in this game, like, he didn't have a flashy game, right? I mean, definitely on the Alice, you can't beat that on a Fredrin, that performance. But staying consistent, winning out the red trees against a team with an advantage, man's advantage. It was just well played by Super Ken, man. The way that we continue to bob and weave, as Naisu would say, around the neutral objectives, around even the opponents, and utilizing the taunt so well, utilizing his Psycho Fred tendencies to go for Irad here with Key. This dive that ended up being so worth it, but this was also the misplay, by the way. Just take a look at this, right? Oh no, right? The damage of the last Insanity just doesn't combo it together. That should have been a trade, like at least Super Ken and Key, right? And then it would have been actually quite bad for Bigetron Alpha. But even here, when they were able to go and pick up the turtle, Eman was left alone. 4-man gank. Eman survives somehow, and then Bigetron take control of the team fight. Super Ken decides, you know what, Briscoe? I'll leave you to Key and Eman. And here, amazing Detonus welcome, but at that point, he was chunked too much. So he got Eman, but it doesn't really matter because he just gets shredded down. And this is why the X-Borg was so valuable. I don't like that Thermis ban for RRQ, man, especially when the X-Borg is still up. I thought maybe they want to pick it up, right? That's why when they picked up the chip, it was also kind of strange, giving away the X-Borg away to Bigetron Alpha while you are the team that has these tanky members that can just be shredded by the X-Borg. You have a Barat, you have a Roger. 2 picks that get countered kinda by the X-Borg, you know? The Bruno as well wasn't really able to do much, and the Crown Prince survived as long as he could, but in the end fell to the Red Raiders. As they didn't just take the Crown Prince, they took everything from RRQ this game, and Super Ken's feeling it. Mr. Man of the match.
Mr. Man of the match, man of the hour, wow. That was absolute blunder from Bigetron. Taking down the Kingdom, robbing them of their resources and getting that win. 14-4. Again, a dominating win. Not much of a change compared to game number 1 because game number 1 was also not less dominating because they were boldly, making a statement that, we're here to play and we're not done. We're not going to stop even if we have secured that playoff spot.
Game 1 was more memorable because of the picks, right?
Yeah.
But again, nonetheless, both games are just very thrilling, very convincing performances by Bigetron Alpha. Again, RRQ Hoshi still struggling, seems like midweek here. And they go up and they will go up against Onic tomorrow.
Oh, if they lose again tomorrow, then they'll place their place in the standings is going to be very, very, very scary. Well, let's take a look at this build path for everybody here, where for RRQ, it just felt like, again, they were just grasping at straws, grasping at whatever was possible to be built up. For Skylar, he was the only guy who was actually well farmed up. Props to him for having 10,000 gold despite the team getting demolished. Man, Bigetron didn't even let RRQ have the sandbag. Xborg taking it with the Faraga armor. Damage dealt. Rich guy as usual. You know who it is. Eman underperforming as usual compared to day 2. Eman, week 6, day 2, Eman. You know, he got 1,000 GP. Eman, you could do better. Come on, man. This is underperforming in his criteria, in his own, level. But everybody else really has played so well. And they completely outclassed RRQ in this match.
Sure. They did. It was insane how well farmed Eman was. And also for Skylar, he was, of course, the main focal point of attack for RRQ Hoshi. But it was so hard for him to see the other lanes crumble. He couldn't do anything about it. He was holding on to the last minute game, but again, you can't do much as a Bruno if your team doesn't really enable you, if your team is picked off constantly one by one. And I like that aggression from Bigetron Alpha and how they were so active, just looking for angles and also invades towards the jungle. That was so clean from Bigetron Alpha, but of course we want to hear from the players as well in-game, as we prepare ourselves to watch the golden moment presented by the official gold partner, Ubes Gold.
1147. Itu Eman, 11. Itu 1148. Ayo, bawa ya kor, lihat gua kor. Ayo. Depannya dulu guys, depan guys.
Mati Don.
Baret. Aman kor. Gua bisa tarik kor.
Gua tahu 3 orang.
Mati.
Bruno guys, Mawan. Bruno gua tahu.
Sini kor, klik kor.
Nice bro. Fokus. Disiplin. Jangan mati guys. Bisa lord dulu gak, Man?
Double dash, valen.
Gua lord ya guys.
Kor. Sini kor.
Aman ya, Man. Dia makan buah, mati lah.
Aman.
Bruno dash.
Bruno gua cece. Roger mati.
Bruno! Nice!
Kor. Sini kor.
Chip.
Lari.
Wajib. Recall. Wave dulu.
Sini guys. No flicker dia.
Wave aja. Udah recall aja, Cok.
Bisain.
Bunuh. Bunuh lagi. Lagi. Recall.
Bruno. Chip. Lari. It was so filled with so much enthusiasm from Bigetron. And I think enthusiasm is somewhat of an understatement. They're so full of it. Yeah, they're having fun. And that is so good to see how they're not stopping after even knowing that they're in a safe zone currently. They're in that safe haven off that playoff spot. But striving for more is just something that you really want to see from these players.
There was so much joy in the golden moment by Ubes Gold. The only thing that would be even more of a joyful, to add on to the joy would be a joy pick. But, joy's been nerfed to the ground with the CC and damage. But we got an updates. We got updates. I can't even English anymore. Wow. Regular season updates behind us.
Let's see.
Here are the standings, the updated standings. Of course, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Bigetron Alpha still solidifying themselves up top with 10 match points. Mirko extending his arms, ready to conquer.
I'm not doing anything. Nah.
Yeah, you are. You're very pumped. But of course, who is not proud seeing Bigetron Alpha with such a dominating performance?
I mean, there's always a first time for everything, right? And Bigetron Alpha, for the first time, actually sits first place.
Wow,
man.
Today was a nail biter, but I think tomorrow isn't as much of a thrill as well, because tomorrow's schedule, it will be opened by Dewa against Evos, followed up by Ultra Ego against Geek, and then the Battle of the Kings, the Sky Kings against the Kings of Kings. It is Onic against RRQ Hoshi.
Royal Derby. The Royal Derby tomorrow, Onic and RRQ, the team with Assassins and the team with Natan and Claude, usually, right? So will we see the Ling Fanny ban with the Natan Claude ban, forcing both sides to play new hero? Well, technically, Kyrie already played Hayabusa, and Skylar already played Bruno. So I'm just really hyped up to see this match. But even for Dewa Evos, Geek, it'll all basically determine who makes it to playoffs.
Yeah.
Geek as well, by the way. If they get a win tomorrow, they'll actually take RRQ's spot at 4th place, or at 5th place. And they're currently 7th.
And RRQ, they're slowly dwindling down to the red zone. That is not what they want to see. Talking about playoffs, do you have any speculations where the venue could be? Because
I got a few leaks.
Because the MPL ID official Instagram just posted that, and their their expressions are like, what? Is that true?
We got a few leaks.
What's that?
It will be in a new area of Jakarta. It will be in a new place. New. We've never been there before.
You know what else is new?
What?
Samsung TV. Because you can experience more WoW and gaming. You can enjoy stutter-free and smooth gameplay with Neo QLED. You know, Mirko has this, so he's gonna be my salesman for today.
Well, guys, if you want to enjoy watching, if you want to enjoy gaming with stutter-free, smooth gameplay, and with the quality of the screen, not just being QLED, Neo QLED. Welcome to the future, ladies and gentlemen. Not the Matrix Neo, but basically in terms of skill, almost the same. Neo QLED. Go ahead and check it out and get the wow effect while you play games, watch, or do whatever you want on the TV, because anything you do is just a very, very good treat.
It is indeed such a good screen and TV to have. But next up, of course, is the favorite for you guys, flexing on your wins when you're stumping your opponents. It is the battle emote. The permanent battle emotes are now available for purchase. Of course, you can flex them. A lot of selection of emotes you could buy up to the 1st of August 2024. There's the ente, kadang-kadang ente, my friend always flexes this because
santai aja, bro.
Santai aja, bro.
Santai aja, bro. From Geek Fam as well.
Class.
The Evos one.
Sorry, possible. But of course, for you students who are interested in esports, let's register now for the MDL CSR program 2024. Get the opportunity for mentorship with expert mentors in esports, internship opportunities at partner companies of mlbb Esports Indonesia, and internship opportunities from Moonton Cares. Scan the QR code now to register. And talking about MDL, it has been proven to, I'd say, produce a number of stars up in MPL ID now. Lutpi, Gugun as well. Supercan. They have been, forged in the flames of MDL.
Keyboy. CW. Wait, Sans as well. The entire Onic lineup, actually, right now.
Yeah. It all starts from simple things. It all starts from the grassroots. And it's insane how...
Skylar.
Development. Yeah, Skylar as well. Albert. Yeah, a lot of names. Plethora of names. And it all starts from the development league. You're thinking more. Mirko.
Don.
Yeah.
Actually, we can name a whole lot of players here who've started their careers in MDL and through MDL got to MPL and was able to adapt to the stage and just pop off. Especially these new stars coming up, right? Like Gugun.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
A lot of insane players. He's glazing Lut.
He's an Onic fan. Obviously, he's gonna glaze Lutpi.
Lutpi has been playing
very good. Yeah. Very selfless.
I gotta give credit when credit's due,
Exactly. And they did just get a win today, 2-1.
Yeah. Tomorrow, quick predictions. Who's gonna win?
Oh. All right. What was the first match?
Dewa Evos.
Evos. 2-0.
Ultra Ego and...
I want to spice things up. Dewa United 2-1.
Ooh, okay.
Interesting.
What about you?
I'd say it's gonna be an Evos win.
Score?
2-0.
Okay.
Wow. Interesting to see.
We'll save the rest for tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll save the rest for tomorrow because today is officially done. We will see you guys tomorrow in the continuation of MPL ID Season 13. We own this.
Dan hari ini di week ke-7, hari kedua udah usai. Kita udah melihat match-match yang seru sekali hari ini karena semua tim beradu mengamankan poin mereka agar bisa merangkak naik ke upper bracket atau hanya sekadar mengamankan posisi mereka di klasemen sementara agar bisa lolos playoff. Tapi tentunya week ke-7 belum usai hari ini, masih ada hari ke-3 besok. Kemudian nantinya masih ada week ke-8 dan juga week ke-9. Jadi masih cukup panjang perjalanan mereka untuk bisa mengamankan posisi mereka ke babak playoff. Ini bakalan seru sekali karena keseruan ini tidak lepas dari MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton, presented by Official Tournament. smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Kemudian ada official e-wallet, kita ada GoPay, official gold partner by Ubas Gold. Kemudian ada partner in esports, ada Dunia Games, Games Max, ada Oraimo dan juga Telkomsel. Dan juga suppliers kita, thank you very much untuk Indomaret, Point Coffee. Kemudian ada Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus dan juga ada Saturdays. Tak lupa juga tentunya MPL Indonesia Season 13 supported by PBSI. Dan inilah akhir dari hari kedua, minggu ke-7. Besok masih ada, jadi jangan kemana-mana. Super fans semuanya tetap nyemangatin tim kesayangan kalian. Dan sampai jumpa di hari selanjutnya. Bye-bye.
MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawa